Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this awesome show we are about to have. Karibu tu sana. Welcome to this show. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have a good one. We have a nice show lined up for you. The one. I hope you are ready for this one. This is a show all of you have been asking for every other night. Ikifikia hii masaa. Did you like the show yesterday night? Yeah, I'm sure you did. Ya jana ilikuwa tu imeweza. If you don't know what I'm talking about, tafuta Bed of Roses hapo Africa 24 and I'm telling you, hiyo program ilikuwa imetii. Asante sana kwa wale ambao walifuatilia. All right. Tonight again we have another one. These are wadau. These wageni na watu ambao wananijoin. Karibuni kwa sababu hii mtapenda. This one you're going to like and love because this is a good one. This is a good one happening here at Africa 24. Juza wawili watatu wacha tuwe na show moja fiti tu sana. We have a great one lined up for you. Welcome so many I'm seeing tayari washani join. Asante kwa kuwa part of this show. Thank you. Like hii video, kimbia hapo kwa YouTube, like hii video, kimbia hapo Facebook, hapo mahali unanichekia. Like hii video, asante sana. Wale ambao wananijoin kwa Africa 24, welcome so very much kwa Mtembei TV. Karibuni kwa Kenya News. Karibuni tu sana watu ambao wako kwa Kenya Digital. Karibuni vile. Karibu tu sana. I see my brother Benson Ashajaja. Karibu. How are you? Hope you are well. I hope you are doing fantastic. We wadau, huku nje kuna waka every single day. It's becoming interesting every single day and I'm telling you, wacha tu. Naona Maggie Nyox anasema ako ndani, karibu sana. You are tuned in. Maggie Nyox jana walifanya ile kitu. I'm sure you enjoyed the show jana and I hope you get to see it and tune in every Friday for another awesome episode happening here at Africa 24. All right, karibu tu sana. Let me know where you are tuning in from. Lakini nimekutumia link hapo kwa comment section. Hiyo link unaingia nayo inakuleta moja kwa moja mbashara hapa kwa Africa 24. Tunakuwa na debate moja fiti. Wadau, hey, our courts remain to be the only thing that Wakenya wanaishi kucelebrate. Koti zetu zimeanza kuwa place moja fiti tu sana because what we are getting from our courts are interesting rulings. Ni rulings ambazo zimeenda group of schools. Ni ruling ambayo inarudisha one President William Ruto kwa drawing board. He has to go back and rethink and recalculate, re-strategize and replan his actions. Yeah, I'm telling you. Wengine tayari wangekuwa wamemwambia buda boss, baada ya kushinda hizo vitu zote, I think it's high time you should resign. Hata kuna watu huku nje washaanza kusema buda boss, kila kitu yako ni kama haifai, ni kama haibambi, ni kama hakuna mtu anakubaliana nayo. So probably Mr. President, probably it's time you should go back home, you should resign and retire kwa sababu hii job achana nayo. Is Ruto ready to resign or do you think should Ruto even resign kwa sababu the plan that he had inafeli, the plan that he had seems to be backfiring. You do this in a bounce, una try in a bounce. Was he even ready to be a president? That is the question probably we should be asking ourselves. Wadau, this man Ruto, I am telling you, he must be having great lungs. Imagine every time you prepare to succeed in something, backfire kanakuja. Every time you plan and purpose to do something, someone goes to court and your plans are halted. You plan even to take our police to Haiti. Wanaambia, hey boss, hey, relax. Hapana, relax. I'm telling you, failure after failure. Failure after failure, records zinazidi kuongezeka. The number of times Ruto is losing big time. Many are saying he's losing grounds as well. Sijui mliona vile alikuwa heckled in Meru. Of course, hizo ni drama between Kawera Mwangaza and the leadership there, but equally Ruto alijikuta ako hapo ndani, and I'm telling you wadau, huku nje ni kumoto na ni interesting. But show ya leo ni interesting zaidi because show ya leo ni what happened yesterday and the reaction ya leo. Kuna mtu amesema leo hizi stories zitaendelea, mpende msipende, by hook or crook, kama hiyo ni correct. Yani liwalo na liwe sasa. In fact hata kuna mwingine alisema mkitaka kutupeleka jela mtupeleke. Yeah. I'm telling you, despite what the court said, of course the court zili halt to hizo stories za kuchukua hiyo ushuru, the housing levy, but kuna watu wamesema this story will continue. In fact even the president himself has said this one will continue. Yeah, this one will continue. Of course the Federation of Employers wamesema ama wameadvise employees or their employers wasikatwe ama wasikwe deducted any salary in terms of ama as far as housing levy is concerned. Wadau, ingekuwa ni wewe, kila kitu yako ina bounce, ungekuwa ushaamua kuresign. Imagine you are a worker, you wake up every morning, everything that you choose to do fails and collapses, every single thing that you choose to do in a bounce. Is it time that you should be asked you resign kwa sababu ni kana kwamba hauna either strategy, hauna correct formula, or your advisors are not doing their job, or wewe mwenyewe you could be the problem. Wadau, it's interesting, but I have many of you joining and I am so glad you chose Afrique 24 to be the show that you watch inapofika hii masaa. Ninao show kali, ninao show fiti, na kuna watu wanadai zile pesa tayari washakusanya waturudishie, zile do ambao washavuka nazo, you know, the several months, I think close to 6 months ambazo wamekuwa wakideduct from our payee the housing levy, they should refund back. Now the question is, usisahau ilikuwa inakatwa both from our salary and contribution from our employee. If itarudishwa, wataturudishia hadi hiyo ya masonko yenye walikuwa na I am telling you, it's a good one. I really wish to know what will be happening, but sijui nianze na nani. Nina clips kibao, nina pictures kibao to share with you, but I think I should begin from yesterday, all right? Then bring it on until mahali wa jamaa wa Kenya Kwanza wamesema, unajua ni aje, liwalo na liwe, mpende msipende. In fact wamesema wanafungua I think this 12 of next month, and wakifungua tu hivi within 1 week ile law inaenda kupitishwa kama lightning, ni hiyo law ya housing levy. So as much as huku nje labda ilikuwa tunashangilia wengine, kwanza pause. Gava, kuna mtu alisema kushindwa sometimes ni tricky tu sana, all right? Gava has so many skills, so I don't know, but I know this. Hii story haishi sahi. Hii story ya housing levy haishi sahi. Prezo ameshikilia kama kupe. Hii story haachani nayo. Hii story ni yeye nayo mwanzo hadi mwisho. Kati tamati ni kwamba hamalizii hapa. Kotoa pili inaweza kuwa imemfanya ile kitu, lakini yeye Buda Boss ameamua anasukumana nayo. All right, so let's begin this show. All right, but equally allow me to first greet wawili watatu. Naona Zebedi Munala anasema tuko pamoja, na uko ndani unasema ukiwa maeneo ya Karen. Watu wa Karen, hi. Maginyox, I see you. Brother Benson, I see you. And many joining. Asante kwa kulike hii video. Asante kwa choose Afrique 24. All right, let's begin it like this, ladies and gentlemen.
As FKE has written to employers asking them to stop effecting housing tax deductions in line with a Court of Appeal decision that rejected continuation of the unconstitutional tax. Workers' unions are threatening industrial action should employers continue deducting the housing tax. KMPDU, UASU, KUTO and TUC want the government to refund the already deducted monies. Stimulator reports that the Court of Appeal's decision was another setback for Kenya Kwanza's affordable housing plan.
Solidarity forever. As employees await to receive their January salaries, the Federation of Kenya Employers, through its CEO Jacqueline Mugo, has written to employers to comply with the Court of Appeal ruling. In a statement this evening, FKE said in light of the court order, we advise our members not to deduct the levy unless the Court of Appeal rules otherwise. After hearing of the substantive appeal, or in the alternative, should the government challenge the said ruling in the Supreme Court.
Solidarity forever.
FKE's statement was preceded by a joint press statement by several workers' union including KMPDU, TUC, KUCO and UASU, all warning employers against deducting the housing levy in the January payslip, failure to which workers across the country will down their tools in protest.
So all public universities should not make a mistake of deducting housing levy on university workers. If you try, that will be the beginning of the mother of all strikes.
The workers' union also wants the government compelled to refund workers the monies that had already been deducted after the housing levy was declared unconstitutional.
We demand all house levy deductions to be refunded with interest immediately. We demand the costs to be respected by the employers just like the employees do. Any employer, person or entities who deduct this illegal tax from the worker's salary will bear individual responsibility.
I want to put lecturers on the lookout. Check your pay slips. If you see this illegal deduction this month, go out and strike. All public employees who are affiliates of TUC, can you check your pay slips? If you see this illegal deduction, go out and we shall lead you and we strike and paralyze services.
The Court of Appeal rejected the government's petition seeking continuation of the unconstitutional housing tax, throwing President William Ruto's ambitious affordable housing project in limbo. Court of Appeal judges Lydia Achode, John Mative and Paul Gashoka noted that the High Court had found that the housing levy was introduced without a legal framework and the levy was targeting a section of Kenyans. The Court of Appeal saying that should it uphold the High Court's decision, then some far-reaching decisions that will have been undertaken pursuant to the impunged laws may not be reversible. The ruling further noted that public interest in the judge's view tilts favor of in not granting the stay or the suspension sought. Public interest tilts in favor of awaiting the determination of the issues raised in the intended appeals. The judges refused to grant conservatory orders raised in all the 4 petitions, one by the National Assembly and the Speaker of the National Assembly, another by the Treasury and the Attorney General, one by Senator Okiya Omtata and others, and the last by Katiba Institute, and for the 3 others. The court called for expeditious hearing of 4 appeals to resolve issues raised with finality. Stephen.
All right. I'm telling you, wajamaa huku nje wameanza kusema, you know what? Wacha tuone Masonko wadosi wetu wakijaribu kukata mshahara. Ati wanajaribu kukata hiyo housing levy. Leaders wa union wanasema unajua ni aje? Mtu angalie payslip. Look at your payslip. When you look at it, uone tu kajina housing levy. Wadau piga nduru. That's what they are saying. I don't know. Mi sijui hizi stories zitaishia wapi kwa sababu inazidi kuwa tamu, and this is where I invite you, we have a discussion, because what happens to the money walikuwa mekata? What happens to that money? It is both from you and your employer. Those 2 guys wa kuwa wanatoa, kama ilikuwa tao inakuwa ina reflect kwa government as 2K yours na ya Sonko. Sasa koti imesema hiyo story hiyo story hapana, mawano. So what happens from there? That money according to this man former CS inafaa irudi.
Pesa ulichukua kwa kinyume na sheria, tunataka hizo pesa zirudishiwe Wakenya mara moja.
Hizo pesa zirudishiwe wewe Mkenya mara moja. What do you think? Hizo pesa zinafaa zikurudie? I don't know. I don't know, but naye prezo hacheki, anasema hizi stories zinaendelea. In any case, he says that the housing levy, the housing fund, the housing contribution, the housing tax, whatever name you want to call it, that one continues. That one continues, and he really says, Mwende kotini, musiende, we must continue with this project. You know why? It has employed, according to him and according to what they are saying, over 130,000 young people. All right. And of course, the many people in that sector, when you want to supply simiti, when you want to supply mawe, when you want to supply chuma, when you want to find a welding, the plumbers in that sector, the watu wa mkono, mafundi, and everyone else in that whole space. All right. And the money in circulation in that area, because you can imagine if vijana wa hiyo area wamepewa kama leo ni sato, wamepewa za hiyo wiki, hizo ni pesa mzuri, alright, lakini sasa we koti imesema koti imekataa. So what happens? So that is what we will be looking at in this particular show. Of course, the courts equally stopped the deployment of Kenya police to Haiti. All right, Kenyans walikuwa wamejipanga. I'm sure kuna msee alikuwa ameshaandaa bag, kuna polisi alikuwa ameshaanza kupiga hesabu how maisha itachange akienda Haiti. Unajua, alikuwa shaunda ka fundraiser, akiambia watu ninatoka kwa traffic ninaenda Haiti. All right. So that is happening. So they will stop doing that. They will now go to Haiti. But the courts told them, kidogo to relax. Kama mkome buy bag, pause. Hizo stories. Of course, it was to cost Kenyans several billions. All right. It was to cost Kenyans a lot of money. But equally, tulikuwa tunaifanya kwa sababu ni peace mission. All right. We have done it before. It wasn't to be the first time, but wachana na koti za Kenya. Wachana na koti za Kenya. Kenyan courts are now at another level. All right, they have grown to another level. These are the courts that annulled the presidential election in 2017. These are the courts that stopped BBI. What was told that nobody could stop reggae, but the courts did stop reggae. That was BBI. These are the courts that upheld the victory of William Ruto. These are the courts that declared the CAS, the 50 of them, 51 thereabout, as unconstitutional, null and void. These are the same courts that equally suspended the housing levy, the same courts equally halted the deployment of police to Haiti. So ni koti ambayo I'm telling you, our courts are becoming something else. So huku nje tuna celebrate koti, lakini government inafeel hapana, huku ndani kuna watu ambao ni corrupt, huku ndani kuna watu ambao si wazuri, so we must deal with them. All right. So we will be looking at that and we will try to make sense of all that what I have told you. But to join me in studio, kupitia hiyo link nimekutumia hapo, hiyo ya StreamYard, hiyo ndio link inakutuma hapa kwa studio. Alright, hiyo link inakutuma kwa studio kivipi? Ukiiguza tu hiyo link iko kwa comment section, inakutuma place inaitwa StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard, washa kamera, washa mic, alafu click enter baada ya kuandika jina lako. Jina si lazima liwe rasmi, unaweza tumia jina la majazi ama jina la utani ama jina ambalo unatumika mtaani ama jina ambalo unaweza buni whatever name you come up with, it's acceptable to me as Jax. So what do you do after you type in your name, click enter, and voila, you'll be in the show. All right, but before even you come in, even as you prepare to join me, you can equally participate kwa comment section kama jinsi ambavyo Patrick Kiplimo anasema aje? Kiplimo anasema we need our money sababu if you are overpaid you are deducted immediately. Kiplimo anadai pesa zake zirudishwe, like kwa sababu wakati ambapo analipo excess, na sijaisikia hiyo part ya kulipo excess, haijaini hapenia personally, maybe imekuhapenia Patrick, but me haijaini hapenia ati nimelipwa excess. In any case inakuanga always iko tu hata iko chini. But if umeangukia kulipo excess, you are lucky. So Patrick says, you know what, if the government imeambiwa irudishe hizo do, of course that was not in the ruling hizo do zinafaa zirudi quick fast and equally that is the segment from this man.
pesa ulichukua kwa kinyume na sheria, tunataka hizo pesa zirudishiwe Wakenya mara moja. We are demanding that William Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza government that illegally deducted money from Kenyans, over 3 million Kenyans, that he must not only cease deducting their money, he must refund every Kenyan pesa zake. Hiyo mnaunga mkono? Tunasema
All right. Wacha niweke huyo aliyekuwa waziri pause kidogo, tuendelee na show kiasi. I'll be playing him at length baadaye kidogo, but I'm equally joined by Mr. G. Na wewe pia unaweza jiunga nasi kwa studio. Kujiunga nasi kwa studio ndio hiyo link iko hapo kwa comment section. Kama umetujoin via Facebook, link inaingia tu hapo. Kama umetujoin via YouTube, whatever channel umetujoin nayo, link inaingia hapo kwa hiyo channel. Hapo kwa comment section kuna link ambayo imeingia. Hiyo link inaingia na jina StreamYard. Naweza kukuonyesha ka sample tu hapa kwa screen. Inakaa hivyo. Hiyo link iko kwa comment section. I think itakuwa color yellow. Ukiangalia itakuwa yellow in color. Alright, ukiguza hiyo link inawasha kitu kingine inaitwa StreamYard. Ukiwasha StreamYard inakubidi uandike jina, uwashe mic, alafu uklik enter. Jina si lazima iwe rasmi na unajikuta uko ndani ya show. Hii show ni yako wewe Mkenya. Hii show sio ya Azimio, hii show sio ya Kenya Kwanza. Hii ni show yako wewe, show ambayo unaingia unatupa maoni yako jinsi yalivyo. Alright, na mimi wako Jex moderator ndakupa fursa murwa ya kujieleza vilivyo hapa kwa show. Alright, pasipo kuogopa wala kuwa na any form of intimidation. Alright, Mr. G, hi, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Niko salama. Kaka brother, vipi?
Niko poa sana. Habari huko?
Sisi tuko salama, tunashukuru, ingawa jana tulifanya ile story na Kenya Power, but Mungu anasaidia.
Unafaa uhamie Mombasa, toka huko ukuje huku. In fact in your area naona kumaribika kabisa mpaka mnataka kutoa governor.
Huko kwetu acha tu. Huko kwetu governor anatufanya ile kitu, tutaongeza governor tu punde si punde. Lakini kidogo tu nikuulize, mnabomoa manyumba Mombasa alafu naniambia nihamie huko. Lakini kabla sijakuja kwa kubomozi huko Mombasa, reaction yako ya haraka. Jana koti ilifanya ile kitu ikaambia William Ruto, hizi story zako za hao kanyangia. What do you make of it?
Okay, Jex, I see you mmesema kuwa Ruto should now resign. Okay, before when I talk about the question that umeniuliza sahi, in Africa, no president can resign. Yeah, we don't have any president who can resign. We have seen people like Mugabe. Mugabe were ready to die wakiwa bado kwa presidency. Wame destroy the country, and hakuna kitu inaendelea kwa that country, but they are ready to die. But where is that seat? We have seen president in Africa wakisimama wakaanza kusoma ile nini yao ile hotuba yao, they are just fainting. Wameshindwa hata kusimama, wengine wanajikojolea, like this one here in Sudan. I think in Sudan akisimama anajikojolea mwenyewe. We have vituko in Africa, but no one can stand akaweza resign as much as wamekosa, wameharibu country, wamefanya nini, they won't resign. We only had one president, who was President Mandela, ambaye Mandela, I believe Mandela angekuwa anapitia hali ambayo iko kama sahi, angeza resign. Only that president. But these other presidents ambao wako sahi, they are greedy, they are hypocrites, they cannot resign. Okay, going back to your question. Yeah, going back to your question. Yesterday, court imetupilia mbali story ya housing levy. But I can assure you, this guy ambaye ni Ruto amevow na akasema he will go ahead with this project. Hakuna mtu atamsimamisha, hakuna mtu atampinga. In fact, ameamua kususpend the constitution. Suspend our constitution. Sai ana work as a dictator. Atake kujua the rule of law, atake kujua courts zinasema nini. He will not follow it. Ashaamua kuwa yeye anaenda na atenda nayo. So this president, we need to expect something worse.
Liwalo na liwe anasonga nayo.
Yeah, anaenda na ataki kusikia, and no one will advise him. In fact, he's using a narrative. He's using a narrative akisema kuwa he's now building and he's creating jobs for the youth ambao hawana kazi. Hiyo ndo narrative ambayo anatumia sasa ili watu wamuonee, that inaitwa ngaje, watu wamuonee ile sympathy. This is a victim. He's a guy who is a victim and wanna play victim. He always play as a victim. Kuanzia akiwa deputy president.
Kaka brother, kwa hiyo ndo mijengo, si tunaona vijana wakifanya kazi, so it's almost true. Kuna watu wawili watatu wanafanya kazi katika hizi sites. Kuna watu wanaleta simiti, kuna watu wanaleta chuma. Ni kama hizo ni sekta za kazi ambazo zitakuwa zimeguzwa.
This is a short term. Jex, mimi nitaka kukusaidia, nafanya kusaidia kwa long term, something about long term. Kitu ya short term, something about to happen only for 1 year. After 1 year umeshapoteza kazi. Remember 1 year utakuwa na mtoto mdogo, mtoto anafanya shuleni.
Bro, kaka brother, heri nusu shari, at least inakushikiria mwaka moja, miezi 2 3 kabla sija kutafutia permanent solution. Ama unaona vipi?
But hii vitu ya short term ni vitu nafai deal, yani at least private sectors wanakuwa na deal nayo, si president, because president hako na mechanism ya kutengeneza economy ya country, hako na mechanism ya kutengeneza jobs ambao watu wanaweza pata job ambao inaweza kusaidia. But now president analia, in fact he's doing it unlawfully. Court yenyewe imemwambia this thing iko unconstitutional. Bado anapigana nayo na anajua kabisa hii kitu haikuji kusaidia. Why? You know, as much as ina agree na wewe kuwa hiyo kidogo inasaidia kukula leo na kula kesho naweza pata nyingine tena nikakula kesho nikakula. Hiyo si mbaya, sijakataa. But why can't he just work on something that is permanent? A permanent solution.
All right. All right. Now let's listen to what the president has been saying, in as much as jana hakukubaliana na, in fact he was very categorical. Hii story tuta reappeal, and in any case tuko kwa bunge. In fact hata wabunge wenyewe wamesema I think in a week or 2 watakuwa wanarejea bungeni, na wakirejea bungeni the first order of business ni history ya housing levy. Watalishika kidete kabisa, watasimama na hili swala kabisa, and then they'll make sure inapita very fast. In fact hata watu wa Senate wamesema immediately imemalizana kwa parliament, inarudi Senate, wanachangamkia mbio within a month or 2 hizi stories zimeisha, and now fully hii story itakuwa, because what the court initially walikuwa wamesema haikufuata the correct processes, and that's why it was termed unconstitutional. So ikiwa imefuata processes zote, ikiwa already public participation nasema imeisha, or rather inaisha within a week, so by the time wanarudi bunge process zote watakuwa wamemaliza. By the time court of appeal inamalizana na ruling ya hii story, I'm telling you. So hii story right now we're just talking about it, but in days to come hii story itarudi maybe either kotini tena or something else. But what do you make of a president who does not really mind the judges what they have said? He's really adamant and ready to push this thing. In fact, Raila Odinga, of which I'll be playing just now, anamwambia wacha stories za kifua, just follow it pole pole taratibu. This thing, in fact, Raila's word is like how oppose housing nini, but he's like just follow the correct way and it will be acceptable. What do you think?
You know, Jex, the way this guy is doing this thing, ani haifurahishi. In fact, there's a clip ambayo nimekutumia, yesterday wakati alikuwa anabomoa zile nyumba za Changamwe. Those guys ambao wako pale, most of them not ambao wanafanya port, and some of them ni managers wa port. But remember in port inajulikana kuwa ni mahali ambapo watu wanapata pesa mingi sana, but I can assure you that those guys mshahara anaweza kuwa anapata mingi, lakini kwa sababu ya loan au jamaa hakuna kitu anapata. Mtu anaweza kuwa anapata kwa mshahara payslip inakuja 200,000, but he's getting only 10,000 ama 15,000 kwa sababu ya majukumu maloni mingi. So those guys wamebomolewa manyumba, hawana mbele hawana nyuma. Watafanyaje? You know, when we talk about this guy sitting down, these people, he's the same person. President mwenyewe alikuwa ameketi akasema yeye akiingia kwa kiti hata fukuza watu, hata toa watu kama watengenezea mahali ambapo anaenda. So what is happening now, tunashangaa huyu mtu ameruka akili ama nini mbaya? Akili yake imeruka. Kwa sababu I expect him to sit with the people, akae na watu waongee, awaambie sisi tunabomoa hapa, tokeni
kidogo tu kabla.
Akili yake imeruka. Huyu mtu akili imeruka. Akili imeruka. Yes, hapa hatuwezi kujitetea. Hatuwezi kujitetea.
All right. You know, if the president is incapacitated, even mentally, those are grounds for impeachment. Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, show inaanza kushika. I see many joining in. Naona wengi tayari wanatuma ujumbe na naona pia wengi wanatazama. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi jioni hii ya leo, tukikalia hili swala la jana la kusimamishwa kwa story ya housing levy and equally stories za Haiti and the way the president amesema hii story itaendelea, mpende msipende. Those were the words of some of the MPs. I'll be playing their sentiments just now, but nimejiunga ama amejiunga nami jamaa anaitwa Cosmos. Cosmos, vipi? How are you? Good evening Cosmos, how are you? If you can have your mic on.
Yes, I can hear you now clearly. Good evening, Mr. Jackson.
All right.
Mr. G. Yeah, so I just thought I'd drop in because I thought today's topic is quite interesting, and for me, I feel like it's touched a nerve. So to resign, I think that's what he should do. I don't think he will, because if I can just take you back, Ruto was a vice for 10 years, and during his second term with the former president, of course they disagreed. That is something that is in the public space, but that was a time when he should have resigned, actually, because they so strongly and so openly. So if he didn't resign then, what makes you think he will resign now? So this is somebody who, in all honesty, think he will resign. He will just, yeah, and most probably a year or two before the election, that's when he might try to, to change his game plan. Maybe try to, who doing Kenyans again, come with those like telling people Bwana wasifiwe, So for him, he's just playing his cards right now. Even there's a while back when he had hosted some parliamentary group meeting in State House, some of his MPs in his party told him that the ground is becoming hostile. But you know what he told them? He told them that this isn't the time to become popular. So this guy is somebody who's very cunning. He knows that you will hate him now, but Kenyans are very forgetful. So most probably two years before the next election, you'll see him changing and sort of, even he might even reintroduce some of those subsidies that he had taken away. You see? So in all honesty, I don't think he'll resign. That's what he should do, but I don't think he will. And on that thought, I would like to commend the Kenyan judiciary and this new constitution, in fact, because I think if Kenyans didn't have this new constitution, I don't think, there would have been a way out, because I think this is what is holding him back. So we should be grateful and very, very thankful that we have this new constitution, because it's what it's stopping him, basically. So tuombe tu Mungu, kwa sababu kama Ruto angekuwa president with the previous old constitution, wow, this guy will have been just a dictator, like no other, like nothing we've ever seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And on the issue with Haiti, for me, the reason why, in fact, he sent the Kenyan policeman to Haiti, I think he was just trying to pander to, those powerful Western countries like the US, because Haiti is just next to the United States. So policemen going there, they're just going to fight a proxy war, because also those gangs in Haiti that are, that are causing mayhem, they get their firepower from the United States, and sending Kenyan policemen who are not that, who are in that and don't have equal firepower. I think it's just sending them to their death traps in some way, because the gangs in Haiti, those gangs actually killed, I think, a former president. They went and killed him in State House. So if Kenyan policemen can't even handle the situation in places like Kapu and Baringo, what makes you think that they can go and quell the situation in Haiti. So I think it was just that to Joe Biden and those Western powers, because if the US really wanted to solve the situation in Haiti, which for me I think it's political, yeah. So it's a political situation. They will have gone there by themselves instead of asking an African country to send its policemen there. An African country which it itself doesn't have enough policemen to police its citizens. So I think, this guy, like I'm saying, like I've been observing from the time he came into office, I think Kenya right now is being run by the West, basically, like the IMF, the World Bank. So I think him isn't on top of things. He's just doing what is being told. So and he's doing his best to pander and also and to sort of get into the good books of these Western powers. That's why he sent those policemen to Haiti. But thank God for the courts again. I say the courts have come and they've sort of saved the day. But the big question is, will this continue? I hope so. Yeah. So thank you. That's my submission.
Beautiful Cosmas. Sorry, I've muted you because you have an echo if I speak, because I think you're on two links. But I would wish you stick around. I have like three questions regarding what you have said. You have really raised very pertinent issues, and I'll be coming to you in regarding what you have said. But equally, we are joined by Lady Stella. Welcome to the show, Lady Stella. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can as well join us kupitia link ambayo inaapia hapo kwa comment section. Hiyo ndio link inakutuma moja kwa moja hadi hapa kwa channel. So what you do, ukiingia kwa hiyo link unaandika jina lako, unawasha mic, unawasha camera, alafu una click enter. Those two must be activated so that when you enter inakuwa rahisi kuku-add kwa studio. All right, we have an interesting discussion happening here at Afrique 24. Lady Stella, how are you? Hope you're well.
Hi, Jix. How are you? Fine. I'm sorry.
We
I
are
have a.
fantastic, lakini umepotea sana huku nyuma ya tent, but nilijua hii story ya koti lazima utokee.
Jix, niliwaambia, you can never fight
Mhm,
David. If the Goliath was coming in March
mhm,
4th, head, head is
mhm,
sling. Now, I've been telling you that this thing was a
mhm.
very bad idea. The problem is, if you
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
shared with you the.
Mhm.
So we go
Yeah,
through
I'm,
the
I'm
second
I'm looking
aspect.
at it right now. It had so many respondents, eh?
Yes. So you see, also the civil
I'm looking
society.
at it just now.
Yes.
Mhm,
The civil
mhm,
society plus and the group of Mukio Motata and other stakeholders came in, and they have been refuting this thing. Yes,
mhm,
Jakes, we are not as Kenya. Yes, the housing idea was
mhm,
good. We did not have the legal framework. Now the problem
mhm,
is when they were doing
mhm, mhm.
you can see some paragraphs. You'll see even Justice Lydia Ochode also emphasized that no public
Yeah, yeah.
participation was done. Now, here is the issue.
Mhm,
Ruto was saying that the court had corrupt people. Remember,
mhm,
he a blanket statement. If you see the team like
mhm,
LSK and civil society,
mhm,
they came and said, they are
mhm,
corrupt people in the judicial process. You come out and say that there are people
mhm,
who are corrupt, Judge A, Judge B, Judge C. Remember,
mhm,
also judges have
mhm,
their own disciplinary
mhm.
whatever what can I say? They are taken through the JSC process. It's like a disciplinary. So if you're found guilty
Yeah, yeah.
of malpractice, you go against the
Mhm,
judicial rules, regulation
mhm,
of the country, or what you have
mhm,
been mandated
mhm.
against it, for the judiciary and also for the court to have you get dismissed. But it's the judiciary makes you
Yeah, yeah.
get dismissed. You can look at the matter of
Mhm,
Justice he was found
mhm,
guilty. Remember also his two
mhm,
counterparts, Justice Mchelule. Then there was Kiage, the
mhm,
one who made delivery of the
mhm.
BBI. They were not found.
Yeah, yeah.
They were not found guilty because when they went through the process, they saw maybe this person was being charged with a certain politician, and we know who it is. When they went through and they did their investigation, they found these two are clean. So they were acquitted. But for Chichambo, it was showing that this person was corrupt. So don't put one judge to show that the judicial process is corrupt. But now you have to understand, Jakes, we have also politicians who are also lawyers. They are the ones who go and undermine Akina Eric Theuri. They are the ones who go and undermine also the LSK. You get? Now, we stood firm and we said the Constitution has to be followed by the latter. We don't care whether you're holding a high office. We don't care whether how powerful you are. We need to go according to the process. Remember, LSK and also other civil society. Sisi ni mwakili wa mawanyonge. Yeah? The government has its own part. They have their people who they can protect them, like the AG. But remember, the AG is the interest of the government. But LSK and any other civil body were here to try and defend mwananchi. So when this came out, we saw, and this is the same thing, even the judicial researchers, even under the Law Society of Kenya, they saw that there is nothing which sense of the housing fund. Not only that, there are so many matters which have been kept on the shelf because of undermining of the judicial being undermined by the politician. Right now, we've come out with from our hands saying that we are not going to bend down with this politician. We are not going to bow down with their pressure.
All right. Yes. Wow, I'll be coming to you because now this is what I wanted to be asking you, because alas, I have so many questions and I think I'm equally reading the ruling. But ladies and gentlemen, Lady Stella, oh my, sorry for that. You will really help us in as much as understanding some of the terms that were used jana, all right? But let's listen into the sentiments and the reaction from the president. This was the president saying.
Has insisted that his pet affordable housing project will continue despite the Court of Appeal's decision not to suspend a High Court order declaring the housing tax unconstitutional. Speaking in Kyotine, Meru County, Ruto said despite the ruling, he has received enough public support to proceed with the housing programs, adding that his government will pursue the matter in court. Emily Chebet reports.
Hours after the Court of Appeal's decision declining the extension of an order allowing the government to continue collecting affordable housing levy, President William Ruto, who was on a day 2 tour in Meru County, has vowed to see the program to fruition.
We have a deliberate plan on how to transform our nation, and no amount of court cases is going to derail our plan to change Kenya. Because the plan and the transformation of Kenya has been delayed for many years by vested interest and corruption and people who do not have a plan on how to take Kenya forward.
Leo wanatuambia tuache kukusanya ushuru wa housing wale vijana 1,100 karibu na 30 ambao wameajiriwa wasitishwe kazi. Wale watu wanafanya kazi kwa kampuni za simiti.
A team in a fight back against the outlawing of the housing tax, accusing the judiciary of sabotaging government projects, even as his allies defended him and said they would push the housing tax through Parliament in as short a time as possible. As Stephen Leto reports, key Kenya Kwanza parliamentary leaders have indicated that the government will flex its muscles in the National Assembly to get the tax effected, with the majority leader telling off the judiciary and saying National Assembly members were elected by the people, unlike the judiciary.
President William Ruto was in his third day of what is styled as a development tour of Meru County, where the controversial housing tax topic was a major issue. Speaking as he officiated various development projects in Imenti South constituency, President Ruto maintained that his pet project, affordable housing, will go on despite the legal hurdles.
The government of Kenya has clear plans on how to create job opportunities. One of them is housing. And we are going to make sure that housing creates at least 500,000 jobs in Kenya. To make sure that young people graduating from Mitungu and all other colleges have an opportunity to go work.
President Ruto's remarks comes just a day after the Court of Appeal denied the government's push to continue collecting the housing tax. President Ruto telling off opponents of his government's agenda and again criticizing the judiciary for decisions made in courts of law.
For the avoidance of doubt, that we cannot pretend anymore as a country. Those of us who have jobs, those of us who have opportunities, we cannot continue to pretend that we do not have an unemployment problem in Kenya. We have millions of young people in Kenya out of school, out of college, out of universities. They are doing nothing because they have no opportunity to work, because there have never been any programs to make sure that they have an opportunity to work.
The president's allies taking cue from him in criticizing the judiciary, which they attacked of judicial overreach, which they said was undermining and sabotaging the government's efforts to implement projects.
Kwa hivyo rais, wewe endelea na kazi yako, wale kwa judiciary wakikusumbua tafadhali tuachie, kama wabunge tunyoroshane na wao. Tuwanyoroshe ama tusiwanyoroshe.
And with the battle lines clearly drawn, the president's men were making it clear that they will not take the perceived affront by the judiciary lying down.
Si huyu Rahim ndiye mmepea mamlaka ongea on your behalf. Iko judge mmepigia kura hapa Meru. Iko justice mmepigia kura aongelee. Rahim ndiye mmepea kazi. Rahim aongelesha ama asiongelee.
Na sasa tunataka kusema hapa Meru Town, ile kitu imetusumbua ni barabara kutoka Getimene kwenda Nduokale mpaka pale Showground. So rais ukituwekea pesa hapa, sisi tutashukuru zaidi. Ambo na barabara kwere tone rais kwa jaji. Waro wamefurahi na rais. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
The National Assembly's Joint Committee of Finance and Housing that are conducting public participation for the affordable housing bill say they want to ensure the bill is ready in 2 weeks' time.
By Wednesday this week, next week, tutakuwa tumemaliza report writing. We go and table in Parliament, and Parliament will be recalled. Then we come and pass the law. So I think this is something that will not take more than 2 weeks.
What the court pronounced itself is we are studying the judgment and finding those loopholes that may have existed in law and creating the legislative framework like we're doing now. So housing levy is not going anywhere.
Another team led by Transport CS Kipchumba Murkomen and Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro, while attending the burial of Mary Moroto, mother to legislator Samuel Moroto in West Pokot County, called on the judiciary to sober up and embrace dialogue with other arms of government.
And that's why I implore the judiciary to actually come to the conversation table on issues of national importance. Because those of us who are in the executive get frustrated when we do not agree on the things that unite our country to be.
We must always put public interest at the forefront as we make all the decisions that we make as leaders. Na wasihi sisi tuko legislature, wale wako judiciary, tafadhali wacha Mkenya akue kwanza.
Wakati wanarudi tarehe 12 kule bungeni, within 1 week watamaliza hiyo sheria affordable housing. We comply with what the court wants, watume katika Senate, na sisi katika chini ya mwezi moja tutamalizana na hiyo sheria, vijana warudi kazi na tujenge nchi yetu.
Stephen Leto, Citizen.
Sorry sana, pole nilikuwa nimemute. Asante sana wewe ambaye unajiunga nasi kwa hisho. Karibu sana. Naona ndugu yangu na rafiki Samuel Katu ako ndani ya show. Karibu sana Katu, karibu tu sana. Naona umejawa na furaha baada ya koti kufanya ile kitu. Nitakuja kwako sasa hivi. Asante sana. Wewe pia ambaye unajiunga nami, asante, na mwana Dr. Recap ambaye pia ni rafiki wa hisho ako ndani. Asante sana. Goodyear, I see you. Thomas Ogange, I see you, and many ambao mna participate kwa hii show. Thank you very 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 much kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Tuna show moja fiti hii, wadau unajua mnaipenda sana. Alright, wacha nianze na wewe bwana Samuel. Wacha nikuulize hivi, baada ya koti kusimamisha stori za nyumba, wewe kama mwananchi ulifeel aje? Ukiwa uliniambia kwa maeneo ya Kakamega, uko vipi, unafeel aje?
Poa sana bwana, vizuri sana. Unajua nini? Halo.
Halo, nakusikia.
Asante. Kitu serikali ya Ruto ifanye, ijenge nyumba zake na isishike kwa mshahara yetu. Wameambiwa wanachukua pesa zetu illegal. Yeye kikampeni hakutuambia atakuwa anatoa pesa zetu. Ruto nakwambia usikie. Ruto na timu yako yenye naongea hapa wataenda parliament. Nyumba ni project yenyu mlipanga muegenge, lakini msishike kwa mshahara yetu kuweka hapo levies. Hiyo hapana. Kama mjipange tu mtoe pesa zenu. Sisi hatutaki kwanza, mimi sitaki. Sasa naongea niko kwa nyumba yangu nimekaa. Usinitoe pesa zangu, tunaenda kujenga nyumba. Kwanza nilisikia vizuri sana. Bravo koti, wao wajaji shikilia hapo. Sisi wananchi tunataka hivyo. Watu wafuate sheria, wakitoa taxes zao ziwe za sheria, sio tu za kuamuka usiku na kuenda kutoa. Tumekataa. Kwanza mimi nimekataa sana. Waende wajenge nyumba zao hizo na wasishike kwa mshahara. In fact, I'm telling them, vile koti imesema nataka arrears yangu yote yenye wamededuct wanarudisha. Na employer wangu asijaribu kuguza next month. Next month takuwa na painful. Kuona tu hivi hata ametoa pap, niko kwa koti. Mimi nao tu na rai, mimi nao tu kuambia ona wanavunja ulisema wasimame na wanaendelea. Wasituletee mchezo, wajenge nyumba zao na wasishike kwa mishahara yetu, wawachane nazo kabisa. Tena NSSF hiyo, NSSF tunaifuatilia. Tuko karibu kwenda kwa koti pia nayo hiyo, walivunja sheria. Nilifurahi sana bwana.
Alright. Umefurahi kama huyu mzee? Kuna
nyumba. Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa?
Unaona vile nimefurahi, mimi nimejoin mzee huyo kufurahi bwana, nimemjoin. Mimi niko na kwangu hapa nimekaa.
Nani ana kwao?
Hapo sawa bwana. Ona mimi niko hapa saizi. Mimi niko kwangu. Na wewe Jack, acha ushawahi sikia yako mtu Kenya yeye amekufa, mkienda kwa matanga anasema kifo cha huyu kimeletwa kwa sababu hana nyumba. Ushawahi? Ati sasa zile wanatoa ushuhuda, unajua marehemu amekufa kwa sababu hakuwa na nyumba. Ushasikia kwa hiyo kweli? Sisi hatujaona huko, lakini tunajua watu wakikufa wanasema marehemu alikuwa mgonjwa, hakuwa na chakula, hakutibiwa. Vitu kaa hizo ndio tunajua. Lakini sasa ya nyumba hii jamaa, they are really upside down. Na watu waliosoma kama wakina Kipichumba mimi wakisimama hawaoni, sijui wanaona nini. Hawaoni. Mimi layman in the village I'm seeing na Thank you, Jax.
Nakuja kwako tu saa hizi na maswali.
Karibu.
Stella,
Yeah.
kuna jamaa hapa anauliza koti iliamua kusimamisha stori za nyumba na Murkomen na wengine wanadai ya kwamba watarudi kwa parliament waweze kutengeneza sheria. What should have started? Ni sheria kwanza wangeunda ama ni kupitisha levy na kuifanya iwe tax immediately? Oh my, Stella, ninasikia tu kelele, sijui kama unanisikia vizuri, sijui kwa wapi kuna kelele kibao. All right, Stella, I'll be working on your mic just now, kidogo tu. Kidogo tu Stella, sijui kwa nini unanisikia. Oh my, sauti yako leo ni mbovu tena, hatukusikii. Naona ukijaribu kuongea kile hatukusikii. Tunasikia tu upepo mkali. Maybe you log out alafu log in. But bwana Mr. G, maoni yako ni yapi? Kuna mtu anauliza hapa, kwani hakuna mtu ana kwao iwe ya kwamba hii clip ilinichekesha sana, acha nicheze mara moja tafadhali.
Kuingia upande wa manyumba. Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa?
Yeah. Nani anakuwa?
Okay, Mike ya Stella iko on. Okay, you know, Mr. Jakes, naona my brother Samuel. My brother Samuel kitu amefurahi sana with court, but Samuel mimi sioni kitu akofurahia. Why? Because the same court imesema this thing is unconstitutional and yet inatuambia kuwa tuendelee tu kulipa. Unakumbuka hiyo story? So you are saying kuwa hatufai kulipwa. Unajua sisi hatuna power. Hatuna ile power kuzuia hii kitu. Hii kitu inakatwa na wale watu kule juu kwa juu. The same court ambayo imetuambia this thing is unconstitutional, the same court inasema tuendelee tu kulipa, but it is unconstitutional. Sasa it is unconstitutional. That's why I need Stella to come in at tueleze hii kitu tuelewe vizuri. Because if something it is unconstitutional, why is it that the same court ambayo imekataa inatuambia tuendelee tu kulipa, aswa watu wanaendelea kutengeneza mambo yao mpaka wakati itakuwa sawa ndio sawa waachilie sasa kwa wananchi ifanyike. I want to understand this point kwa sababu sijaelewa kabisa what is really happening, but the truth is this thing it is unconstitutional, even ndio court imesema, but now hatuwezi furahia kwa sababu bado tutakatwa. You're muted Mr. Jakes, atusikii. You're still muted.
Stella, jaribu kuangalia kama mic imekuwa sawa. Stella. Oh my, I think we have a challenge from where you are. Labda ujaribu kutoka urudi alafu ungoe jackpin, ibaki tu ni either simu ama laptop, ongea directly. All right. Stella ana work on his end. Raila Odinga pia ameambia William Ruto wacha kutumia kifua. Hizi story hazihitaji kifua. Kuja mosmos ongea na watu, zungumza na watu, waeleze what you want. Wacha kuwe na public participation. Wacha raia wawe ndio kusema. Wacha raia wakueleze how it should be done. Let the laws be done correctly. You know, hii story yenye mnakuja one sitting in parliament mnapitisha everything without even proper looking at the law and all, because where the rate at which cases inaanguka za government kotini, where it's as though hatuna attorney general. I'll be playing what Atwoli said in as far as attorney general is concerned, but naona Mr. Jiro nataka kusema kitu before sijamcheza Raila Odinga.
Yeah, but hata huyu attorney general mwenyewe mimi sijui kama yuko ama alikufa. Yuko kweli?
Angekuwa amekufa tungekuwa tushajua. Sidhani amekufa, lakini kazi yake hatuioni bwana. Anaangusha kesi zote because yeye ndio wakili mkuu wa serikali. Na anafanya gava ile story. Maybe Stella atatueleza sasa hivi what could be happening with our attorney general, because attorney general wetu yo anatufanya ile kitu. Penya Gaka karibu sana, lakini kabla hata sijamleta Penya Gaka na wengine, nikubalie tusikize hii.
Has slammed President William Ruto over use of government might to push his affordable housing project through. Odinga says the president's sentiments undermine the spirit of the Constitution, calling on him to initiate dialogue to resolve the stalemate. Odinga spoke in Mombasa, where he led an ODM recruitment drive. Francis Mtalaki reports.
The Azimio leader was in Mombasa leading the ODM party recruitment drive, where he took on President William Ruto over his push for affordable housing. The president's remarks, according to Odinga, undermine the spirit of the Constitution.
Wewe unataka tu kama serikali na kifua unasema mpende msipende. Ile wakati wa mpende msipende ilikwenda. Hiyo tulitoa.
Odinga says the opposition is not opposed to the plan, terming the president's sentiments on affordable housing project reckless, saying the government is yet to come clear on how the project will be implemented, who is to benefit, and how. The ODM party leader asking President William Ruto to initiate dialogue on the affordable housing debate.
Affordable housing inatakikana katika taifa letu, lakini mpaka ifanywe na mpango, mpaka watu waelewane. Hii mpango itafanya namna gani? Tutaanza wapi? Tutaenda wapi? Na nani atatoa pesa? Itatoka wapi? Kama wewe unataka kuleta mfumo mpya katika taifa letu, mpaka watu waketi chini wajadiliane, wakubaliane, itaendeshwa namna gani? Watu gani ambao watafaidika? Akina nani watafaidika? Na pesa itatoka wapi?
Odinga also condemned the Changamwe demolition that have left tens of families in the cold.
Tumewaambia watutengezee ajira. Wanasema sisi tutawajengea nyumba. Unajenga nyumba wakati juzi Taita Taveta umevunjia familia 3,000. Familia 3,000 zimelala nje bila chakula, bila mattress, bila kitanda. Alafu unasema mimi ni baba wa mayatima, mimi ni baba wa wanyonge.
Huwezi kubomoa manyumba ya watu bila kuonyesha watu wao wataenda wapi. Hapo kuna jamii, kuna wazee, kuna wale wakina mama wakongwe, kuna watoto wachanga ambao hawana mahali ya kwenda. Hiyo ni unyama mtupu.
In Bungoma, DAP-K party leader Eugene Wamalwa asked President William Ruto to refund all the money collected by the government under the housing levy, a day after the court suspended its implementation.
Pili, tunamwambia ile pesa ulichukua kwa kinyume na sheria, tunataka hizo pesa zirudishiwe Wakenya mara moja.
Tunasema Sarif Nasir.
The ODM leader has concluded his weekday-long tour of the Coast region in Mombasa today.
All right, so that is happening in the Coast. Raila Odinga equally was telling the president, unajua aje, hizi story hazitaki kifua, don't push it down our throat. Take your time, follow the due process. Wacha koti ifanye kazi yake, but equally let parliament, because I remember one time alisema parliament of late imekuwa kama place ingine too funny, before hata mjadala wa any sensitive matter happen, wameshapitisha tu. We have people in parliament who don't even attend, but they're not participating. Parliament, as Otiene Amolo said, nowadays is not they're not doing their job as they're supposed to. That's why we are having such challenges even in court. All right, of course, we still blame William Ruto and team, because they ought to have allowed such things to have been zipangwa mapema, public participation, the right processes. And I want to begin with you, Stella, on this one. what should have followed? Is it proper planning of the law as they're doing now, or first implementing the housing levy? Stella, I don't know if now your mic is good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So now, number one, Jakes. You see, when you're trying to implement something, you must have a plan. And a plan be to have individuals to see, utakuja useme aje, we are planning to do this, and this is what we are coming for. Then you have another akwambie, hivi ndio tunataka. Alafu kuna mwingine anasema itatusaidia aje. That's why we have something called a public participation. Anything can rush to the National Assembly if there is no planning at the ground. Because your legislature, the MP, he's the
Wadau,
one
kuna mtu anauliza hapa kama we can have you guys on camera. Sorry for cutting you short. Kuna mtu ana request tuwaone sura. If possible, if we can have you on the camera, it can be okay. But let's go on, Madam Stella.
Okay, what I was saying, Jakes, even yourself in your own house, you just don't come and give you don't just come and give rules and regulations. Remember, these rules, people, regulations still has to be shown that you need to remove this, you need to input that. So mutu ajue, if I'm going to break the rule, what are the consequences? This is the problem we have in government. Our own MPs, they're selfish, they have selfish interests. What they do, they wake up in the morning, go have coffee, then they come and put an idea in the floor of the parliament without the knowledge of you mwananchi mwenye ulimchagua. Now, let me give you an example kama ya housing fund. Remember, hii housing fund ilianzaga na wakati wa Uhuru. You know, he came up with the idea, but he never made this housing fund to be a compulsory thing. Remember, affordable ni mtu wananunua. Social housing ni wale watu wanaekwa. You get? So people in the people who have been speaking to with the affordable housing, Jakes, Kenyans si wajinga. People understand what is affordable. Am I able to buy? And why are you forcing me to buy? That is the problem. Ukiangalia kwa hiyo rule, people were forced to do something which you're not willing to do. Because the thing is, there are some people who are left out from the affordable housing. Number one, if you see there are people who are homeowners and yet they are trying to have their homes built, and if you're forcing me to pay for affordable housing, and yet that affordable housing, you people, you came and said that we need to contribute in this levy. So once you contribute in this levy and the amount of the threshold yenye mko nayo, it tells you that whether you're going to get that housing or not that housing. The issue is here, people were told that itakuwa inatangwa ile game ya karata ni bahati nasibu. You see,
Batapotea.
Double housing, I must be guaranteed. If I pay for that money and I feel like I want to stop that payment, you cannot tell me I wait for 7 years on the pesa yangu. What guarantee do I have? That is a flaw which people saw. Then another red flag people saw, that if affordable housing itaenda kwa mama mboga na iende kwa mtu wa boda, and someone is being forced kutoa 1,600 every month, and yet ukihesabu by the end you want that house, it is 100 years, so you qualify to get a 4 million house or a 2-bedroom. Remember, mama mboga na boda, they have families. You cannot force someone aende kwa sita. You see, that is another flaw. So, housing fund, they never came clear when the Kemani committee, when they were trying to collect views on the Finance Act. They were told by almost 900 people who participated, this thing is not a good idea. You cannot force me nitoe 2,500. Remember, he went back to the drawing board. So what people, they have decided they cannot afford to pay the 2,500. What we'll do, we'll have to deduct 1.5% from your gross salary. Now, the issue is you're giving me that money. You have not mentioned to me, is it a tax? Is it a levy? Is it a contribution? Jakes, hii ndio kitu sisi wananchi, we are not understanding. And this is what the judges and also the legal researchers, they were told to define and expound what is a levy, what is a contribution, and what is a tax. So none of it haijaangalia, because hata ukiona housing bill, I'll share with you, the housing bill, it is not defining that this thing is a levy. Remember, levy ni ile unajitolea. Lakini ni government, it's putting safely. Contribution ni we ujitolee na useme taki nyumba Nairobi, I want a house in Kisumu. A tax, it is a compulsory thing which you have to be deducted in your salary. But remember, if that tax is being taxed with you, you not have a guarantee to have that house. That means unajaribu kulipia mtu mwingine who is lazy apate nyumba wa haukui na priorities. You get what I'm saying? Remember the time of Uhuru when they did the Boma Yetu. The thing is, Uhuru never made anyone to be. It was not meant to be compulsory. It was an idea, a pilot idea. Wanted to run for 10 years to see how are we able to improve the housing for Kenyans. But now for Ruto, when he came in, he told, no, you do this, you get people, especially like salaried people, kata hiyo pesa, ndio tujenge manyumba. Remember, my tax inatakiwa to serve me as a citizen. I need good roads, Danny Jakes. I want hospitals to have doctors who are not sick. I want a hospital, iko na maji, iko na madawa, and I want end of the day, when my social security, which is NHIF, that it is also guaranteeing me that I'm getting good health. Another thing, I need delivery. If Huduma Center, I want my license. Sitaki kuambia nirudi next week ama ngoja kesho. I want it instant. I want a passport. I don't need and wait for 3 to 4 months. I want instant. That's why we say this is that your tax, what you're paying, that is the service delivery the government they should make sure that you get it. You see, like right now, housing fund enye Uhuru alikuwa ameweka, no one was pushed. The people were like, wacha niende nijaribu nione the way it is working. Remember those people when walikuwa wameingia kwa hiyo housing fund in that pilot project, yes, they gained, but the such is Jakes, mabwanyanye walinunua hiyo nyumba, they are renting out for 40,000 to 50,000. But the good thing about whatever, no one was forced. Ni wewe mwenyewe, because you see, we have so many ministries. We have NHC. NHC watakwambia, we have houses in Rongai, we have houses in Nakuru. Are you interested? They give you a period of enda ukusanye hii pesa, ile nyumba yenye unataka, get a bank to help you finance this house. Then you get the house end of the day. Then that it is you're qualified to be the beneficial owner. But now here a housing fund, nilikuwa nimeambia mtu, sawa utapata hiyo nyumba, but are you going to get the section or title which has your full names, and you're not having that section or title, isikuwe like one day in 10 years unafukuzwa. You see, that is the thing, the nini, what we were asking as LSK, because the government never came out clear. Then you cannot fault, people are saying that here, we cannot fault the government. Yes, the problem who you're going to fault, it is that MP mwenye alisema yes. Don't fault Ruto. I think alikuwa anaambiwa hapana, tuchukue hii pesa. Wewe fanya kenye unafanya. Jakes, I kept on telling you people, wewe mkiona mzalendo, hizo nyumba zenye mko nazo, I am telling you, out of the 14 million Kenyans who are employed and unemployed, none of them are going to qualify to get houses. This is the issue I've been telling you. Also, they went and did groundwork. You remember, kuko na watu wanaitangwa watu wanafanya survey. Don't you think even the court walienda kuangalia ituma mtu, maybe incognito, go and check how this thing is working. Then, koti maybe imetuma mtu Kisumu. Maybe koti imetuma wapi. And remember, all this report inakuwa consolidated. So once the court, they are saying, hey, everything is negative here, everybody is asking questions which cannot be answered. Remember, the time hii kitu ilikuwa imewekwa, holding. Tukaambiwa they need to be deducted, but they deducted that amount of money.
All right.
It came, deducted that money. Now, coming 2 days ago, tukaambiwa ile pesa every employer mwenye alikatwa and every employee, hiyo pesa ikuwe refunded. But now the court did not tell how this money is going to be refunded. Remember, hii pesa ikikatwa inakatwa. So now we are asking, is it going to be a relief from our tax when we are doing our tax return on June? Or how are they planning to do that refund? Are they able to give an amnesty mtu wowote akikuwa na ni kwa relief yake ama hakuwa amejaribu kufanya return? Pesa irudishwe. Remember, the government can return that money. It is either the relief tax or else all those houses zenye wameshajenga huko, they need to give priority mtu mwenye ako interested anunue like not more than 2 units. Now, Jakes, if our own MPs walikimbiza hiyo nini bill isainiwe na Ruto saa 12 asubuhi, I understand. Ruto never thought. And the Kemani, by the way, the Kemani team, they're the ones who misled Ruto on this thing. One thing, I made this man to sit down, ajaribu kusoma, because I know he has his own legal team kwa team yake. But 99%, Jakes, everybody was against it. Why was it that the government decided you are going to pay, whether you like it or not? Remember, I told you, this was the fight between the David and the Goliath. Sasa now David sling yake imekuwa. Now the thing is, it is Ruto how to tell us how is planning to kuendelea kutengeneza hizo nyumba.
Okay.
Kama ataziwacha elephant project, it is okay. Wacha acha white elephant projects. Lakini he has to make sure the land enye alienda aka-acquire without the knowledge of wananchi, or the land enye alienda akabomolea watu, he needs to compensate those people.
All right. I'll be coming back to you in just one bit. I see Nyagaka is joining us, and pia wengi ambao wana participate kwa comment section. Peter Shikuku, I see your sentiments, and many ambao mna participate. Like hii video and equally subscribe to Afrique 24. Before I come to Nyagaka, there's a question I think I wanted to pose to you, Stella. But before I do that, let's listen into what Atwoli is asking. And I equally pose that question. What is the role of our Attorney General? How comes the government is losing almost all the cases brought before the House, or rather before court? Because by the end of the day, is the president acting without even consulting even his legal team? Because most of these things, it's a legal question. And when a matter is termed null and void unconstitutional, it means someone who has been vested that role to help the president, the legal advice of the president, the attorney general, kazi yake ni gani? Because if anafanya kesi kibao, I don't think government win any case anytime hivi majuzi, apart from the financial bill ambayo will win part of it na ikafail the other part, that is the housing levy. I don't know what our attorney general is doing, but let's listen to Atwoli, and then we will be back.
Francis Atwoli has criticized the Office of the Attorney General, attributing the government's failure to implement promises to inadequate advice given to President William Ruto. Speaking in Matayos Busia County, Atwoli cited instances where the government has faced setbacks in the courts, notably the affordable housing project.
Ofisi ya Attorney General, mimi nataka kusema hapa sasa, na grupu yake yote na all legal government advisors, wanataka wa advise government. Tusiona hii mfurutano ya kotini na president, mara hii imetolewa na koti, mara hii koti imepinga hii, mara mambo haya yamefanyika. Kabla hayo maneno yajafanyika, government must be properly advised by the Office of Attorney General.
All right. Stella, what do you make of our Attorney General? Because as much as I agree with you, the Kemani Shungwa and Kemani Kuria Wamolo, they ought to have done proper work so as to avoid all these loopholes in what they prepared as a bill that was signed by the president. But equally, what's the role of the attorney general in this? Because he is the legal advisor, and equally he is the one who represents the president in court. What do you make of him?
He's a flower girl. Let me ask you. Siko ubaya. Someone like Justin Mutu. Remember this guy was a former judge. You remember the time there was that scandal of the grad regency, alienda akapewa pesa huko chini yao, Hilton na briefcase. Now, it is so surprisingly, since he was a judge and also he's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, he would sit down and see laws what is happening in that office of the Attorney General. In fact, the Attorney General should be the savior of the government. But he wants just to have that the government is being whipped or being whipped. Okay, me, I'm not going to judge. Or he went and told the president, you cannot do this because if you do this is a constitution. Remember, state law office, all of them, they are lawyers. They are people who do the legal drafting. So whatever passes in parliament, the legal drafting has to be done by the state law office. Correct. So now, maybe this guy told the president, you know, I'm trying to see both sides of the coin. If you have another president with an aggressive government, the president will believe his advisors other than the AG. Remember, AG alikuwa amemwambia, if you go like this, you're going to see the wrath of the people of Kenya. But maybe he tried. Then you know what he said? Me, Kenya watafanya wafanye. Me, I'm just laid back. This is the issue. Government flaws. The problem is, you see, the attorney general, remember, the person kama, he's the one who is in the second in command. Leave Gachagua and what? Because he's the one who is trying to make sure that anything that what is passed in parliament, it is something of sound mind that people are not having in the need. They are not having issue of sickness or whatever, passing laws. Now, if you see like, Ruto has his advisor akina Sudi or whoever mwambia hiyo hakuna kitu tafanya sijui nini. Remember Ruto go back to the age amwambia enyewe uliniangusha brother. Atamwambia hapana brother, nilikuandikia proposal na nikakutumia makaratasi nikakuambia hivi. Either someone in state house hid those under the desk or maybe decided not to give the president because he was threatened. That's why you're seeing this government from every decision they are making, everything is being whatever by the court. Court inawaambia hapana, hatuwezi. You've not followed the letter of the constitution because you're breaking the constitution, and this constitution is comfort, is for the Kenyans. So you have to see if you have an aggressive government and an adamant president who does not want to hear. This guy will be like, I'm here for 5 years. When he's done, me, I'll just pack my things and go. Because you cannot jail an attorney general. You cannot fault an attorney general. Because if they come up with a defense. Because the last time when he imekuwa halted, wakaambiwa until the matter is determined, state law office never made any submissions on this ruling hapa. So that is a lot of absenteeism. Jake, remember there's another time nilikuwa nimekwambia the judiciary cannot do without DPP. They cannot do without the EAC. They cannot do about this.
Yes.
All of them go hand in hand. So even the state law office, even the lawyers, they're like, me, I'm not ready to spoil my work. Or maybe when I want to be appointed as a judge, I use this precedent. Kuulizo, you are in the state law office. Na kulikuwa na history ya housing fund. What was the issue? Kuoneshana that this fund ilikuwa lazima ikuwe na nini watu wakuwa wakitoza ushuru. You don't have an answer. Are you qualified to have that job? You're not ready for the job. But I see for Justin Muturi, to me, I think I should see two sides of the coin. Either he was threatened, or maybe there was an adamant government, an adamant president with aggressive government because of his advice. Unajua, Jakes, if you know you're coming to me as a client and I'm your lawyer, you're not supposed to teach me. I'm the one who's supposed to tell you what your implication unaweza problems, or how I can save you not to be in trouble with the law. And this is the thing. The Kemani Kuria Committee, right now, they're answerable. And this is what I'm saying. Let's not celebrate hiyo ni ruling. Bado agenda, Court of Appeal. So Court of Appeal hapo ndo kutakuwa moto. Unaona hiyo list yenye iko hapo? Yenye nimekupatia, there will be more than 1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because ninaona the respondents were quite a number. All right. Before I even bring Boro, and I'll be coming to you, Stella, because I even have a question in the Turmoil inbox during the week, and it's a legal question pertaining to what can be done in as far as the contract that William Ruto has with the people of Kenya. I'll be coming to you with that question. It's a detailed one. I'll try to break it down. I equally have Jeffrey Mboro with me, but before even I bring Mboro,
Upande wa manyumba. Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa?
All right, Nani Anakwao. Yes, Bwana Mboro, how are you? Sorry for that. It was just a short break I was having here. Hope you are well. What do you make of the court ruling yesterday, stopping most of the government's projects? Mboro Jeff, are you with me?
Yes, how are you, Jakes?
I'm fantastic. Hope you're well.
I am doing well. And Stella, how are you? Is she still in the show?
She is. Yeah, she is. She is in the show. Ojo mezima kamera mjioni, but nyote mko. Yes, Stella, she is in the show. Stella wasalamiwa na Mburu.
Mesalimika. Na kwa mimi
Stella nadai yako na homa kwa tent,
Pore.
All right. Yes, Bwana Mboro, karibu sana kwa show.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jakes, and thank you for the good work. We are enjoying the show. We are enjoying to be informed and also to see what is happening in the nation of Kenya. The most interesting bit is that Kenyans love their politics. Kenyans follow every detail of what is happening, and especially in the era of the social media. That's very important, and that's very good. Now, what I can say about the ruling that happened, I don't know where that echo is coming from, whether it's on my side. I feel interrupted.
Sorry. I've dealt with it. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I can say about the ruling, for me, I normally say that absolute power corrupts absolutely. I don't see any problem with the ruling of the judiciary because it is the prerogative of the judiciary to interpret the laws that we make, to see that they are in line with the Constitution. Therefore, it is nothing strange because that is the work of the judiciary. The judiciary has the power to check the executives so that they don't do things outside the what is stipulated by the Constitution, to prevent even the what we can call draconian laws. So at the end of the day, the judiciary, executive, and the legislatures, they serve the same purpose, is to see that the people of Kenya get services and to ensure that those services are delivered following the stipulated procedures. So, and we also say that in the law there is always a lacuna. There is a lacuna is like there is that interpretation that can be given to different scenarios. So in this one, I haven't followed like in details, but if the court has said and has said it again that the procedure has not been followed, I think instead of having this loggerhead with the judiciary, What the president is supposed to do is retreat with his team, with his legal team, and they just put things in the right perspective. Check where they have gone wrong, what is the court saying, after they have rectified and after they have followed the due process. Because the idea of affordable housing is a noble, noble idea that you see Kenya transformed. But if there is a problem with the law, then or the procedure which they are following, it's I can say as a supporter, because I would like to see my government perform. What I can advise the president that a wise person changes his mind. And the best thing he can do is retreat. And instead of fighting with the judiciary, retreat, go check what is the ruling of the judiciary. What is it that we are supposed to do as executive, so that we are not seen as to be having this kind of strain with the judiciary. Because at the end of the day, who will suffer? Is it the judiciary? Is it Mother Koome? Is it William Ruto? No. It is us, the people of Kenya. So nobody should celebrate when these bills are shut down or are put down by the judiciary. We as Kenyans, we are still paying those judges. We are still paying the president and his team and the members of parliament. We start to suffer. So if there is anything to be ironed out, should be ironed out. If there is politics in the judiciaries, that should be stopped. If there is any kind of dictatorial or not following the procedure from the executive, that should stop. At the end of the day, what we want as Kenyans is to see development, is to see that we are getting the right services. That is the bottom. That is the bottom line. And also, let nobody say that the executive cannot make mistake knowingly. It happens. Even the attorney general is not an angel. Is not even God. Even a lawyer does not know everything. People make mistakes. Even the attorney general, maybe he didn't expect that things would go that way. The fact that you have advisors does not mean that they have to be right 100%. So a wise person can humble himself and say, okay, this is the ruling of the judiciary. I accept it. Let me sit down with my teams and we start from square one. Instead of a lot of fights. But also remember, we have levels in the judiciary. That is just one level. They haven't gone up to the Supreme Court because they have. We say that you should be in a position to prove beyond reasonable doubt. So the court also should be very careful. If there is, I'm just trying to balance. I know there is a lot of dirty politics that happens in the nation of Kenya, and I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that the court has entered into that. But in the case that the court is being used in any way to derail the projects of the government, for me, I would say it is it can be very, very unfortunate. And the court should not be used to stop the projects of the executive, because we started to suffer if that is the case. But I don't want to think that is the case. That is what I can say.
All right. Beautiful. I'll be coming to you and equally Stella because of what you have said. That is quite interesting. I wanted to go to True TV, but he seems to have dropped out. But let me come to you, Mboro. Let me first begin with you before I go to Stella. When you look at you rightfully say that no one can't make a mistake. But when you look at the number of cases that the government has lost, it's not one. We are talking of several. In 1 year, the president has lost close to 6 cases, major cases, including the deployment of our police to Haiti. And if I can read for you, the government to challenge, of course, the verdict regarding the police officers' deployment in Haiti. That's what the government spokesperson, Bwana Isaac Maora, was raised and said. But that is a matter that the court halted again. the courts halted story nyings, and the government has its advisors, it has its team. Can't there be a way where some matters are properly dealt with mapema before even they go to court, so that the loopholes you're talking about, the lacunas and all, they are well properly dealt with mapema before we go to a court, and the court is able to really pinpoint those loopholes, those nitty gritties that at times we overlook, and eventually they cost the government to lose cases in court. Can't the As much as you call him a human, can there be a way that we look at the law, we look at the processes, we look at the legalities of what we are doing, so that we don't fall in such pitfalls? Because eventually it sends a bad light, it sheds a bad light concerning the government. What would you say, Banamboro?
What I can say is that this is an
Mm-hmm.
ambitious government. An ambitious
Mm-hmm.
government does not fear to take initiatives. What happens
Mm-hmm.
with many people is that
Mm-hmm.
people in leadership are afraid to take hard decisions. The kind of a president that we have, he is an ambitious person. Not right now that he is a president. He has even acquired that position because of his ambitions and his ability to undertake
Mm-hmm.
hard decisions. So when you
Mm-hmm.
have such a person, you
Mm-hmm.
expect to have so many things that he will try to see if they can go through. And
Mm-hmm.
the fact that six major projects or major decisions has been stopped by the court does not mean that it is portraying the government in the bad light. No, it
Mm-hmm.
means the government is trying to do things. And also
Mm-hmm.
our government, because even the judiciary, the problem is
Yeah.
that people think that the judiciary is outside the government, and that is
Mm-hmm.
the mistake. The
Mm-hmm.
judiciary is government. The executive
Mm-hmm.
is government. The
Mm-hmm.
legislatures, that is what we call
Mm-hmm.
government. It is three in
Mm-hmm.
one. So
Mm-hmm.
there is nothing like bad right. No, that is the work of the judiciary. So it means
Mm-hmm.
the president, we have a daring president who is willing to take initiatives.
Mm-hmm.
But now what I say,
Mm-hmm.
when those rulings are
Mm-hmm.
made,
Mm-hmm.
how they gonna respond, that makes all the whole
Mm-hmm.
difference. So if they respond
All
according to
right.
the law and according to the
Mm-hmm.
stipulated procedures, then we will have a
Mm-hmm.
strong government. But anybody telling the government or the president that he should ignore those court orders, for me, as a
Mm-hmm.
supporter of the Kenya Kwanza government, I cannot
Mm-hmm.
support such a person. What I can tell
All right.
the president, please
Mm-hmm.
follow the court's ruling. And if
Mm-hmm.
you have a grievance, use the stipulated procedures to solve them,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because we don't
But now,
want, yes.
there's a quote equally from the president, and he said something interesting, and I have it in form of a photo, but equally I have it in form of a video. But let's read it together so that you can understand some of the things I'm about to ask. The president said this yesterday, that the will of the people is the will of God. Kenyans are the ultimate decision maker. I have enough authority from them to continue with the housing project. Now, the court has already given a ruling on this. The president seems to defy that order. I know you say that as much as he is aggressive and really a very hardworking president and all, but with such a statement, is he not creating some degree of anarchy where when you defy court orders, what will mwananchi do eventually? Si hata yeye ataanza kukataa court
You
orders.
see,
If,
you see, I see that statement there, where he said the will of the people is the will of God. Kenyans,
Mhm.
they are the ultimate decision makers. Yes, it
Correct.
is the will, it is also the will of Kenyans to have a constitution. And in that
Mhm.
constitution,
Correct.
which was passed through the will of Kenyans, in that constitution, we
Mhm.
have the judiciary. The same constitution is
Mhm.
what has given
Mhm.
the president the power to be the
Mhm.
president. So he cannot
Correct.
say that there is will of the people outside the
Mhm.
constitution,
Correct.
because the the judiciary, the judges are acting on behalf of who? Of the people. So
correct.
that statement is an ambiguous statement subject to interpretation. So for me, I would say, and I would continue to say, the president and any other person must follow the court ruling because that is the only way we can have a strong nation. But anybody thinking that he has absolute power, I would say it is totally wrong. I cannot support that. And even those leaders that are telling the president to do so, they are taking us back because tomorrow we'll have another president who will say Uhuru Kenyatta never followed the court orders. William Ruto never followed the court orders. The third one who will come after them will even be worse because there is what we call precedents. We are setting precedents of undermining the courts. That
All
does
right.
not mean that the judges are right. They might be wrong, but
All
we
right.
have stipulated procedures to rectify the judges
Okay.
when they go wrong.
All right. Before I have Stella, I want to bring in Bwana True TV. Now, True TV, I don't know what you make of yesterday's ruling and equally of the president's reaction to the same ruling.
Thank you, Jax. Good evening.
Good evening to you, sir.
Mburu,
Yes, sir. How are you?
and Stella. I think you're having a good debate, and you are not missing the point. The thing is that the government made a mistake. They were too fast in implementing the housing program. Is there a need for housing in Kenya? Yes, there's a need
Yes.
for housing. Is there a need to follow the law as required by our constitution? That is what was interpreted by the courts. Is the government adamant to follow the court ruling? No, because I believe the legal team, including the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, who is the chief government advisor in matters of law, will advise the president on the next step. If that one fails, then the president has got control in parliament. We are going to witness a lot of jostling in this issue, but ultimately the government is going to win. And the people who are pro the housing projects are going to get what they need. Now, I always say one thing. We taxpayers on the Republic of Kenya are paying taxes, are paying mortgages for our parliamentarians, our MCAs, our senators. The same senators, the same public is not questioning why we are giving our legislators free houses with our money, yet they are earning a salary and they can't get a mortgage of their own. But how many Kenyans, honestly, including you, Jakes, and so many other people, can afford a mortgage in Kenya today? Let us address the issue of mortgage and the cost of mortgage. And if affordable housing is a solution, if the mortgage is at 18% in Kenya and the president is offering something that is at 0.5%, maybe 9%, then that is a good deal. Not majority of civil servants cannot afford a decent house. I ask those who are against these housing projects to have a night in Kibera slums, to have just a night and take a cold shower in the morning in my bathroom in Kibera, and we have a meal and use my toilet in Kibera for a week. If you will tell me that this man is living in a comfort zone, the answer is none of the legislators, none of the people who are commenting, even on the comment section, can live a day in Kibera. They can never live a day in Madare. They can never use a flying toilet. Even back in their village, they can't. They cannot. But now, the issue of housing was informed by statistics. I have seen on Twitter people like Sifuna, the Secretary General. I've seen Sifuna, the Secretary General of ODM, saying that Kibaki and Raila never used taxpayers' money to build. They never used taxpayers. Did he say they never used taxpayers? He was trying.
It is there on the screen.
Read it for me.
Oh, he's saying that Kibaki and Raila built most of it. That is the houses, not all the. Of course, here he was talking about the roads. Sorry, these are different matter, but it was on the same breath where he was talking about houses. But here he was equally referring to the roads, where they are saying there will be a toll station for major highways. So he was saying that when you drive on roads, you will see signs.
Sifuna did a Twitter this morning regarding those houses.
Yeah.
Kibaki's government never built the houses using taxpayers' money. What he didn't tell the public is that UN Habitat, you don't have the money to build houses. We don't have the money to build affordable housing. We cannot afford to build those houses. It has either we either pool resources like Uhuru did, and what Ruto is doing is a bigger project. We don't have that luck yet. We don't have that kind of money. Either we have development partners coming in to give us money, which is on loan, and we pay for it. But now this is what is good about what Ruto is doing. We are pulling the resources together and building our own houses. We are not borrowing money from anywhere or the UN or the World Bank to build houses. We are doing it on our own. So that is something that should be addressed. This is something that should be addressed by each and every Kenyan, and especially those who cannot afford a mortgage. They have got no reason to doubt every time that they don't need houses, yet they're paying a rent of 45,000 or 30,000 and plus. Look at the housing. Look at the projects that are in Park Road. Makangas are owning those houses. Some of them have rented those houses. CBK workmen, I understand, are landlords. And then somebody tells you, do you need housing or food on the table? The answer is that house provides for you food each and every day, because if you rent it out, you get an income. And then the mortgage that you pay for that house is only 15,000 or 10,000 every month or 12. Where will you get a house in Nairobi today that is decent, that you pay 15,000? Tell me exactly where, so that we can go, all of us, and say this project for William Ruto indeed is a useless project. The answer is no. It is that we are being taken in an election mode, so that some political mileage can be gained through this housing project. But the housing project has got its pros. It might have been started in a wrong footing, but the good outweighs the bad. Thank you very much.
I see Stella is really ready to to respond. Yes, Stella.
The first thing you asked tomorrow was what happens if the government makes a mistake. Now, Jakes, that's why we have some people called the state law office, who they advise the AG. The AG is the advocate to the government. And this is what I'm saying. Ukiangalia ruling, if you have 52 prayers and all of them have gone against the government, that means someone didn't do their homework. So the thing, they have to go back to the drawing board, because now this is a ruling. They'll have to go now to the Court of Appeal. And still, on the Court of Appeal, you cannot amend what is in the ruling. So you go back, you check what flaws or what mistakes the judge had missed. That's why the ruling was, it outweighed the government. So that's another story of another day. Let's just wait for the 45 days. If they are going to appeal, then we can see what will happen with the final decision of the Supreme Court. But highly likely, I know maybe we can go the way the government wants, but the big chunk, it will be like, it will be thrown out again. Because the thing is, everything, if you see there, all the parameters of the constitution, the government failed to meet the threshold.
Okay.
Then the other thing, what Mboro was saying was about the, I was writing somewhere. Okay, now another thing, my issue here, Jakes, is why the president is still going on a campaign mode. This guy should sit down and work. I don't understand. You're going to Meru, you're try to play God, you are going to a campaign mode. If you can go against the word of the judiciary, that means you're going to put the country in trouble. Remember, we have not refused that the houses can be built. How they are going to pull funds to build those houses, they'll have to sort them out, because they cannot go back again to our pay slips. You see the decision they said that they are deducted since August till the March of till January. So now they're going to deduct up to January. So from August to now, to up to date, they are meant to refund that money. So now it is the president to know how he's going to do. He'd rather apologize to the Kenyans, and that money, which he collected more than 200 billion, it can be written off. Or KRA, the taxman, refunds that money from our relief.
Okay.
So that when you're doing returns, you're on zero mode. There's no need of having whatever. It is another story, a financial person who can able to explain. But the issue is, we have a reluctant president who does not want to listen. Not to hear, but what to listen. Because if he knew that, if he got his people who advised them, like someone like Devin D, who made even the country to almost go into a debt, not a debt. He also made the government to be uncomfortable with other, because at a side, that's what I'm trying to say. Let me put it in a way. Kenya has become an enemy of each and every neighbor of it, from Somalia, from Uganda. You remember Uganda, the G2G. Then we have trade wars with Tanzania. Then we have Congo war with Kenyans and Congo. Then we still have the issue with the Somali issue, because he wants to support the person who is running on the Somali. Yani it's another international relation issue which I cannot get. So that means someone like Ndui, who threw that country to the dogs, and yet he's the same person who was suspended by Kagame. Ruto could have fired this person from day one, when he made the mistake from the first time when he did the national, whatever he was saying, the way that we have improved. People are, the shilling is not suffering. Even trade wars, people cannot even import. There is no dollar reserve. People are trying to hold dollars in Uganda. You want to buy things, you're trying to hold dollars in Tanzania, so that you're thinking, it is a lot of business. The business environment is volatile. You cannot overtax the government, and you cannot overtax the people to feed your hungry people and to feed German people who go in wanton waste. If you have someone of the controller of who says that we are losing almost 70 million in one day, calculate that in a week, then you go for 1 month. Takes hiyo pesa ilikuwa ishatengeneza express highway mpaka Busia. But no one wants to take accountability. And this government of KK, they should take accountability of wanton loss, and also the depreciating of our economy. Right now, the dollar to the shilling to the dollar, it is almost going to 162, 165. The exchange rate is it's unaffordable. You buy for 200 shillings. So what is happening to people like manufacturers and importers? They decide they would rather go and do business in what do you call, in Uganda, or do business in Tanzania. So you're able to do the intertrade so that you're trying to save a coin. Because if you're trying to do business, like right now you go to the central bank, you need like $4,000 to import something. You're being told by the central bank, or maybe your bank, your own local bank, there's a shortage of dollars, maybe you come next week. Don't you think zile vitu ziko kwa port zitakuwa zimekuja zimeongeza damage? You know, people should understand where we are going. This president has messed up. This president, the thing is what he has to do. He has to sit down and he starts with his own people from the CSs, from the PSs, from the director generals who are called the DG. You need to fire them. The last time I saw that he started putting shivers, he told some and CSs and PSs to give a report what they have achieved by the time the KK came in. Everything was negative. Negative. Right now, the crucial Jakes, let's talk about the housing. Now let's go to the health sector. This thing is parallel. Jakes, you cannot go to hospital like upeta dialysis. You are forced to go and buy medicine. Or maybe a doctor who is doing a dialysis, he'll tell you, don't come to Kenyatta, there is no drugs. I can refer you to another hospital where I'm also a resident doctor, so that they are able to cool. I'm telling you, that is corruption. A whole national of Kenyatta National Hospital, you cannot use your NHIF card because they were transitioning NHIF to SHIF. Now, if you can ask even the guys who this platform, mtu mwenye amelipa NHIF kuanzia last month, that was December, November, if ile pesa enye walilipa kama imesha reflect, ija reflect. Every time you call NHIF, you ask them, I paid this amount of money, how come I'm not seeing I cannot see the reflection of the amount which is paid? I go to my NHIF app, it's still showing me that I'm still owing. So that means I am at risk. If I get sick, I cannot be admitted. But now what are you being told? That NHIF right now is a defunct. So what is there which is practicing is SHIF. Now SHIF, they are told by the because the government warned about SHIF. They were told that that they are able to transition from NHIF. Remember, Jakes, the data in the economic patient, the data of a Kenyan mwenye applied from whatever, it is being compromised in an because your ID is your chief. I mean, it is your NHIF. Remember, they have your phone number and they have your email address. Jakes, you are also compromised because your data, it is going to be compromised. Itumio mali pengine. The office of the official data protection, they are not trying to they are not protecting us, because for one, NHIF wameambia they transition, either kuna mtu amekataa kupeana information of all those people who are members of NHIF. That means yes, everybody who is going to get sick atatumia NHIF na umeshinda you get. So you see, even this thing for NHIF and SHIF was a bad idea, because even the time they were transitioning to SHIF, they never did a public participation, because if they say they did a public participation by law, it has to show which counties did they go, and it's supposed to be published in the newspaper for 1 week. That is by law. They have to show which counties they went, who took the public participation. They need to know who were there, because you cannot just sign your name and you cannot just put your ID. They will need even to get information. When was the last time? It's like census. When was the last time you used your NHIF card, and how much was deducted? The last time when we spoke here, there's someone there was an issue how NHIF, they were like defrauding people. So it is not only the housing fund or SHIF, there are other things, even the road levy. Because people are wondering, why are we paying road levy more, and yet kukona fuel levy? So you ask, what is the work for the fuel levy and what is the work for the road fund? All of it, but easy barabara ziko wapi? Now you see, even EPRA and the ministry and hata wao, their matter was uplifted because they were told they never did a public participation. It is the same road enye Ruto alisema ati there is corrupt judges enye ilikuwa some place in Dononjeru. Never they had their findings. Why you cannot pasisha hiyo barabara hapo ni kwa sababu hiyo mustuni, it is a national resources, and that's where is the gateway of the many wild animals. That means if you interrupt that habitat, there will be no, yani it is an environmental matter which is under environmental court. So you see, even ile pressure enye Ruto alipeana that hiyo barabara itengenezwe whether will they like it or not. Yes, maybe Kenya, they said, will only give priority to these people ndio wajaribu kupatiwa barabara. But now NEMA wanasema you cannot build in that road. You cannot, huwezi kata mustuni upitishe barabara kwa sababu ukipitisha barabara it's like passing through Masai Mara. Remember, you're interfering with the natural resources, which is a river and animal corridor. Now you see, if Ruto will be adamant and does not listen to people, that's why he's losing. If he would sit down, naambia huyu mtu, this is not a good idea. Or if he can afford to pay good lawyers like akina Grand Mula or someone like Gideon Kamaukuria, or get someone like the guy of Mungai, another moment, if you go like this, you're going to be disputed here and here and here. So you have to tread carefully. You see, remember these judges, they also, even they don't want to spoil their credibility.
All right, I'll be coming back to you just now, Stella, with more questions and equally more legal questions to understand more about that. Okay, now I have Ellie equally joining us. Bwana Ellie, how are you? I hope you are well. I know the news from the courts was a good thing to you. I'm sure you really enjoyed the ruling. What do you make of the government losing very strong cases in the housing levy, and now equally that of deployment of Kenya police to Haiti? What do you make of such earth-shaking ruling from the courts?
Jack and everyone, Buru and Stella, thank you. I think it was an overjoyous occasion that they've been given a thump, by the courts that we don't trust anyway. But it was a significant statement that the practices of this legitimate regime is in itself illegal. It's unprecedented. For example, the issue of the police to Haiti. Everyone knows that. It doesn't take rocket science. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that sending the Kenyan police to Haiti was bidding for the United States, and it was nothing to do with how fundamentally professional Kenyan police are, which they're not. So it was a waste of time. The courts did what they had to do and throw that in the bin. I wanted to just challenge Mr. Mburu on one thing. Basically, being evangelical about these kind of issues doesn't serve us well, because not everyone is follows the Bible or the Quran or whichever way you'd like to follow your God. Because when you say things like the will of the people is the will of God, fundamentally what you're saying is that we must understand the context of this discussion based on evangelism, and that's just just something you can prescribe to yourself, but not everyone. Just my apologies for that, because I think it's offensive that people can use their power of religion or spiritualism or anything that is written in the books that they consider very sacred to then subject us to believe that if we challenge what has been done, which is wrong by a government or an officer, a public officer, then we're challenging the rules of Caesar or God. That's backward thinking, and I don't subscribe to that. Sorry, Mburu. There is a moral question to this issue of someone goes out there and and says, "I will do this whether the courts like it or not. I am the leader of the country, and I will do what I want because I've asked people to show their hands to tell me whether they want me to proceed with my, with my, the things that I told Kenyans that I'll do after the elections. If you show your hands up, let me know if you agree with this, and I'll proceed." And then they say yes. Of course, there's people who don't want to say yes, but they're forced to say yes because amongst the crowd, sometimes there are more GSU officers in those crowds than ordinary people, so people are shit scared. In fact, I'm proud of those boys in Meru, the way they openly showed disgust at Mr. Ruto for daily, the way he talks daily down to people with his lies and all those kind of things. Those boys, they did well, and I would applaud them for that. Not because I don't like Ruto or I hate Ruto, but it's because the mischief of how he speaks down to people, like an authority. Because this guy, 1 minute he's an expert in agriculture, the next thing he's a professor of this and that, and he knows everything that he could do to solve the problems of Kenya. There's a thing they call utilitarianism, which the Wazungus thought it was them who founded this philosophy, but Africans have been using it over time as well, where the happiness of the majority is important, So when you are trying to do something and the means to the end is important. So, for example, if you're trying to apply this thing of the housing levy, and you think that it's important because majority of people will benefit from cheaper housing, so that is important. So with the utilitarianism, it means that people will find themselves happy because such a policy brings a positive outcome to them. That's not the case with this conmanship that Ruto is planting in Kenyans. In fact, if you listen very carefully to the fearless Wamushomba, the MP for Githunguri, she's a sterling person. Every politician now in Kenya should think about copying Wamushomba's style. I'm sure she's not doing it for votes or for popularity. But if you listen to that woman, the way she's talking about housing and how governments can improve housing without putting unnecessary taxes that everyone pays for those houses, which they will not benefit from. But she says it in a very, very, comprehensive way that everyone should be listening to what Wamushomba said the other day. She gave an example of what they're doing in Benin, for example, and how they're improving housing even in the villages, rather than telling people, now you can move to the towns or do this or do that. If you don't do this, this is what we're going to do. And that is the problem she has with Mr. Ruto, because one of the things he's doing, he's attacking the citizens by telling them what he's going to do if they don't follow his edict, which is very, very wrong. This is something Kenyans are trying to run away from in the last, say, 20 years, and it's not going to work. In terms of resignations, I see what you put there as a headline of the discussion. This guy, Thabo Mbeki, he resigned as the president of the ANC and South Africa in 2008. Nobody expected it. He was under pressure, Nobody could fill the boots of Mandela. But Thabo Mbeki came in, and there was some scandals. He decided to step down, and he resigned quite honorably, you know. Now, the guy who followed, Jacob Zuma resigned in 2018, right? He had scandals after scandals after scandals, okay? I mean, the Indian, business moguls who were paying into his account nearly 1,000 times, and Jacob Zuma was still holding on to the presidency. He eventually stepped down. He resigned. He offered himself to the ANC and said, I have to go. He ended up being jailed and all that. What is it that Kenyans think that it is so special about Mr. Ruto, or previously Uhuru Kenyatta? You know, all the scandals that Ruto is some kind of, God-given person. You know, this God thing that people keep talking about, like, oh, is a son of God. God has put him there. You know, you're confusing the masses. You know, this man, if there are things that he has done wrong, yeah, they have to be said. When he was involved and his name was forwarded to the ICC, people blamed Judge Philip Waki that he had personal grudge with people like Ruto and Uhuru. Well, what happened, okay? We know what happened to the people, even from different parts of the country, okay? And Ruto apparently now is the person who is heading the country, okay? But people know what happened, okay? And what people say about him in relation to God, in fact, I think, is the worst subjugation of the ordinary peasant to, to any form of kind of, free thought, liberty, and anything else that comes with free thought, because you're being strangulated by this issue of God, that there's a God who has appointed this man into power. You sound like a Republican, you know, the Bible bashers in some parts of America, who actually believe that a president is appointed by God. You know, this is nonsense. You know, people go out there to elect, or the elections are rigged, whichever way. It's nothing to do with God. Come on. So give it a break, and thank you very much.
All right. Yes, Penyagaka.
Hello. Yeah, asante sana. Asante sana Jex, good show. Lakini yangu ni kuinform huyo area ya kwamba Ruto is not a legitimate president. He's a very legitimate.
But you have too many gadgets there. There are two gadgets going on.
Kindly mute your TV. Hello.
Jex, we can't hear anyone. Mr. Nyagaka?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yangu ilikuwa nakwambia Ruto is not a legitimate president. It is a pure president. Now, the people of Asmio are very happy that the court has ruled against the housing levies and the police deployment to the Haiti. The Asmio group are very happy about it. But when in 2-3 weeks, when they rule against anything for the government, the Asmio people will be very, very seriously disappointed. So really, unawambianga all the time, ni kwamba the courts cut both ways. It disappoints Azimio, it disappoints UDA. So let us get used to that. Now, Ya mwisho mheshimiwa Eli ameguzia kwamba the guys from South Africa resigned. Kenya, we are not used to that tradition. If we were, Kenyatta should have resigned. But that's when Kenyatta formed Azimio. They went ahead with Raila Odinga. And you never, ever had any opposition from the members of opposition to the government that ruled us from 2018 to 2022. It was
No. Penny,
when
stop there. Stop there for two. Stop.
No. You're talking forever. Let me finish.
No.
You talk
I need
forever.
to respond.
And whatever you
Wacha
were
kudanganya
saying,
watu hapo.
some of us understood it to be wrong, but we kept quiet. So you have to keep
One
quiet and
person at
take
a
it
time.
when it comes to time. You can say everything that I say. From 2022, 2018 to 2022, Kenyatta and Raila were ruling together. They took the handshake. That's when Kenyatta had the money that he transferred from Kenya to the islands. And he said that when he comes to Kenya, he will explain that. And he copied, and they had Raila follow him. And then you never had anything after that. That's when some of us were prepared to see somebody like Kenyatta resign. But how could he resign when he had co-opted the leader of the opposition to be with him? And then now that Ruto is struggling to put the government together to, yes, build the houses that has controversies, then you want him to resign. Some of us were
Wait.
willing to have
Listen, Bana. There's no houses Ruto is building. These housing projects were started by Uhuru Kenyatta. So stop lying.
No. Yeah, it was Kenyatta's idea, but the implementation of building the houses started with Ruto. Even Raila is the one who brought the guy that came from South Africa. You guy that sweats on TV. It's Raila who brought him from South Africa to implement the housing policy when Kenyatta was in power. But he did not. The only implementation of it or starting it was with Ruto. And that, my friend, you have to understand or you have to think about it. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio inaendelea mpaka sasa. To some of us, then it is for the judiciary to make the clear ruling of how that housing rules have to be implemented. And yes, what the court said about deploying the police in Haiti, we agree with the court. The Kenyan government does not have authority to send the police. Yes, they can send the army or anything, forces like it did to Liberia, to Kosovo, to everywhere before Ruto came to power. But they do not have the power. It is the ruling is how it's written and how it's interpreted. Church has said it very clearly that Kenyan's government does not have the authority to send the police to any country at all. That we agree and accept. And until they change the rule to where that can be, that's when you can be able to send it. But the code is there to really uh, interpret the law, the constitution, and if not, then the legislature is there to set the rule, the laws of the country is governed, so that when the both come together, then the court can decide either way. Hiyo ndio tunakubali, lakini Eric, please don't really use Ruto as an illegitimate government. The government of Ruto is very legitimate, and all the as new people are doing this, I've told you this before, is to criticize. They have no idea of how any government functions. The as new people have no idea how to rule Kenya, how to say this is what we'll do better than the government that is there of Uda. They fall behind anything to criticize it. And that, my friend, Eli, you will not win elections just by criticizing, just by crying. Tell us what you will do better than what is going on today. Thank you, Jake. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema, lakini takuwa hapa
Let me respond to him about this UDA thing he's talking about.
All right. Nyagaka, equally mute your TV because kidogo tu, mute your TV when someone responds while your mic is on, inaleta feedback kidogo kwa studio. Eli
I want to
Eli
give
has a response equally to Stella. The two have a response. Yes, Eli?
Yeah, I want to respond to him very quickly because there's other people who would like to talk there as well. I know that Penny Nyagaka is one of the hardcore members of UDA and Kenya Kwanza, so I totally respect him for that. But what I would like to say is that number one, he mentioned something about Azimio people, or in reference to myself, that we did not oppose Uhuru Kenyatta. We did not demand his resignation. Me, by the way, I have never ever recognized Uhuru Kenyatta as my president. Never, ever. Nothing like that, I never recognized Mwai Kibaki. I only recognized him in the 2002-2007 period of his first term. So these things which I'm saying is about the universal response that people who believe that an election was rigged. It's not about us just opposing for the sake of it. There's an established mode of malpractice that happened, and we've all talked about it here before. Some people have objected to it. Some people say yes, there was a total electoral malpractice. So, in Kenya. So it's not something that I'm going to discuss here with Penny because I know his stance. But to me, an illegitimate person is a person like William Ruto because he did not win the elections. I've given even very, very superficial examples that you can reach very easily, examples that are near you. I've given you an example of the diaspora vote, which was Raila cleaned him out. I mean, he won 11 of the polling stations out of the 12 polling stations around the world because Chebukati was not able to mount a rigging campaign in the diaspora. Never, So that was enough. I mean, people can argue until the cows come home about, diaspora don't have a vote and all this nonsense. But that in itself is one data about the conduct of the elections and the results of the elections. The other things that happened in the ground, I know. So I'm not going to discuss that with you because you will have your point, I'll have mine. We're not going to meet in the middle to agree on a single point. But I want to stress this. This person, right, called William Ruto, is going around the country, literally campaigning with public resources, right? He's standing there like what he did yesterday in Meru and I think today, and he has the guts of insulting young people. He's standing there telling them, the way he was speaking to them was an insulting way of public address, to young people. This man akuna hasira vibaya sana, which I've never seen since the days of Jomo Kenyatta, So, take it or leave it. What people are saying is the man is going to step down. If he's not stepping down, people will remove him. I don't know which way, lakini watamtoa. Yeah, amenyakua parliament, judiciary alikuwa nafikiri amechukua, ndio hao sasa wanambonda. Let me just laugh.
I am sure Mboro will be coming for your jugular just now, but let me pause him for now.
Welcome, Mboro.
Mboro will be coming for your jugular, so please elongate your neck. Yes, Stella.
So I wanted to go against what Nyagaka was saying.
Yeah.
Why he's relenting about this thing of Azimio, Uda, whatever. The issue here we are talking is about the Wanjiko and the president and what is really happening with his matters which are being thrown out of court, or maybe they are not being point. This is not about it, Nene. We have a president who has failed. And we have the president check where is he failing. Is he his government, cabinet, or his advisors? So kuja kutuambia maneno ya UDA na nini hiyo, this is Wanjiko tunaongea saa hii hiyo wakati ya nini. Let's for 2026 we discuss this thing kuja kusema, but anything whatever Ruto has put on it, whatever, everything is going in shambles. From housing hakuna kitu, NHIF hakuna kitu, NSSF hakuna kitu, nini this thing for deploying our police
And
to
people are
Haiti.
resigning.
Yeah, and people are resigning. If you see, there's a lot of populism. Was it last week where they were showing that in the matters of guys working in the public sector, there are only two tribals are there. There's Kikuyu and the Kalenjins, but you see the Kalenjins are more than the Kikuyu. So you see, we are going back the days of nepotism. If you go to, maybe if you want to have a job in maybe in land and you've qualified, first thing they will ask you, the first thing they will have to check, who is the CS? Yes, it is Alice Wahome, fine. Then he gets his few Kikuyus and leave the Luos who are there, or either someone is being transferred to maybe to rural areas. What I'm saying, his government is messed up from his CSs, from his PSs, and also from his advisors. Because let me ask you, Jakes, right now it is so sudden that what parents are going through when watoto wameshamaliza KCSE, no universities. Not I'm saying there are no universities. The threshold yenye watoto walikuwa wanatakiwa kuingia university, the university cannot contain these two. They are larger numbers. You see, even Machogu made even a mess up hata kukiwa na secondary, the JSS matter, then the secondary school issue, then there was the issue of marking of KCSE, and one school was favored, the other was not favored. What I'm trying to say, Jakes, there is a lot of mess. I cannot tell you which Nini has performed. Look at the agriculture. Fine, imekuja imenyesha. Jakes, ado tuwezi nunua nyanya soko. Nyanya moja ni 20 bob. Na ukienda kwa soko nini wanakuambia barabara ni mbaya, mafuta iliongezwa, ama tungenunua. Ingebidi tuende fine nini? As in kuko na brokers wengi. There are very few farmers but very few brokers. Look at the coffee sector now, James. Coffee sector, no farmer is benefiting from that because there are a lot of cartels who are buying coffee under low prices, na yet the farmer amesio shamba mpaka amechoka. End of the day, this guy anangoje bonus yake from 2025. Is that fair, James? That's what the issue of Ruto for his whatever. This is the wrath. Ukichokoza nyuki watakuja wakushambulia. Now the wrath amepata wananchi na wananchi wametetewa na nini na koti. This is now what he's feeling. I saw that clip akibuiwa in Meru. I told people, any of your MP, any of your MCA akuja hapo asimame kwa sunroof ya gari yake kukuambia hot air, you people you need to sit down na mumwambie hakuna kitu umetufanya, umeturamba. Sema Susan Keheka, the time on the bondeni zikaenda kufunga, he was being booed. Why are you going there? To please the people of Nakuru because the president amekuja. Look at now Nakuru, they are fighting for something in Itango hospitali because of a lease and ilikuwa expired for 15 years, which was renewed in Nairobi, not in Nakuru. Initially, the original lease, it is in Nairobi. Now the thing is that Keheka and the team, they are refusing to give out that lease back to the owner of Annex Level 5. Yet unaona Tabitha, the senator, wants to impeach Susan Keheka. Imagine a hospital kuko na watu HDU, ICU, ama mtu wako kwa dialysis, unaona Kanjo anaenda kuplug machine just because amepata instruction. And you're seeing the same governor is the one who is defying court orders. Ikafika Jeka, deputy registrar, that is the second in command of the judge, alienda mpaka na court order hospitali kuambia polisi mtoke hii hospitali, it is back to the owner and wafanyikazi wote mpaka orderlies, they go back to work. Still, it's on deaf ears. It tells you we have an adamant president and a reluctant government. Someone like Susan K, he has to pray that the 12 years and happen, God forbid, he's not going to be charged for humanity. That is humanity, and that is human rights, whatever. That is abuse of human rights. It is almost like terrorism. Unaenda unaua watu hospitali. Hiyo ndio shida enye tuko nayo. And you see, if you see like Ruto sahi amesema na kifua, hizo nyumba tutatengeneza venye tunataka. No problem. Ruto, tengeneza nyumba. Ujue, kwa ile pesa ya ushuru enye muriiba, ndio mtatengeneza nayo nyumba. Because koti imesema musitukate housing fund tena. So if you want to live your white elephant project, you leave it. But remember, the time you're going to be, you step down, or you pray God that you're not going to be impeached. But you're very lucky because the big number in the parliament ni kubwa kuliko opposition. He can be charged, like there was this president alikuanga Yugoslavia, who's called who? I've forgotten his name. He was sued because of humanity abuse. Now they had many whatever. Now this person alijinyonga, a whole president, they was sued by the government, the previous government na wananchi. But huyu alijua alikuwa anaitangwa aje, hebu nitajaribu kugoogle. Yeah, so now nakwambia whatever Ruto anaona, he's feeling the wrath. Mnasikianga watu wanasemanga aje, the wrath of God ikikujaga inakuja namna gani? If you read the Bible. Then another thing, what I wanted to say about Ruto, if he wants to perform like a president and he has to make sure that the government is on his side, he has to listen to the people on the ground. If I was Ruto, I could have fired everyone who's in my orbit, everyone, and get people who are competent. Starting from the AG, he's the one who's making to lose all these matters. Let me ask you, Jakes, unawezaje peleka polisi Haiti na yet in your backyard kuna watu walikuwa nauliwa na bandits, almost 5 families, 6 families, yet bandits ina overpower polisi wetu. They have AK-47, but they are very intelligent kuliko polisi wetu. Polisi wetu ndio wanauliwa na watu wanakaa huko. Yet hata ile proper training, what if you see that money unataka kwenda kupeleka watu Haiti au mapolisi, peleka hiyo pesa kiganjo, ujaribu upgrade the system technology, because right now crime has gone in a way that even intelligence of the government are being defeated. If people back today, even national whatever, they cannot understand how the Al-Qaeda works and how the Al-Shabaab works, why do you think that Kenya will go to Haiti kwenda kupigana with a country and ambaka they didn't have even a government and they had overthrown their overthrown their president? These are gangs are leading the country. He has also to understand policy na jeshi ni different. Remember, jeshi uwezi wa deploy to hivyo because there's some agreement between the UN and there is some agreement with some countries. Like for the UN, AMISOM. From the UN, wakati they had gone to some country in Vietnam and what, there's that agreement. But now, because he wanted to go and increase people to show that Kenya will come and help, what happens? Our policy before they step down, is it going to compensate that family? And this is the issue with and the Ekuru Okot report ilikuwa imeoneshana. Number one, the police who are going to Haiti, these are people who wametoka fresh from Kiganjo, fresh from hata CAP na CBSC, these are fresh from Kiganjo. The Jakes, mtu you pass on, I mean inaita kwa parcel yake umpe rungu na ajui kushika AK-47 ama uzi and these people have inaitangwaje, they have very sophisticated gun, then mtu afike huko, afike Haiti, mpigiwe simu mtu alikufa. The government decides not to fly the body back. The government will not compensate the family. Remember, on your the time when you're passing out, you're almost 23, 26. Ujaoa. Ile pesa yenye inapewa kwa nini family ya benevolent, utaona bibi na watoto wana fight na in-laws. What I'm saying, nani, Kudu Court, when they were doing their research, they saw even a male policeman akitoka, even nini inaitangwaje, akitoka kiganjo anarushwa either traffic ama unarushwa back office ama unaiko driver, but they cannot work under a service delivery ya police because they cannot protect themselves. Even at times hata mental health ya polisi ni mbaya, si kama ya watu wengine, because they are not prepared. What do you see? They put APs kwa government offices as administration police, but GSU wanaweka wakati kuna kuanga na national issues kama inaitagwaje, kama strike ama maybe there's a demonstration. They are there for that. They are there for that. So you're trained that you cannot above. That's what I was saying. If the way it was the one for the Ekuru Okot, why the deployment is ifanywa is because the government has not gone through the legal framework na kupeleka watu. And there's so many questions when they're asking, ukipeleka huyu mtu, are they going to be given a contract or showing that this is what you're going to get and how this is how you're covered? Disability, just in case you come with disability, are you going to be given a disability till your time? You see, the government has no framework. Ni watu tu wanaamkaka tu asubuhi, Jakes ameingia kwa gari, amekunywa chai kwa nini parliament, wakuja waanze kufanya nini, kuongea hotia.
Anyway, shikilia tu hapo kidogo Stella, kidogo tu, I'll be coming back to you. Naona unanisaidia sana, lakini you're helping me get some topics hapa ndani nyingi. I'm all over. I've equally gotten the name of the president you're looking for and many other things to be raised, but I'll be coming to you with that. Allow me to have Mboro kidogo na pia Domi, but Domi ndo hajaongea, so I'll start with Domi kwanza. But equally asante wewe ambaye bado unatutazama na unajiunga nasi na una comment hapo kwa comment section. Thank you very, very much for being part of this great conversation. Domi, how are you? What do you make of yesterday's ruling? It was a landmark ruling that many agreed and many equally disagreed in almost equal measure. Wewe unachukulia yapi yale yaliyojiri jana kotini?
Hey, jambo Mr.
Salama
James.
sana, karibu sana kwa show.
Asante sana. Jambo Mburu, Eli and Stella. Okay, na wengine wenye wako kwa comment section pia nawasalimia. Na okay, with me what I'll be a bit I'll comment it on it here and there, because to me it's a bit complicated the way I view. Before I make a substantive conclusion over the ruling, I'm going to view it in several dimensions. Okay, this is what I feel that is likely to have happened, because I've seen it in several rulings that has been happening in judiciary. Like whoever, several times when somebody rules against the desire of the president, you'll hear immediately somebody is transferred to some other place or interfered with in a way after so many threats from the president. And now after the meeting that these guys had in State House, of which I'll say that not anybody, I think there are very few people that supported that meeting. What are you deciding? What are you meeting on the issues court? If you are going to talk about administrative issues, we would understand. Probably you are going to talk with the president about, okay, we need whatever, this and this as the judiciary. Probably we need to be provided for this and this. You don't understand this. But when it comes to rulings of the court, there is totally nothing that we can discuss with the executive. Now, what are you going to discuss when? How are we going to discuss when somebody like you have been sentenced, you have been given a death sentence? Yeah, somebody's been let's say my brother has been given a death sentence. Should I also go demand the CJ that we are going to have a meeting? No. In the eyes of the judiciary, there is no president, there is no government, there is no individual. Everybody is equal. And there is nothing like sabotaging or whatever about the government policies. There's nothing like that. When a law is said that is unconstitutional, it is unconstitutional and nothing less. It does not matter. We don't debate on that. And people keep bringing up Uhuru's time when talking of when Uhuru was in power, he used to overlook some court rulings. Several times, the court ruled against Uhuru's, against the parliament during Uhuru times. Uhuru did not overlook. Yes, we agree that sometimes he did not honor. He did not honor the court sometimes. But anything about the laws that were being passed in parliament, if the court ruled it out, Uhuru took it back to parliament for it to be discussed. That is what he used to do. He took it back to the parliament, and it was discussed. It was discussed back. So you don't compare the two. What I see here happened is this: when these guys gathered in State House and made their meeting, these other judges sat, probably they felt like, if we are not going to rule it right, the country will be against us. So these guys decided to do the things the right way because they feel that the people will take it like, you people went to State House and you were bribed. Yeah? So they took it on principle. And now it is a setup for the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court will rule otherwise, then people will be against them. Now, there's something that we need to at least Kenyans, at least as Kenyans, let us have some conscience in our debate. Let us not just say Azimio, Azimio, Azimio. You are forgetting that these things are paining Kenyans. It is Kenyans who are suffering. There is nothing like Azimio and UDA on that. And let us also be logical. Let us think logically. Yani unataka kuniambia somebody is waiting for another person to contribute money, another person to contribute his money from his salary, so that Ruto government can get money and extra money, build houses on government land, yeah, and sell it above. Because honestly, what these guys are selling the houses is too expensive, above the market rate. You'll be told those houses are going at with the market rate. They are going at 3 million. The houses are going at 3 million. But the houses that Ruto is selling, he's selling at 4 million. Is it affordable? Is it affordable for a common man? Now, these houses that are being sold now at that amount, they were started during Kenyatta's time. Yeah, it was started during Uhuru Kenyatta's time. How long has the government started deducting? I think it was last year, mwezi wa saba. By that time, these houses were already being built. So you get somebody's project that was being built with government money without any deduction, without any additional deduction. Then you want to sell them at a higher rate. Na sisi wa Kenya, we can be here celebrating that. Tunapigia makofi. Akilia, unajiuliza, really, do we have conscience? Do we really have conscience? We are defending somebody who is oppressing Kenyans. Yeah? Somebody who is defending Kenyans. Who is oppressing Kenyans? Vile tunaongea hivi, there is a trend, there's a video that is trending. Little boys in the street wameshindwa vile wataenda shuleni, and they are primary students, not secondary. Yeah, Kibaki gave us free education for primary. These are primary students who are not able to go to school. As we are talking, we have students who are not going to school because of hike of school fees. I told people here, I told people last time when I was here, the highest amount of idiocy is defending failure. Take it or leave it. That is a fact. Defending failure, celebrating failure. I heard somebody say that if it's not Ruto, then we can't have any other person. Now the question is, if there is nobody that can perform better than Ruto, then I think then the country is doomed. The country is doomed. It is like standing up and saying the whole country does not have anybody taller than 3 feet. And you can hear that. Hey, sisi ni warefu sana. We are very tall because we are 3 feet. And you are standing on the world. Yeah, we are 3 feet tall. And you are celebrating. My friend, you have a problem. That one I can tell you for a fact you have a problem in your head. Kenyans are suffering under Ruto. And tafadhali. You don't create a problem for yourself and blame it on God. God gives leaders. Some leaders are meant to punish you. And as long as you cannot see that it is a problem, he will still give you another leader to punish you. Because you are wrong. God does not punish people because they are well, because they are wrong. Kenyans, we are wrong. We are being punished. If you cannot call this one a punishment, you have a problem. I gave an example here. Coffee. Look at the coffee people as they are now. Wakwaje. People have coffee in their houses. They are not able to sell it. Yeah. Hawajauza. It was the Kenyatta that people are complaining about. Oh, Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta ni mbaya, Uhuru Kenyatta ni mbaya. They were selling coffee at 120. Right now, how much are they selling? People are crying. Macadamia. Look at tea. Yeah. Is that what we are celebrating? And is that a person to be defended? Really? Do we really have a conscience? You know, the problem with the Kenyans, we have taken Ruto to be us, like a small god. Yeah. Don't touch. Musiguse. He's been taken like a small god. Musiguse, don't touch. My friend, look here. Even Ahab, the wife of Ahab, was killed when he was wrong. Yeah. People killed him, killed her. The whole queen was killed. God was against Ahab and he set him up for death. So don't tell us that when somebody's in power, he's so great, he's everything. What about this Bongo? Bongo was overturned. Yeah, we are having better leadership than Bongo, and we have seen one election or legitimate whatever. Bongo ndio huyo alikuwa ameiba and he had only 10%. He had only 10%. And to be evident, he was wasting the nation, selling uranium. Was he the one who was selling uranium at 80 cents when it was going when it's supposed to go at $200, $200 euros or whatever? My friend, that is the most stupid thing that is happening in Africa. We celebrate failure. Until we get that out of our mentality, we will not grow. Stop celebrating failure. Call it as it is. Ruto should be called out as he is. When he's wrong, he's wrong. And until that day we are responsible enough as citizens, responsible. And I'm repeating the word responsible. If you are responsible, you don't see a waste and support it. Or you don't see a waste and keep quiet. Speak it. Sisi mababa zetu walikuwa unafanya ujinga wanakuambia they just kick you around. They tell you you're wrong. Hata unatoka huko however big you are, you come home, you are beaten. Unachapa marungu. Na nakwambia ukitaka sasa tutapigana. When you are wrong, you are wrong. The nation is getting people who are fake because we defend mediocrity. We cannot get good leaders because we defend mediocrity. Tuachane nayo bwana. And stop referring every time to Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is in retire. he did far better. Hiyo wakati shilingi haiko inaanguka haraka hiyo. Vile tunaongea hivi every day there is a difference. A fall of a shilling. There is somebody who was saying that you cannot an economy cannot be run on propaganda, because the exchange rate will prove you wrong. Ruto is singing here all the time. Anatuimbia hapa vile economy inafanya vizuri. Yet the exchange rate is terrible. Sasa tukubali tukatae. Let us take a step of saving our nation. Because I can tell you, if you don't do that, mutayokotea uko chini, and you'll have a very hard time to restore it. Our children, they will one day ask, Jex, watoto wako watakuuliza, Daddy, wakati economy ilikuwa inaanguka mulikuwa wapi? Probably this video will be there, and they will watch, and they will see Dominic was defending what is wrong. They will hear Dominic was defending Ruto when Ruto was wrong. Wakati alikuwa anaangusha economy, tulikuwa tunamtetea. They will see you as a fool. Tafadhali, wakati tunakuja kudiscuss, let us have some conscience. Look at the suffering in Kenya. Tunaongea hivi, Ruto anatuambia, he's telling us that the shilling, the maize is cheap. It was only last month. Last month it was maize was going at 140 something. Right now, unga imepanda is 170 something now. Check in the shops. It's going to 170 something. Next month it will be in 200. Courtesy of the same month. Guys.
All right. Clear up. Now, Mboro, you have several necks to go after. I don't know which one you'll start with, because Ellie gave you an attack, and Domi has given you several necks. Now, I invite you to go ahead.
Yes, Jakes. It's good that you discovered Eri decided he don't want peace, he wants violence. But today I want to be a good guy. I don't want fights. I don't want war. But it could have just been fair for you to ask him, maybe when you give him a chance, you tell him to withdraw his statement because he went ahead to become somehow abusive when he said that my statement was backward. And if I am to respond to what he was talking to, was out
what
of
you do, you bring it forward.
Let me go forward. Let me go ahead, Jakes. What he was responding to was not the statement that I made. It was out of context. So the moment you decide you are going to respond to somebody, make sure you are keen to understand the context under which the statement has been made. And it's always also good to use good language, because we are in the show, we are in the media. So words like stupid, people being stupid, nonsense, and backward should not be appearing when we are making gentlemen's and ladies discussion. Having said that, I have discovered that some of the Azimio supporters are already healed, because it's over an year from the time we went to the elections in Kenya. Some of them have healed. But others,
Mburu, hiyo bwana, hakuna kitu kama healing. Hatuendi mbele.
Others,
Wacha uchokozi, hizo magodi zako hizo, wacha uchokozi ati huge.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Can you mute these people? Because you know, Jakes, I have.
The fact that you're a pastor doesn't give you the leeway to speak the way you want. You are not an authority. You are moral authority.
Don't be afraid, eh? You are four. You are three of you. I am just alone here supporting Kenya Kwanza. So don't be afraid. I'll give you time. You're gonna say what you have. So I have an advantage of a little bit of psychology. After the laws, people go through the process of denial, and it's only good. And this one will help you, the people I have here, because I have listened to Domi, I've listened to Stella when they are making statements. I hear a lot of bitterness. The only person who is a little bit healed or is Eri. No, anyway.
No, Nani, hiyo story ya bitterness, wachana nayo, because you see, it is about the pain of people. It's about Kenyans who are suffering. If you are a pastor, you should have conscience. That is what we are appealing on you. You should have conscience.
I want to help you. You people, you can't keep quiet just for a minute. I've been quiet. I've been quiet for more than 1 hour listening to you. Mkubali niwachokoze kidogo. Mkubali tafadhali niongee. So this is what I was saying anyway. When I listen to your sentiments and your extreme way of viewing issues, for me, I see people who are still on denial of the fact that we already have a government in place. What can help you, good people, is to accept the situation that we have a government. That government is the government of Kenya, not government of UDA government. The moment you accept the situation, you are able to see things in the right perspective. Right now, no matter what the government of President William Ruto does, if you are in that situation of denial, you never see it. And that is why you always see negativity. You always be extreme. I have heard people here trying to tell us the president who was shot, I don't know who was killed. That is very extreme. We shouldn't even go there. It shows that there is a problem. There is a problem of patriotism. There is a problem of loyalty to your nation and to your government. If you can have such kind of level of extremism, to me that
patriotism is not stealing elections. That's patriotism, okay?
That is the extreme end of seeing things. So having said that, I want to tackle something that Stella mentioned about the dollar. Sometimes we even give examples that cannot be the right examples to give, saying that the investors are likely to go to a country like Uganda. I want to tell you, even at this time when the dollar is very strong against the Kenya shilling, the Uganda shilling the exchange rate is almost 4,000. One shilling Uganda shilling is almost 4,000. I mean, $1 is almost 4,000 Uganda shillings. You can imagine. Tanzania, the same, is very bad. So our shilling is still very strong against our relevant others, especially Kenya and Tanzania. So there is nobody who will opt to go to Uganda instead of investing in Kenya. Kenya still remains the best option. And not only that, I want people also to understand, why is the shilling depreciating against the dollar? Is it that the economy is doing badly? No. It is because, as I told you, we have a president who is a daring president. He decided he gonna confront the problem head on. The problem of everything we want to buy, we must use the dollar. He had a discussion with foreign nations that sell oil to us or fuel to us. And they said, let us pay using our money. But there is something that he did not see. Okay, we have sent our Kenyan shillings to Saudi Arabia in billions. The billions of Kenya shillings right now, they are lying in Saudi Arabia, in other foreign countries where we buy fuel. Now, this shilling, Kenya shilling, is not acceptable in the world markets. You cannot go to other places and use Kenya shilling to buy. Now, these countries, they don't know what to do with the Kenya shillings that they have from Kenya. And that is also causing the dollar to be strong, because at the end of the day, though what the president was avoiding is to use the dollar, at the end of the day, they will have to change the Kenya shillings into dollar so that that money can have the power to buy across the world. So that is one of the problems. What we can do as Africa, our shillings or our money is useless. What we can do as Africa is to come together and have a common currency across Africa. That way, our money will be strong and our money will be respected and our money will be acceptable. So that decision of using Kenya shilling to buy fuel from outside has greatly affected our economy, or the dollar versus the Kenya shilling. And many people don't understand that. What the president was trying to do was just to solve a problem of using the dollar. It is good that he tried, but there is a lot to be done. It is just one step. There is a lot to be done on that. Having said that, there are just some other few things that I noted that because I wanted to remember these things. Yes. I just want to see. I want to go to the point of RI. RI went everywhere and discussed so many things. So I wanted to go back to the issue of the courts. There is something Domi said, which I felt is not in the right perspective. Domi, you said that in the courts or in the judiciary, there is nothing like the president. There is also nothing like the government. That statement was out of context, totally out of context, because the judiciary itself is the government. The president himself is the government. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Please, I don't interrupt you when you're talking. Don't interrupt me. Okay? Now, the president is not just the person, William Ruto. There is what we call the presidency. The presidency or the president is a powerful office. Powerful office in the essence that even today, if the president makes a mistake, you cannot jail him. So if you say there is no president in the face of law, then I'll tell you, you are wrong. The other thing is that this is not an office that you can just undermine. Like I see some people trying to undermine the office of the president. That is presidency. Who has the power? That is why you hear the president has what we call the executive orders. Uhuru Kenyatta, when the courts ruled against him, he decided he's gonna use the powers of the president, the executive orders. And that is why whatever he wanted to do, he was able to do. So you cannot say when it comes to the courts, there is nothing like president or the government. The government is both the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, and you need to understand that. So let us always know how these arms of government operate, because the moment we understand that, we will be in a better position even when we are making our discussions. Yeah, maybe that's what I can say for now, unless there is something you want me to clarify or any question.
Now that you have had their jugular, allow them to shoot you at the hip, eh?
Yes,
all right.
that's
Stella,
what
go
I want.
ahead. Yes, Stella.
Let me tell you, But where you are, you don't understand what we are going through, and the heat which we are feeling here, it is very, very, very adamant. I wish you are here in Kenya. You see your payslip, you understand what bitterness it is. We cannot work so hard overtax, and yet we are not getting the service delivery. Mboro, there is nothing saying that me, Ellie, and Domi, why we are bitter. We have to be bitter. Because if we are happy and yet the government is not delivering what we want, I don't understand. Maybe the side of maybe the country which you are, maybe you pay higher taxes, but you get the service you want. As we pay higher taxes, we are not getting what we need. It's you get what you want. As we pay it is the essential things we need. From IDs, from passport, from hospital health, from social housing, from anything which is pertaining to the government. Yes, they have made our life easier, but the thing is the service delivery giving us the time and the efficiency? That is not what we are getting. Number two, I want to dispute with you. Usikuja hapa kutudanganya maneno ya dollar. You cannot compare the dollar exchange in Uganda and in Tanzania. And this is I want to tell you. Right now, our dollar is going to 165 to the dollar. And why is this happening? Because the fluctuation of the dollar is going because of a lot of importation. And this importation can be stopped if the government can support industrialists, and they can support cottage industry, they can support the agriculture sector, they can also support Hustlers Nation, and also support investors who are coming here. But if they keep on distressing investors, higher taxes, yet they cannot even try to export things because of some determined of there is no dollar in our reserve. That's why we are getting that heat, why the dollar is not there. It is people are holding. Ni kama if there is a law and demand and supply of the dollar. So our dollar was being handled carelessly by this Ruto regime. We do not understand when Kibaki, when Uhuru. Let me finish, Eli.
Mboro,
Then
allow
I'll
her
let
to
you.
finish.
No, I just wanted to ask
Unaelewa?
her to check the exchange rate of
You
the
are
Uganda
rude. You are
shilling.
not to interrupt you. So let me talk. So the dollar, the time when the three regimes were here, at least we could understand why the dollar was going up. Now we are not getting an explanation from the Zuge, from the CBK, since Munani left, telling us why the dollar is escalating. Shock on us, especially for the investors. They were told there is no dollar reserve in the CBK. So what happens when you go to your local bank? When you want to buy dollars, you're told you cannot buy dollars unless we tell you when there is availability. So when there is availability of dollars, banks, they rush getting the most available dollar, then they put their markup. That's why you cannot get dollars. And why that's why you see importers, they go to Tanzania, they go to Uganda to buy their products there because it is favorable for the dollar. Then they are able to import things to import things in Kenya, so they can make at least a major margin. But you have to understand, Mboro, the dollar is how the government behaves. And how the government behaves, it's the people who are handling that thing, which we have entrusted them. That they cannot mislead the country. They cannot even banks right now. Right now, you cannot even get a simple loan for 100,000 shillings because the markup jumped from 6.2% to 13%. Borrow 13%. Hustler atalipa namna gani? You tell me. Mortgages right now, people cannot afford. People used to buy houses during the time of Kibaki. People used to buy housing during the time of Uhuru. Then the government used to tell, then the banks used to tell you, get a home, we are going to do 100% of your mortgage, but there's a stamp duty for first-time homeowners, they do not pay. So that's why the mortgage was much cheaper that time. But now the mortgage, you cannot even afford it, Mboro. You get a mortgage right now, and you're being told that you need to pay within 5 years, 6 years, determining on how your business or determining how you're, especially for those people who are employed. You don't know kama your kazi iko guaranteed kesho. You don't know. So Don't come and give us the story for the dollar. I am the one who sits here. I can tell you in corporate, dollar people cannot afford. That's why you're seeing even most Kenyans are going out of the country to go look for jobs. There are people who are going out of this country, going a place like Sudan, kwenda kufungua duka ya simiti. Others are going to open a salon. There are people even they are risking to go and work in Somalia. There are people even they are risking going to work in Tanzania, and Tanzanians don't like Kenyans. You go to Uganda. Uganda, they have very strict measures. You cannot offshore your money to your country. You build the country. The only surplus which they give you, it is just a small amount which you're told to, or you're allowed to go and take home. So there's a way how each government try and protect its own. But ours, we left it for the hyenas. So Mboro investment, it is not a walk in the park here in Kenya. It has been messed up with this regime of the Ruto government. I don't even understand how you would sit down comfortably saying that the dollar is performing well. Mboro, you need to sit down and do your homework. You need to sit down and do your homework. I want to give you one challenge. One day come to Kenya. Come with those $10,000. I'm not even giving you $10,000. I'm giving you only $5,000. You come and do the exchange rate. You are going to lose the value of your money. Whose fault is it? Is it your fault? It is the fault of the rules of what the government has told the CBK what to do. You have to understand where you're coming. So don't come and give us
No, I wanted to ask you a question on that issue of dollar.
The court is gray. Not know whether you're in the high stakes or the lower stakes. If you come before the court, you're gray. Whether you're a president, whether wewe ni hustler ama nini. President akifanya makosa, there's something called immunity. The president has no immunity. So you want to tell me the president, when he kills, he has to walk free. If the president has misled the country and he has caused the country to go on wanton loss and suffering for 190, he's supposed to be jailed. We have even the parameters of how to impeach a president. Once you're impeached, nakwambia utarudi kama mwananchi. Wanjiko, utapelekwa kotini. Remember, everybody in Kenya knows that we have been messed up with this president. He never takes care of our issues. He's careless of making decision making. That's why every time his matters zinashindwa kotini. Why? Because he's adamant. So Mboro, the court does not know whether you're a president ama wewe ni mama mboga ama nini. If you have broken the law is gray. So if the president amekosea, ameua, amefanya nini, he has no immunity. There is no immunity for a president. You have to understand. And that is in our constitution. Please do your homework before you blab. Please do your homework.
You see,
Stella, just a moment, Mboro. You have brought the issue of the dollar, and it's a question.
Wait a minute. No, wait a minute, Dixon.
Yes. A question so that we inform our public. You have brought the issue of the dollar, and there is something now that I don't understand. I wish to understand. Now let's begin from where you started. You started that $1 is equivalent, and I think I have the figures for you. $1 is equivalent to 3,816 Ugandan shilling, which is correct. The other thing you have said that $1 is equivalent to sorry, not that one. Sorry, just one moment. Is equivalent to 2,547 Tanzanian shillings. That's correct so far. Now my problem or my question comes in when we now, if $1 is equivalent to 2,500, then it would mean when we were to, if I'm changing Kenya shillings, because one Kenya shillings is equivalent to 162 US dollars, correct? Now, but when you now change Kenya shillings to Uganda shillings, there is where I have a challenge. How comes it's not in so much figure when you change Kenya shillings to Uganda shillings, and equally when you change Kenya shilling to Tanzania shilling? I think it's around 15 shillings. But when you change it to dollar, I don't know if Ellie and all of you, I think Washira is in. I think Washira is an economist, will help me answer this one. How come these two are quite different? The dollar, when you change
Let me
it,
tell
it's
you,
in
it's just a little
thousands,
bit.
but in shilling, it is
Yes.
in coins.
Yes.
Why the
You see,
different?
Kenya shilling or Kenya is a strong economy. That is why 1 shilling Kenya shilling is going to 23.46. That is a strong economy. So there is no way somebody will opt to work with the Uganda shilling, which has depreciated for so many years for so many economic reasons, against or prefer Kenya shilling versus the Uganda shilling versus the Kenya shillings, because Uganda is a weak economy as compared to Kenya. The same case to Tanzania. And that was my point. I didn't say, and Stella is always good too. When you relax, you are able to understand what somebody is saying. I never said that the dollar has not, the shilling has not depreciated against the dollar. That one has happened. The only thing
Can
I
I
was
let,
doing,
let
I
me
was
ask you let me
correcting.
ask you a question about that, Nani.
Let me finish.
There is an issue about. Remember, what about the yen? The yen is below a Kenyan.
Finish my statement
Can you
so that
comment
I
on
don't
that?
forget what I was saying.
Comment on that.
Please, let me finish. Yes, this is what I was saying, and this is why I was just correcting Stella, that you cannot compare doing business in Kenya versus doing business in Uganda, whereby she was saying because now the dollar has depreciated, that now the Uganda shilling has become stronger than the Kenyan shilling. That is not correct. And that was my point. I haven't said that Kenya shilling has not depreciated. We are doing exchange rate, and we see that when we send our money in Kenya, it becomes more money. Actually, it is advantageous to us. It is a disadvantage to the people who are on the ground. You see, so the Kenya shilling has depreciated because of many factors. So what is happening? People are only focusing on, oh, the Kenya shilling has depreciated. What are the factors contributing to that? Because on the same case, you have also to look at, is the economy going down or is the economy growing? Don't be said that the economy of Kenya is falling down, which is not true. The economy which is growing at the rate of 5%, that is not a collapsing economy. That is a growing economy. Now, the problem is people are just talking on the point of not having information, because in the year 2023, and Jakes, I would like us to see because of the statistics, 2023, 2022, before the previous regime left, the economy was growing at 4.8 by the time the president took power. Right now, it is at 5% and above. Is that a growing economy? Because we have to inform the public. We have to inform the public, because the same institutions that did statistics during Uhuru's time is the same institutions that have done statistics now. So we have to discuss and tell people the truth. The economy of Kenya, though there is no liquidity in the hands of the common mwananchi, the economy is growing unless you don't understand the GDP and the importance of the GDP. Okay?
Nani.
What
Nani.
All right, just one moment,
Please.
Moro pause, pause. I know that now.
Nani.
That's now.
Jakes.
Just one moment. Wow. Pause. Just one moment. I didn't. Just one moment, so that we don't get lost. Yes. We have someone who knows this. Washira. Just one moment. Just Stella, a moment, please, because I think Washira knows these matters quite well. Washira, explain what Moro is saying, because I think already it's causing some contestation in the show. Equally myself, I'm even googling now because come in a float yangu yote. But what do you make of all these, especially the exchange rate, that the Uganda shilling, the Kenya shilling, zina behave different when you change it vis-a-vis the dollar? What do you make of it, Washira? I think you're an expert in this field. Washira, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I think I like starting from the point of, and sorry, I joined late, but number one, the thing I would want to actually address for starters is, can we just actually start from the perspective of, we are talking about the Kenya shilling versus the dollar, and where that comes from. I mean, we are talking about, we are dealing with 157 versus 157 shillings versus one. Yeah.
152. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, yeah, my friend here mentioned that the depreciation of the shilling vis-a-vis Uganda, it doesn't matter. What matters here is, what is your purchasing power? Let's start from there.
All right.
Stella was very right. When I came in, Stella was talking, I mean, what Stella was talking about made a lot of sense. Because, I mean, we are talking about the purchasing power here. So when you're telling me the economy is doing good, Mboro, I don't know which world you live in. Send 10,000 Kenya shillings, 10,000, no, send $100 today in Kenya.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, send 10,000, no, 10,000 Kenya shillings, which is $100, or $15,000 today. The purchasing power. And you're telling me the economy is doing good? That's a lie.
Yeah, he's reading from the textbook.
You see,
and
Washira, where you are going wrong. You see, don't politicize figures, because figures speaks by itself.
Figures don't work,
You are
right?
thinking
Mboro,
politics.
you have a
Put
problem.
politics aside.
No, we cannot have this
Put
argument,
politics
man.
aside.
Put
Buru, put politics aside.
No,
Put politics aside.
No, figures don't lie.
Politics aside.
Stop lying to human beings here.
You see, when you are called to educate people, Washira, we have Kenyans. Listen,
I'm an accountant. I'm a CPA, K. For Christ's sake.
That's what is disputing. We have also gone to school. Listen to
us. So don't tell us things that don't make sense.
I have heard you. I have heard you. Relax now. Now, relax. Now, this is what I was saying. Jakes, I want you to help these people by, first of all, can you define for them what is GDP? We start there.
Gross domestic product.
Value addition
what
of
is
$1 to
what does it mean? Okay, this is what is happening. You see, okay, let me finish what I was saying. This is what is happening in Kenya. People, the common mwananchi, does not have liquidity in the pocket. Washira, I have also done some economics. When we are saying that the public down there does not have money, does not mean that everybody in Kenya does not have the purchasing power. Because when the GDP is growing at the rate of 5%, it means somebody in Kenya has more power to buy than somebody in Uganda. You see?
Nice. Inflation is the inflation is
they are buying more. They are buying more services. Listen to me. They are buying more services and they are buying more goods than the people whose GDP is lower than 5%. You see? That is what it means. Now, it also means we have more export than other people who are doing like this. Now,
Buru, do not keep on proving how much you don't know. You are proving how much you don't know. Listen.
Okay, or maybe he's
the
of the government.
I want to hear what Tommy has to say.
Keep quiet and listen.
Mboro, you have no. You can't disguise figures here, man.
Listen to me.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sorry, ma'am.
It's different from countries. You have to understand. CPA Washira. My name is
Yeah.
Stella. I am an
Yeah,
advocate.
Stella.
So I deal
Yeah,
with
yeah.
commercial law. So I want you to explain to tomorrow that the commodity of the Ugandan and the Kenyan, ours is getting weaker by the day. That's why you see people are running to Uganda or Tanzania to buy things to import in Kenya. Ask Mboro, why is fuel in Tanzania and Uganda cheaper than in Kenya with 57 shillings? Can he answer
Thank
that
you.
and telling us at here the
Thank
economy
you.
is
Thank
doing
you.
nice?
Thank
That
you.
is because of the government.
Now, Buru, let me also say
The last
let me say something. Let me also say something.
Domi,
Before Domi,
Let me say
you
something.
change 10,000
before you tell me something, Domi, just one point. Next, one thing I want us to see. I said the truth will always prevail. Next, there is something you haven't told the people.
The truth. You are
No,
lying to us. You
listen,
are really
Stella,
lying to us.
relax. You have all the time. We have all the time. We are not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. So if you listen,
we know what we are talking about.
Moribe.
Relax,
Bro,
relax.
Moribe. Moribe run. Yeah, Moribe
Stella,
run.
wait.
Because you are lying here. You are totally
Stella.
lying.
All right.
There is
Both,
something I want
both,
Jex
both.
to do, which you
Just
have
one
not
moment.
done to the
Just
public.
one moment. Yeah,
Jex,
borrow one moment.
Jex.
Before we become vernacular station, we must maintain English. Please kindly try to maintain English because
Jex.
Okay.
Jex,
I
there
know
is
the
something
Can
I want to do.
Buru,
Jex, just
Buru.
a minute. Give me
Yes.
1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Yes,
1
Boro.
minute. Ili tujue,
Yes,
unajua tunasema ukweli ukidhihiri, uongo hujitenga.
All right.
Jex,
Yeah.
there is something I want you to
Yes,
do.
Boro.
I want you to show us the statistics. When Uhuru Kenyatta was leaving power, what was the GDP of Kenya? Because the GDP is the greatest determiner of the economy, whether it is growing or it is going down. You tell us after that.
Okay.
You tell us now.
Bro, it was 6.5. It was 6.5.
Right now.
I can answer that without on top of my head.
The economy of Kenya that solves the equation. Period.
Now, Buru, you are being told it was 6.5. It was 6.5.
Not how we feel. Not
So
emotions.
It was 6.5.
Where debt ratio today, when Uhuru left, in 6 months, no, in 1 year, it's actually higher in 1 year than when Uhuru left in that one same period. So you can't tell us here, you can't come here telling us that the economy is growing. That's a lie.
Okay, let me say something, Nani.
Did you
Look here, guys. Jeff, wait and listen. You see, when you are talking about economy and whatever that you are talking about, or whatever, okay, let me start on the point of truth. Truth is not truth until it is tangible. Yeah? Jeff, truth is not truth until it is tangible, until it is provable. Yeah? What you're talking about, it is pure theory. I wonder when last you go to Kenya. I wonder when last you went to Kenya. I was in Kenya last 2 months. Yeah, and I can tell you, the economy is bad, and it's not just bad; it's terrible. Wakati tunakuambia watu wanateseka, and I think that is why you're not. That is why you keep defending Ruto, because you don't know. You're operating on total ignorance because you don't know. People are suffering in Kenya. You know, it does not matter whether you are going to read the because let me tell you, some of these figures can be cooked.
Yes.
Some of these figures can be cooked.
Or Azimio figures are cooked. They are fake.
Now let me ask you.
The things that you are supposed to know.
Nani,
You don't know.
Buru. when somebody stole from you yesterday, does not mean he cannot steal today. It is a fact.
Yeah.
Well, umeibiwa mara ngapi wako?
So we should not
answer me the way. Answer me straight.
We should not accept the figures of the GDP of Kenya. We should accept what you are saying.
Now, another thing. Correction, Mburu. The issue, but even if it can be
Is that someone who is telling us to disregard the institutions that are mandated to do statistics?
Now, let me ask you. Is there any institution working now?
It doesn't
Is there institution? Jeff, are there institutions working today? Institutions are saying.
World Bank tukatae kusikiza IMF tukusikize.
Mburu, it does not matter the GDP, even if you are going to say it is 10, that one I don't care. The fact is, what I'm telling you here is, if Kenyans do not have purchasing power, business is stifled. It does not matter.
And I agree with you.
Jeff, learn to listen and reason. Don't just speak. And don't politicize everything. Don't politicize everything.
Is that how? Is that the best way you can talk?
No, that is what you are doing. You are not reasoning.
Reasonable.
Listen and reason. I'm giving you a practical explanation of what is in Kenya. You have not been in Kenya.
The problem with you, my brother, is that you don't understand. This is a new government which has just laid the structures of governance. Now, because it seems you don't understand economics at all.
Let me tell you, Jeff, can you listen?
Beyond that,
all right.
I have a question for Mr. Wachira.
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. Just one moment. Let's go back to the show. I had allowed that, but let's come back so that we are topical and we are thematic in how we are speaking, because our viewers are following and equally they want to learn something. Just one moment, Moro. I'm giving you a moment, Moro. Just one moment. I've muted you. Let us go back to what we were discussing. We're discussing what is GDP. Equally, we were discussing how comes the shilling and the dollar, both in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, the exchange rate are quite different. When you exchange $1 in Uganda, it's in thousands. When you exchange it in Kenya, it's in hundreds. And that's what I think I had asked Washira. You didn't even allow him finish that explanation. Washira, just explain that before going to any other thing. Don't even go Azimio, Kenya Kwanza, anything. Explain to us what makes that huge difference. Equally, explain to our viewers what is GDP and what are the parameters of a good GDP or a bad GDP. Because with that now, we can be able to know what we are discussing, because what we are doing, we are almost equally arguing, but we are not hitting the main points that would really inform our panelists and equally our viewers. So if you can hit those markers, I would really enjoy that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So before he speaks, remember I was the one who was speaking. Okay, go ahead.
I will give you time, Domi. Allow Ashira to do that. I'll give you. I know it's hot. I know it's hot.
Yeah.
Everyone. Eli, I'm sure is allow me to do that. Moro as well. I'll have to give him time because you guys are it's all against one. So I have to balance all of you. So yes, let me have you, Ashira, first.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So let me explain, number one, why we are having an issue with the dollars. Remember, what we have been dealing with the shortage of dollars is because there's something called hoarding. I don't know whether everybody understands that. Yeah, hoarding is, so everybody got agitated and they hate the dollars. because the dollars were not there in the market. That's what is called hoarding. Yeah. And now the absence of the dollars in the market, of course, it's going to create a situation where the demand for the dollar is higher and then the Kenya shilling is lower. That's number one. Number two, the government decided to do this nonsense that they were trying to tell us that they can pay petroleum, oil, or whatever you want to call it, in Kenya shillings. That doesn't work in this world. That's crazy. So we lost. That's where the Kenya shillings lost it again. And now the price of foods and everything else also came down because went up. Went up because we could not afford to pay. Remember, we are net importers. Kenya is a net importer country.
Yeah.
So we import almost virtually everything, including something like toothpicks and eggs. That's the other problem. So combine all those things, and then that's where our Kenya shilling is 150, 152, 50. No, yeah, I think the last time I sent money home was 156. Yeah. So the second question was, remind me again. Sorry.
GDP, please explain GDP, and equally, please base it on what I'm reflecting now on your screen. Where when you explain it, I want you to really help us understand gross domestic product, where C represent consumption, of course that is household spending, I representing investment, G representing government spending, X there representing export, and M representing imports. How is the play of all that determining a GDP of a country? Because those are the factors that influence gross domestic product of a country.
Product, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll focus on two things: consumption, investment, and exports. Virtually the three of them. I can handle that. So one thing we remember I had mentioned quite clearly, we are net importer. So remove the export. So the GDP is a combination of that minus taxes. So there's an element that you did not mention, that is taxation, because that's where we get the money from. Yeah, it's all that minus taxation and everything else. So, but I address investments and consumption, and so when you look at what Kenya is doing today, we are net importer. Then the investments we are doing, they are not for development expenditure. We are doing consumption expenditure. And so sum it up this way. So we have investment, consumption, and production. No, investment, consumption, and what's the other thing? No, remind me the other one. The third one.
There, I'm projecting them for you. We have investments, we do have exports and imports, we have government spending, and we have equally consumption and investments or based on business spending on capital goods.
Correct. So thank you. So when you look at our situation, you're looking at we are a net importer, right? So what we are exporting, we are not getting enough revenue reserves in our central bank. So that's why even now the story about the dollar that we had discussed maybe a minute ago comes into play, because now we don't have foreign exchange reserves coming to our consolidated account in central bank. Yeah. So
all right.
So net spend is we are in the negative. So we start now, we have to start borrowing. And then we are consuming too much, and we are actually not even, how can I put this? We are using too much money in expenditures that we cannot afford.
All right.
Again, that goes to consumption. So when you narrow down everything, so I would want to take you to, a snapshot, just a snapshot. So the problem here is our revenues. It doesn't matter anyhow. Look at our revenues and our expenditures, and then our forex reserves, which we don't even have right now. That's why the dollar is going up, because you don't have foreign. Go today into a bank. We had I think 2-3 months ago, you couldn't get $2,500 in a day. Yeah, they would deny you. They will not give you that money. They'll tell you, come back tomorrow. We are going to give you $500. Why? Shortage of forex reserves. Yeah. So narrow that down, and then so when you're speaking about all this continuum, it will be I don't know how to put it, but it would be foolhardy to just tell people that we are doing good in the economy, the GDP. So because that's the combination of everything that you mentioned, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's how I can address it. But yeah, nobody should lie to anybody that Kenya is doing good in terms of GDP.
All right. Now, in terms of GDP, there's something you said. So how can holding of the dollar affect GDP?
So okay, good question. And thank you again. So the GDP is a factor of consumption, investments, and consumption, investments. A lot of that is narrowed to mostly those two. And so if you're not investing and you're not consuming, so money is not coming out into the circle of the economy. Yeah. So what you're doing is, you see, everything narrows down to who has money in the pocket, because that's consumption, correct? Then number two, we are investing. So we are putting on buildings, for example. We're putting on, people are buying land, or people are buying stocks, or people stocks, buildings. Those are just examples. So if that is not happening, the GDP gets affected, because now the country doesn't have money. So there's something called per capita income. Remember? So how much can I be allocated as Washira? If the government was to just decide now today, we are just cutting down this country and give everybody of us, Stella, Washira, Chair, how much will I get? So the GDP get affected if the investments are not there, and consumption is not there because I don't have money in my pocket. Yeah. So I'm just going to break it down in piecemeal so that we can understand it. Yeah. So that's where the GDP. So the GDP ratio, the per capita income right now in Kenya, it's for each person, the only money I can get right now, and you can Google it, it's like 100 shillings. Kenya shillings. Yeah. That's how messed up you are.
All right.
One more question, Washira.
Yes, I don't know if our viewers are able to follow, but where? Sour.
Yeah, Washira has decided to be honest. For one, he has removed politics, and that is what I was asking for. Now, one more question, Washira, I would like you to clarify to the people. In 2022, the percentage, the GDP in Kenya percentage was 4.85. In 2023, it was 4.97. Right now in 2024, the GDP is 5.26. What do you understand, or what can you say about those differences? Right now, it is showing it's higher than it was before. Economically, how do you interpret that? That was my point.
So 5.56.
Right now it's 5.26. 2023 it was 4.97. 2022, when the Ruto government came to power, it was 4.85.
So you're looking at GDP in isolation to what we have in terms of the obligations we have, correct?
Yeah, the general GDP of the nation, GDP per capita.
Per capita. So divide that by how many? No, just give me per capita income.
That's what I'm saying. The simple question I'm asking.
No, you can't give me a broad, broad down figure. And no, I can't answer that question because you want me now to. No. That's not how economy works.
Ashira knows the answer, but he's avoiding the question.
To tell the people that
no.
Yeah,
you cannot give me a GDP. There's something. No. Let me. You want to get me into politics.
Washira, you have explained GDP per household expenditure, and you have explained it perfectly. Now, when you are being given figures that are generated by economists, not Mama Mboga. These are figures which are generated by people who went to school. These are figures that are being calculated by how the currency is doing through globally. These are not guesswork things. These are things that we look into the manufacturing industry. We look into how the household in your whole house back in Kenya is using its money. You find that the households in Kenya right now, as regards to the GDP, are spending because they have money in their pocket. That is how GDP is calculated, boss. Hakuna kitu ingine, it's not rocket science, ni hivyo tu.
No, this guy.
So when you're given figures that are not
I don't know. Yes, Stella.
I wanted you to be honest. Tell people. Tell the people. 2022.
I just asked
when were you last figures and tell us
when were you last in Kenya?
Like now, assuming you are students in class, assuming you are students.
Yes, Stella. Stella, you have something to ask?
Ask Mr. Wachira. I know me and you understand what you are talking about. Now, the thing is where Mboro is getting those figures. He's getting them for the past regime, not for the Ruto regime. He's getting the past regime from who? From the Uhuru government. Now, for the regime for Ruto, it has not even finished that 12 months. It has not even finished. Because for one, Mr. Wachira, according to the ISPAC, it showed how the appreciation and how the investors were losing and how we are trying to import things and we're not benefiting from our own product. Now, they're not understanding what they are looking on their website or where they are looking from the Denis Itumbi report. That Denis Itumbi report, they are not even explaining how the GDP for Ruto is coming an extra 2%.
Thank you, sis.
But I've not. Now, then they are looking the
Thank you, sis.
Now, we want to update for year 2023 from the year 2022. From the year 2023. Do not calculate for the year 2022, 2021. That's why we have something called audited reports. So, Mboro and Muzalendo, stop trying to Mr. Wachira because you're confusing him with your questions. Mr. Wachira, you can proceed.
Exactly.
Please try
now. Since we are together. We are together, yes, because they are trying to misconstrue facts.
There is a
You
reason
can't
why I was
misconstrue facts
asking.
like this
Just a
and then you
There
moment.
is a
think you have
reason.
facts. You don't.
There is a reason why I
I'll
was
give you
asking this
Moro one
from
moment.
Washira.
You
Moro one
know,
moment.
Yeah,
Just a
misconstruing
I
just a
facts,
asked,
man.
moment.
I
So,
asked this guy,
Relax.
when
Everyone
were you last
relax.
in Kenya?
oh,
Yes, Domi,
Me?
go ahead.
myself?
I'm asking this, Joseph,
That one is
Jeff and
irrelevant in the
Mzalendo.
show.
When were you last in Kenya?
No, that one is irrelevant in this show. Can
No,
you
because no,
focus? Can
listen,
you
It is
focus?
it is
very
No,
important.
irrelevant
Dami,
don't
that's
be
a
for
good
that
personal.
person
question, though.
who does.
Okay?
Domi, why
That's a very
everybody
Don't
good
be
question,
personal.
Not a very
Let
Dami.
me
come
let
on.
me go back to
Very good
Mr.
question.
Washira.
very
All
Yeah.
Washira,
right.
you know, you were singled out as our economist.
Just one moment. Just one moment.
I'm actually an
Everyone.
accountant. I'm not an
Just
economist.
one moment. Domi is on the floor. Domi is on the floor, everyone. Domi is on the floor. Domi, why have you asked that question?
You know, I told Jeff some few minutes ago, truth is verifiable. Yeah. If it cannot be verified, truth is practical. If it's not practical, then it's not truth. That is why I asked them, were you last in Kenya? Stella is in Kenya.
All right.
When he's telling you the
let's
battering.
okay, now very good. Your question is home. Moro, I don't know
No,
if it's
I'm not.
relevant when you're home or when you're not, but you have to answer.
Okay.
And then Mzal equally mentioned.
Can Jakes, once
I was
10 seconds, just
we
10
have to
seconds,
give.
and then Dom can continue. 10 seconds, and I'll shut up.
All right. All right.
I just have a question for all of them. Now, and this is a practical question because Dom is looking for practicality of the situation. Now, you have your son or daughter has sat for an exam. In maths, amepata 80, alipata 60% in the year 2020. Alipata 60%. In the year 2022, alipata 74%. In the year 2023, akapata 73%. Now, in the year 2024, mwalimu anakuambia mtoto wako alifanya mtihani wa hesabu na akapata 84%. What factors will you be looking at ndio huyu mtoto akuwa amepata hii 84? Utakuwa unaangalia ati you will complain to the teachers that they are doing a very bad job on your kid because amepata 84 marks, or what will you be looking at? That is how, those are the figures, and mwalimu anakuambia huyu mtoto akiendelea hivi in the national exam atapata almost 90%. That is the projection of GDP that is being told by economists, that the GDP projection will be at 8.6% in Kenya. Then you are here by questioning the teacher ule anafundisha mwalimu ati hapana, hii ni uongo, huyu mtoto hawezi pata hii. Hebu niambie what really informs you. Yeah, this is now the practical situation of why we are arguing here. We are arguing over basically nothing. Not facts.
All right. Now, Mburu and Domi and everyone, Mzalendo has given a graph that is on an upward trajectory, started 62, 70 something, then ended at 84. But Mburu, there was a question from Domi, though I don't know if
You see, actually, I will not even post that to Domi, because you had said not to Washira, because I thought he's an economist. I might even be in a better position because I have done economics. He said he's an accountant. Those are somehow different fields, though they deal with some aspects are the same. But this, I have to let the public know what the GDP means. And that's what I wanted Washira to tell the people. And from the Rook, I could see the non-verbal cues. He knew the answer, but he didn't want to tell the people what I was asking. He exactly knows the answer. And maths don't lie. Maths has nothing to do with theory. It is practical. So I said that according to the IMF and the World Bank, the Kenya GDP in 2022, it was 4.8%. In 2023, it increased to 4.97. In 2024, it increased to 5.26. That means in 2024, right now, it is on the higher side. And what that means, what happens if the GDP goes up? So economists traditionally use gross domestic product, which is GDP, to measure economic activity and national prosperity. If GDP is rising, the economy is considered to be in solid shape, and the nation is moving forward. Washira asked a very important and very relevant question. The question is, has this money been distributed evenly in the public of Kenya? No. This means, yes, there are some people who have more money in the pocket, maybe investors, the business owners, maybe employers, and the government, because the government is taxing people more money. That is why there is no liquidity in the hands of the common mwananchi. The economy of Kenya is doing well, but it is yet to be felt by the common mwananchi. I rest my case, and that is the question I was asking.
Ellie?
Okay, thank you. I was listening in the background. There was too much, macroeconomics, which really does not explain well what's happening to the common mwananchi, the people who are suffering the most. So that's why I'm not going to indulge into these big buzzwords of macroeconomics. It doesn't help. But we know the reality of what's going on. It's hard to defend, even if you just wanted to have a bit of a, relaxed attitude towards Ruto. It's hard to defend what's going on. I just wanted to say that there is a spate of events taking place every month, if not every week, in Kenya, in a very, very ludicrous speed. Every week there's something. So I'll ask you one question, Mburu. This person that you're defending and his so-called government, have you not seen the spate of things that is happening? Just the other month, he decided that he did something very unprecedented to want to put in the public market or to the private sector hundreds of companies that belong to the state, including KICC. And as you know, Kenyans generally, not all, but most, forget really fast. So these events, they happen, and by the following week, there's another thing happening. So in fact, that helps the government machine to go to the next level. It's very sad. So when you see yourself defending these things that are happening at this tremendous speed, there are people even resigning.
Can you repeat what you said? Can you repeat?
What I'm saying is
there is something I didn't understand. You said something happened to KICC or something like that. Explain.
Yes, I was talking about. Sorry, I was talking about the government owned concerns, hundreds of them. That are, yes. I hate to use the term parastatal because it's quite old fashioned. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. But those companies, right? Parastatal is just a pseudo term for government machinery to involve itself in corruption and everything else. But let's just call them state companies. This man says that these state companies
We cannot hear you. Ellie, your voice is gone. Do this.
You're
Log in,
muted,
log out. I
Ellie.
don't know. I don't know what happened to your voice. You're not muted, but we cannot. Can you hear him? Ama it's me. Can you hear Ellie? Everybody? We cannot. We cannot hear you.
We can hear you.
No, I can't.
Yeah, let him log in. I think make up here. It can cause that. But he was talking about KICC. I would want to know what he wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I understand what you were saying.
Okay, let's continue. Stella, you had something you wanted to say before I bring in Akina. Yes, Stella. Domi, I'm giving you. I know. I know the heat, Leoni Mingi. I'll be coming to you, Domi, just now. Yes, Stella.
What I was trying to say. What Nani was trying to say earlier about the KICC, it's how the state how the government wanted to dispose some parastatals so that they make money, which is not making any sense. So I want to go back to Mr. Washira because Mr. Washira understands where
I just have 2 seconds.
from.
Sorry.
So I am a CS. He's
yeah, you are good now. You are good.
Mr. Washira, the GDP what
Can
we
I-
were trying
Ellie, you
to
are good.
discuss here.
Can I come in?
All right.
Because I need
so that
I
Stella
need to
can
go.
Can I continue?
I need Stella. I need to
let
leave
finish what you were
in the
saying
next
so
2
that-
minutes.
Mr.
Sorry,
Washira.
Stella.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stella, I'm sorry. I
Mr.
just need to leave in 2 minutes. Can you hold your thought there?
No,
I
it's
just
okay.
wanted to explain. Thank you. I wanted to explain that these state-owned companies being sold, I don't know to who, without public consultation, is a good indicator that there's a disaster looming in the way things are happening in Kenya at the moment. This guy is saying that state companies are, basically draining public coffers. But if that is the problem, they need to fix that problem. But they cannot turn around and say, okay, now let's just go and put these things in the market and sell them, right? There is the other issue of him claiming that he can give Kenyans jobs through the migration route. This is very unprecedented as well. Usually a president of a country is out there for the interest of that country, including creating a safe environment for job creation in the country, not the other way around. In fact, most of I'll give an example here in Europe. There's like a Fortress Europe campaign where the European countries are trying everything possible to stop people coming from especially Africa and other places, literally changing their laws every year to make it difficult for people to come and join the job market here. In fact, in the UK, they announced last year that here in January, this January, if a spouse or a partner is trying to join say, for example, a Kenyan who is already living here, who has the immigration papers or is a citizen here, blah, blah, blah. The UK government, Parliament passed a law last year that from this year, January, this person living here and that person joining them have to have a combined salary, which is much, much, much higher, which will make it very difficult for this person to join their spouse here. They've done it with students who are coming to do PhDs or any like postgraduate programs, trying to bring their family. If say it was a woman who had a small child or any dependent, that's not happening. So when Mr. Ruto is saying to Kenyans that he has made, for example, a deal with Germany to provide 250,000 jobs to Kenyans, this is Kenyans going to Germany, 250,000 jobs. And you're telling me that this man is not insane. Germans are actually, they have a difficulty with finding jobs at the moment as well, right? The biggest migration that happened in the last, say, 10, 15 years in Europe was the migration of people from Syria, Arabic countries after the what do you call the conflict that started about 12, 15 years ago when Gaddafi and Gaddafi were removed. There was these things happening all over the Arabic countries, and there was a big movement of people to Germany. 800,000 were received in the borders of Germany. Germany was the only European country that received that amount of people. Most of these people are skilled. Some are even, they have excellent CVs, but they cannot be normalized into the job market in Germany because of German laws. Now, this Ruto is telling Kenyans that the German government will bypass all that for 250,000 Kenyans to settle in the job market in Germany. Where they're going to get those 250,000 homes, I don't understand. Is this a 10-year thing after years? Because people are saying he'll be in power for 10 years. Is this a 20 vision 2030? What is it? Is it a deal within a year or 5 years, like the ones he's doing in Qatar and places like that? Because, for example, if you go to Qatar, if you go to Doha, you'll see many Kenyans working at the airport there of various levels. Some are senior officers at the airport, some are just customs officials, and again, please don't take this in the wrong way, but you go to Doha Airport, most of the people there are from Rift Valley, and I'm not even joking. I'm telling you, but that's a different story. What I'm saying is this: this man stands in the public podium and lies to people on top of a vehicle, of an SUV, telling them that the German government, in conjunction with the UDA, KK, have managed to secure 250,000 possible jobs in the German job market. Now, if this man is not a liar, what is he? This is the problem that is affecting Kenyans at the moment. They have a bare-faced liar who purports to lead the country. You know it, Jeff Mburu. Jeff, you're a good man. You're a pastor. You do your work diligently, and you're here not accepting that this man is a liar. And for that, we are flogging you. Because I'm shocked that you can even defend the likes of things he's doing. My last point, okay? There is a movement of many people now ready to defect from UDA, KK. There's people who are, his followers, like Kimani Ngunjiri. I think you should watch that video of Kimani Ngunjiri, former MP somewhere in Nakuru. Hey, watch that. Just watch it. Stella, I'll leave it to you now. Take it from there.
And with that, just one moment, gentlemen and ladies. Can we listen to that video from Kimani Ngunjiri, Stella? As I take a 2 minutes,
please put that video.
I have it. Let's listen in to Kimani Ngunjiri warning UDA and team of several challenges if they are not careful because of the governor. Governor huku amefanya ile kitu. So listen in to Kimani Ngunjiri.
But Jex, why don't we go with one thing before we go to another topic? Because that's a different, totally different thing.
It's not a topic. It's a break, kidogo.
There's nothing different about it, Guru.
hapa tuseme tunaomba kura za UDA.
Can Mr. Wasira speak?
Tutaomba kura hapa. If that is the behavior we are doing, people who voted for us only 1 year, we are misbehaving. Tumechukua kila kitu yote. I don't think there is somebody who vote for UDA hapa. Na watu wakikuja hapa kusema mambo ya UDA watachomwa. If that is the behavior UDA is doing, si UDA ni Susan na bwana yake, they are the owners of the party. Shame on you people. Shame on you governor. Ile mambo yakuja kutufanyia hapa. We know kwanyu ni Laikipia and we know unapanga kurudi Ulaya. Well, ningependa kuangazia na kutoa maono yangu mimi mwenyewe kama Kimani Ngonjiri, kwa sababu ya mambo ambaye nimeona ikiendelea hapa Nakuru County, na nikasema nimejaribu sana kuwa very quiet, very silent for sometimes, lakini imefika mahala niweze kuaga watu ya Nakuru kuambia wamtamasie Mungu, because the way things are going in Nakuru County is unbelievable and it is very sad. Ni huzuni kubwa kabisa. Kama mashamba yote yatachukuliwa 58 hapa kwa showground, kila pahali mashamba inachukuliwa. Ukienda Egerton imechukuliwa eka 1,500. Egerton, the institution is there too. The institution and the way the population of Kenya is coming up. Instead of protecting institutions, sasa Nakuru County Governor ndio amefika pahali sasa ameona ya kukula sasa. It is very sad. I want to remind Susan Keka, he was voted by the people. And let me tell you as advice, I know you. Hii mambo ya kufikiria kufanya makosa yote ya kuiba mashamba yote, alafu unaenda kuambia watu panga raini kwa hapa 300 itafika mwisho. And it will reach the end. Why were you not giving money before? You didn't have money. Ni pesa unatoa mkono hii, unapeleka mkono hii ingine. And I will talk this and say, it is very sad tumefika sasa kuchukua mashamba institutions, where the president is saying we protect institutions ya serikali, university, mashule, hospitali. But the one thing ambayo imenishangaza mpaka nikakosa usingizi ni ya county commander, RC, everybody in Nakuru, they are in fear because of one woman. Lazima afanye na kudictate. Where is she getting this power? That is the question. Hii nguvu inatoka wapi? Hospitali, hospital. Watu wanatoroa kwa moja ya nini? The others is machine. Uliona wakingangana na mgonjwa akitoroa kwa machine. What can we say? It's only God.
All right, I'll continue with that clip baadaye. Paul hata nilikuwa nimejitoa kwa screen because I was looking for a way to take a breather. All right, now let's go on. We were we were to have Stella and kidogo tu, yeah, we were to have Stella and equally Washira and Domi. Domi, umeinua mkono sana. Allow me to begin with you before I even give Stella. Yes, Domi.
You know, you cut me short when I was talking. When
I understand.
Jeff disrupted my flow.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's a, let me say it's a step, at least a step towards the right direction. When Jeff can agree that there is a battering in the pockets of a common man. So, meaning the GTP is with the president and the people at the top. I agree. You know, you see,
if we are talking of the high GDP, we are forgetting that these guys have squandering the money going to build homes in Dubai, buying like somebody buying watches of what millions. Those are the things, among many other things. Ruto spending a lot of money moving around to campaign. So if probably that's where our GDP is going, and it's good. Yeah, we appreciate that you can accept that there is the GDP is not getting into the pockets of Kenya. Thank you, because thank you for admitting that. Now, there is something I want to tell Muzalendo. He was here, and probably is on the background. He was trying to answer the question about the GDP from 2021, 2020, whatever, coming up to now. You know, guys, you're forgetting that we were just healing out of a COVID situation. The COVID had battered everybody in the whole world. And we need to appreciate, let me tell you, at that time, nobody died of hunger during that time. People died of COVID, but nobody died of hunger. And I can tell you, by then, the company I was working with, we worked through. It was the best time for my company. Okay, by then, let me tell you, let me be open. I was working with Kenya Railways by that time. And we worked a lot. There were so many projects that were going on in our company. So you cannot compare the speed of a truck that is carrying 40 tons with a car that is carrying, with a pickup that is carrying 2 tons. You cannot compare the two, the speed they go. So when you see a car going at 80 kilometers per hour and a truck going at 60 kilometers per hour, give it to the truck. I can tell you, give it to the truck. Uhuru was having a very hard time handling the economy. Ruto has almost nothing that is carrying. He's borrowing. You know, this is the time when there is the highest borrowing in just 1 year. We can agree that there is a lot of money coming in Kenya because there is a lot of borrowing. There is something that Wachira was talking about, productivity. You see, this is the reality of the matters. And let us take it just to the simplest point. In your own house, if you are not getting money in, if you are not selling anything out of your home, yeah, if you are not selling your services to be paid, if you are not selling your products like maize or whatever to be paid, you will end up having less money. Therefore, you will be forced to borrow. And you'll be borrowing. You keep on borrowing, but will not be able to pay. That's exactly what Mr. Wachira was explaining. Kenya is consuming. We are importing. Until that time when we will start producing, that is why there has been a cry all the time for those who are reasoning. They tell you that we need to industrialize Kenya. We need to do value adding. That is what will bring dollars into Kenya. When you industrialize, you value add your products. Instead of selling coffee as raw, okay, as beans, You'll be selling processed coffee, which will give you more value, probably twice. And a farmer, probably instead of getting 250, 120 as it was a few months ago, a few years ago, he'll be getting probably 200. That is a plus. That is where we're supposed to be going. Instead of a maize farmer, using instead of a maize farmer importing, depending on the imported fertilizer, you are making fertilizer from here, from Kenya. You will not need to import fertilizer. Instead, make the fertilizer, sell it to Uganda, sell it to Tanzania. You will sell in dollars. You will have dollars in your country. It is just as simple as that. We don't have to make the economy so complicated. And that, I followed Washira very well. He was trying to simplify, make it simple for a common man. This thing does not need anybody. You do not have to be a genius to understand that when you are not selling anything, you are going to keep on borrowing. Now, the unfortunate thing with the Ruto's government is this. When you borrow, you are supposed to borrow for projects. All projects, almost all the projects that Uhuru was doing, stopped. Uhuru borrowed, yes, but at least I can tell you, we spent that money repairing the railway. It was repaired from Mombasa to Nanyuki. It was repaired to Kitale, to many other places. Yeah, it can be seen. He was making roads. When he was making roads, that was employment for people. In Kenya Railways, we employed over 3,000 people, extra force. Now, the problem that we are facing here is this: the money that is being got is going in the pockets of a few. Yeah, call it probably, as you are singing here, the GDP. Fine, that GDP is in the pocket of Ruto and his cronies, not in a common man. Somebody comes to sing here about housing, that it was going to create employment. It will create employment by draining the economy. Yeah, create an employment that is going to sell out of Kenya. Create an employment that is going to sell out of Kenya. Now, let me explain another thing. What Ruto has in mind all the time is to want to send the people outside Kenya to go and work there. You see what happens? What you produce, what you are earning in your company, the company is earning out of you more than 10 times. 10 times or more is earning out of you, out of what you are doing, 10 times or more. So why should you take somebody to go and let the company of Germany earn 10 times more on him than the company of Kenya earning 10 times on him? What you're supposed to do is create an environment so that Kenya people can invest in Kenya and produce in it, so that the labor that person is taking outside in another company in Germany, that labor is being earned by Kenya. Kenya, as the whole of it, is earning out of you. Like now, what Stella is doing, Kenya is earning out of her 10 times. We that are outside, it is the countries that we are working for that is earning out of us. So look at 250. 100,000 people that he's purporting to be making plans to leave Kenya. They will be developing Kenya 10 times. That is, they will be developing Germany by 1 million. Yeah. As for those people, why can't you make them produce in your country? That's the challenge.
All right.
And that is what is needed.
Oh. Okay.
So you are very right, and I appreciate Nani Jeff again. You are very right. The problem is in the pocket of Kenyans. The government is getting money. The GDP is in the pocket of the government, not Kenyans. Kenyans are suffering. That is why I asked you, have you ever gone to when last were you in Kenya? I'm telling you, when Stella is telling you that Kenyans have no money in their pocket, I'm telling you, it is a fact. Go to Nairobi right now. Stalls are being closed. Stalls are being closed. I was there. Stalls so many stalls are closed. If right now, ask any. I'm in business in Kenya, and I can tell you, okay, I'm in transport business. From Nairobi to wherever, western side. In December, people travel. I can tell you, the least month we earned was December. December, people were not traveling. People did not travel the way they travel every year. And I can tell you, who wanaongeza fare, we did not increase the fare. Probably the increase was about 100 or so, 100, 200. People were increasing. They have always increased fare by over something like twice. Anybody who is in Kenya can bear me witness. We have always been increasing by over twice. But right now, they did not increase by that amount. The reason is people are very few that are traveling. Why? Mfuko imetoboka bwana.
Because of
So if we are telling you that people are suffering, they are suffering. It does not matter how. It does not matter whether Ruto is going to sing on the top of the. You know, the problem is that we have owed Ruto so much, forgetting that he's a liar. He will lie about everything.
All
Come
right.
on.
Sawa to me. Before I give naona najita Dr. Shamba show True TV. Before I give you to help me steer this, Stella is next, and naona Kenya Rebel anajita leo ni msikilizaji, but amewasalamia hapo kwa comment section. Washira equally haja submit. Washira only answered my question. He didn't give his submissions. I didn't hear his response in as far as the court ruling and everything is concerned. I think equally when Mzalenda Oku participate on the same, you equally just jumped in and answered to what was happening. So I'll leave you in charge kidogo, but I'll be back.
Who are you leaving in charge?
Naweza achia Mburu, but sasa shida ya Mburu participate.
I'll join later in a few minutes, but
so just few minutes. I want to do something about behind the stage, but I'm still very in.
I'm on my phone.
Yeah. No, I understand. I'm saying I'm in, but I'll be behind the stage for few minutes, so I'll still help. But I wanted to have this order. Stella will go first, then Washira, then you, and then I'll be back after that order is through. I think
you're giving Azimio supporters a lot of time. I've not even spoken here. You're giving the same people a lot of time to say whatever they want to say.
Washira hasn't spoken. Washira answered questions.
Washira has spoken. I have not spoken for the last 45 minutes. I've been hearing their lies here.
Washira ni maswali alijibu, but to be fair,
but anyway, let them go on that order. it gives me more time to relax and think about what they've been saying.
All right. Now, Washira was answering the questions that GDP is a shilling. Actually, Mboro ndo alituma nikaleta Washira to that question. So Washira hasn't really given his submissions. He was answering questions. Stella had a question. That's why I'm starting with her. Then you come in to participate as a now contributor. That's no wonder the arrangement. So Stella, I don't know if it was a question she had asked for some. Was it a question, Stella?
It was a contribution where I was assisting Mr. Washira about the GDP issue.
Oh, okay.
So I was talking about the reports. I believe he's also an ISPAC member.
Na umeenda nyuma sana. We cannot hear you so loud as before. Sijui umeenda mbali na device.
No, I'm saying, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So mine it was like, I was trying to assist Mr. Washira because I know he's an ISPAC member, and also I think even he understands the position of ISPAC when they are trying to kind of speak out about the growth and also the performance of government, and how the forecast of our economy, how it is, because that's where we get the genuine reports, which it's in conjunction with central bank. If I'm not, is that true, Mr. Washira? Mr. Washira, can you hear me? Someone unmute Mr. Washira.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yes.
I can hear you. You're correct.
I was talking about the ISPAC report in conjunction with the central bank on showing how the forecast of the economy, how it was according to the GDP. So when I'm seeing the forecast of the GDP, one Boro was saying, I'm seeing we declined with 1.8%, and that is because of the pandemic. Then the contributing other factor is about the election. So now, since this regime has come, now the focus which for the financial year for 2023 and 2024, which has not been determined. So where Mboro is getting that figure, we don't understand. So if it is something where it is coming through the blogs and everything, I think he's giving the wrong information to the Kenyans. So I also want to determine that the affecting GDP of our economy for the Ruto regime, it still stands at the loss of 1.4%. So it cannot be 5.0%. Please understand, the overtaxation of the government, it made a lot of investors, they go to check for other tax favorable regimes like Ethiopia, like Uganda and Tanzania. I can mention to you like 6 or 7 companies left the country to go and work to those countries because of the tax measures and also the governance.
Please do, Stella, my darling, please do mention those companies. Please do, now, not in any other day, now.
It doesn't matter. Zalendo, there's GlaxoSmithKline, Glaxo, there's Procter & Gamble.
We will tell you the facts about SmithKline. Continue mentioning them. We'll tell you the facts. You'll say the lies, we'll tell you the facts.
I've told you, and please don't interrupt me, Mzalendo, because I've been given the floor by Jakes. So now where I'm coming, me and Mr. Washira disputing you people saying that the Ruto regime has it's holding the 5.0% of the growth. That is a lie, because we have seen the contributing factor how we lost and also declined from since 2021, 2022. And 2023, 2024, the financial year has not even been mentioned in the ISPAC, and also the central bank have not even given such a report, because still there is something which we call a financial year review, and also we need to see the past financial year how it was performing. So that's why you see most companies, they do something called audited accounts or audited reports. So for the government, we do the financial. So when you saw Governor Ndongo saying that they needed 1.9 trillion to run the government, and yet we know the 1.9 trillion has even been misused, or there was wanton waste in the government, how are they going to contribute telling us that the government has performed? 70,000 jobs were lost because of what? The tax regime. The tax regime where people were being overtaxed from their payslips. Now, remember, if you overtax someone and that person who has to go home, there's something called a purchasing power. Kama ulikuwa unanunua unga ya 130 those days and 1,000 shilling has a purchasing power of making a household shopping, ilikuwa inakuweka hapo 1 month. What is happening to 1,000 shillings? The value now, it is 300 shillings. So you cannot say that the GDP was performing. Mr. Ashira, even you can help me from here, because I think Mzalendo is trying to go back. Now, Mr. Last year, Mzalendo, wacha niongee kwanza. Last year, let me talk to Mr. Ashira. Mr. Ashira, according to the ISPAC report, I am seeing overtaxation have made people to invest elsewhere because of capital flight. So now they've mentioned the countries.
Correct.
Ethiopia.
And let me buttress your point, Mrs. Let me buttress your point. Because Mzalendo here is trying to think we don't know what we are talking about. So GlaxoSmithKline was one of the biggest companies in the country. They have left.
They have left.
Yeah.
Coca-Cola also left.
Coca-Cola has left.
Yes. Then there is Cadbury, who they were called Mendelanson. They have also left. 7 EPZ in Machakos have already closed down. They have taken their textile, whatever, under the AGOA, they have taken it to Rwanda. So remember, EPZ was employing over 13,000 people. Kushona zile jeans, kushona mpaka koti, or even this designer, whatever, which are imported back to America. Now, 13,000 jobs have been they were risked because the EPZ were closed down. Because remember, AGOA and COMESA had an agreement. So now, the AGOA right now, they want to move, they want to go to Congo. Because right now, Congo, they are moving because there's a new regime when Shikedi won. Because Shikedi, he's also a pro, Western puppet also. Now, the guys in AGOA, they feel that it's more prudent to operate in Congo because the Congo place, they are taking advantage because the tax regime is not as harsh as we are here. Now, please try and explain to Mzalendo and Boro. The 1,000 shillings which you used to buy 2 kilos of sugar, 4 packets of 2 kilos of maize flour, and 2 packets and 2 liters. Right now, the value of 1,000 shillings, it is 300 shillings. You only buy 2 packets of unga ugali and 1 kg of sugar, and you only buy 500, less than a liter of cooking oil. Please try and explain to them how they came up with that figure of saying that we are in the 5.0% GDP. Because I'm not understanding. Mr. Ashira, your floor is yours.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add to my sister what she just mentioned, because we are on the same page here. I mean, we forgot about we forgot about one major company, Deralu, who used to print our money.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah. So, and then just to add to your point, I just wanted to Mboro to just explain to me, you can run away with that GDP numbers that you are talking about. There's something called GDP to debt ratio. So can you quote for me the GDP to debt ratio today? For every 10 shillings, we are paying 7 shillings out of the 10 shillings. And guess what? It's not the former governments that have terminated this nonsense that is going on right now. But yet we keep on getting lied to that we are not borrowing. So it's insane to, and I like what Stella said. I mean, we have some shenanigans going on around here. And don't quote for me, GDP is one figure, but then look at the debt. Where are we headed? We are worse than Japan. We are worse than the US. So you cannot come here and tell me that, no, the economy is doing good because the GDP is 6.3. I don't care the figure you're giving me. Look at the debt. That's my submission.
Harry. Is Mzalendo there? Harry?
Yes.
Yeah, you have been so quiet. You can say something before I leave. Yes.
I just wanted to. I wanted to add a comment there about the state of the economy in relation to what people say about many companies leaving. It's not as if I support many of these Western companies because they also enslave our people and they pay our people very small wages, especially the flour industry and things like that. But when you have companies that have traditionally been there for some time and they decide to go to the likes of Ethiopia. Ethiopia has been a favorite destination for companies, even African entrepreneurs going to Ethiopia and places like that. The impact in Kenya is it just goes to show the disaster that we are facing at the moment. I don't know if Jeff, you have the guts like some of the people who support Ruto to speak, openly about what you feel is happening. Because I believe that you know what is going on, but you just don't have the guts. You're afraid to speak up your mind, to speak the truth. And that's very unfortunate because even the likes of Mzalendo there, who is always parroting here for Ruto, but Mzalendo has a historic problem with the ODM and the like. So we can understand his problem with the politics of ODM. So we can understand Mzalendo. But you have stood here on your own and to submit, what you might think is a powerful gesture on behalf of UDA-KK, and I applaud you for that. You've stayed there and you've stated your case, but you've seen that the majority of people here, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we're all Azimio people, because me, I don't subscribe to Azimio or KK politics. I only voted for Raila and Karua, that's it. I have nothing to do with Azimio. But I swear you need to just let yourself go free and join the massive rebellion that is going to face Ruto shortly. It's not going to be an armed struggle. It's going to be a soft revolution, a velvet one, and you will be smiling when he's finally stepping down, because it will happen. So mark my words, we'll be here in a few months' time talking a different story. The only thing I know that will be resisted, and that will be done by the Western nations who installed him in power. They have an interest, and they're playing that game again. You know, a few years ago, they did that with Uhuru Kenyatta about oil in Turkana, and now they claim that there is a coltan in Meru, or Embu. And did you see what happened there after they announced the coltan mineral was found in Embu? Kenyans were not excited. Kenyans knew this is another con trip. So let them keep trying. But what I'm saying, my last submission here is it's a velvet revolution, and it will happen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Eli. The fact that you are many and I might be standing alone does not mean that you are. And I'm wrong.
You
Mr.
know,
Mzalendo,
Mburu.
Mr. Mzalendo, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think Eli has recognized that you've indeed stood with the facts and not lies. And Ruto and Eli, let me just correct you that I'm a very democratic person. And it is also my democratic right to associate with any factions that I feel like. I'm not obliged to be a member of ODM. I've got a mind to think of my own. I cannot be thought for by Raila Odinga or Martha Karua as yourself. I've got a brain to think on my own that what I'm doing is right for my country. And now, to back on the point that we were talking about the issue of the GDP, where Stella was trying to give some figures about companies that have left the country. Early alluded to the same, but as usual, they never have the facts. They don't have the facts. They have the story, but they don't have the facts. SmithKline Kenya, SmithKline Limited left Kenya because they want to concentrate on the vaccines and not the pharmaceutical products like medicine and all that. They were not making enough sales, and they didn't only live in Kenya alone. They left in Nigeria. They left in India, and so many other places. So when you come and say some things, please have the facts and know what is happening to the country. And wait a minute, wait a minute also. Wait a minute. Hey, I gave you time. You know this arrogance
no, we can't have this conversation like this.
You cannot have a conversation where you are
like
interrupting.
This, when
Wachira, I never interrupted
stuff,
you at any. Okay, now
you cannot
say what.
stuff here
now,
and
okay,
you get away with it.
Say whatever you want to say that I wanted to say.
No, yeah,
because the problem with the new supporters, you can never allow anybody
and
to
then
talk.
You want us to sit down and listen?
You don't have to. You don't have to. I allowed you to talk and lie here all the time. And I never said anything. It is my turn to talk. That decency demands that you listen and you rebuttal after my conversation. Whatever you said was right, but you don't have any facts. You don't. If I tell you why did SmithKline Beecham leave Nigeria, you don't know. Why did they leave India? You don't know. Is it a Kenyan company? It is a British company. What informed SmithKline from leaving Kenya? Was it affected by the Ukraine war, by Ukraine-Russia war? You also don't know that. So go into the details of the story and get why these companies are leaving Africa and leaving some parts of Asia to concentrate on vaccines. It is simple. What is so difficult in going and finding out the facts? Instead of saying it is Ruto is not the president of Nigeria.
Out one company.
Ruto is not the president
you are pointing out one company.
What
about others?
Ruto is not the president of India. The facts are the same.
What about other companies?
Which company?
It is not only
give me one and I'll tell you the facts. The cost of if you talk about EPZ, the cost of production was becoming high. You are bringing mandamano each and every day in the country. What do you expect?
Ruto has caused it.
The dollar is not nowhere. Kenya is unstable. Who is bringing instability in the country? We have done elections. We have gone into an election mode again.
Instability is brought by Ruto.
Here. That's why companies are closing. Stop lying to us.
I am not
Don't call heaven with the lies, Buana. Don't call heavens with lies.
You know, people of Azimio, when you want to have a conversation with somebody, you don't shout. You simply listen.
Because we hate lies. Because we hate lies. Because we hate lies.
All these lies. And then now,
because we hate.
Tell me why Smith Climb Beecham left Kenya. Tell me.
That is only one. What about others?
This is how we're gonna go. It is time for Mzalendo to make submission. When Mzalendo is talking, let him talk. I'll give each person his or her time to respond. Please, let him say what he has in mind. That is how we have been conducting the show. So I'll give each person time to talk. Say what you have. Let him say what he knows. So Mzalendo, just to avoid waste of time.
This is typical of Azimio supporters. They lack decency.
No, just
they are
proceed.
full of arrogance. And I was just trying to tell them that Ruto is not the president of India, where Smith Climb Beecham left. He's also not the president of Nigeria. Neither is he the president of some of these Asian countries where Smith Climb Beecham are reducing their production, and for simple reason, because the purchase price the dollar, the decline in the dollar in most of the region was affected by the Ukraine war. Yeah, so they need to understand when they are coming to say that, within 3 months of Ruto's regime, these companies have left the country. First, there is also some aspect of instability in the country. Right now, we are already in an election mood. Right from the time Ruto was installed, nobody here respects the rule of law. None of them, because first, the courts declared Ruto the winner. Is any of them respecting the Constitution of Kenya? They don't respect the Constitution of Kenya. That is why they're here every day saying that Ruto never won the election. The Constitution says that he is the president of the Republic of Kenya, and they don't respect the law at all. At the same time, they talk with Ruto does not respect the judiciary. Yet they are the ones who don't even respect what the judiciary has announced and has declared as legal. Yeah. So we are in a situation whereby this country was voted by nearly half. Ruto won with only 200,000 votes. These other halves will always make noise. Always make noise, because half of the country feels that they should be in power. The other half feels that, yes, we won legally and we are the legitimate people in power right now, controlling the institution. So there's a lot of promises that they made to their supporters, which are yet to fulfill, because you can't fulfill it when you are not in government. Right now, from ever since Ruto got into power, we have had stories from Kinadom. They wanted to storm State House and remove him from power. Did they ever do that? No. People have been killed, lying to support their supporters about elections each and every time. And it is sad. It is sad that that Azimio is brainwashing their supporters to believe that, things are so bad in the country, yet it is not so bad. They are lying about the industries. In Meru yesterday, Ruto opened a potato industry. They will say that is a lie. It was never done. But we saw it in camera. Look at the issue of housing. They're not even talking about what is informing the government to build those houses.
They are only talking that, oh no, we don't need those houses. They are not even informed about why Uhuru and sorry, and when Uhuru and Ruto came into power, what they are acknowledging now that Uhuru did so well, but when the government was doing so badly, then it was about Ruto who was in government. That is why there was corruption in Uhuru's government. But when the Uhuru's housing project, which they done with Uhuru Ruto as a partner, as a running mate, as the deputy president, they don't recognize that fact. Now Uhuru Ruto is continuing the same project that they started with Uhuru. They are saying no. Ruto did so. Uhuru did so well. But when Uhuru's government, people were stealing, then it was Ruto. Ruto was the one who was doing that. So this double kind of speak is all nonsense.
1 minute, wind up. Wind up what you say.
Let me just conclude by saying that we need to look into the facts. We need to look at the problem we have. The problem in Kenya is not leadership. The problem in Kenya is us. People like Inadomi, people like Inastella, people like Mazalendo, people like Jeff. Yeah, we need to come out and say the truth, no matter your political affiliation. Learn to say the truth with your mouth. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Domi, go ahead. You have your 4 minutes each person, and I'm checking the phone 4 minutes so that I'll distribute time equally. Domi, unmute.
Okay, now, you see, I came to a conclusion, and I think from here onwards, I'll not comment anything on what Mzalendo said. Because of this is the reason. And I'll say this. On earth, we have people like you, and we accept to have them. We accept you the way you are.
Thank you.
Even the Bible says there are people who call bitter sweet and sweet bitter. People who don't care about the plight of Kenyans, who don't care about Mama Mboga, who is not able to sell who is not able to sell a whole bag of his vegetables because of the low purchasing power of Kenyans, who is not able to take his son to school. And we have an evidence of people, students, primary students, crying in the street because they are not able, primary, not even secondary, because they are not able to take that to go to school. They were crying. It's viral. You can find it. So people like you, okay, we must have such people like you. Okay, in the world we must have bad examples anyway. So
okay, make the submission.
Anyway, we allow you to be what you are. Look here.
Make your submission now. Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying, look here. You have only dwelt on one pharmaceutical company. You did not explain about the EPZ. You did not explain about other companies. We agree. We agree that other companies have a problem. We agree that I will agree because I don't know much about those companies that have been shifting. What about these other companies that Stella mentioned? You don't know.
I've given you the facts. I've given you.
Wait, listen. Listen.
Give me time. I'll teach you again. Just finish.
Listen. No. Okay. You go ahead. Even if I'll not rebut. Even if because you are used to you are using to stick on anyway. You have an example of Ruto who is a liar. So you are just like him. Okay. Look, we have as we are talking.
Let
us Kenyans. We are talking of the painful people, the pain that people are going through. We are talking about people who are facing the cruelty. Now, during Uhuru's first term, there was a lot of noise from opposition, but still he went on. Okay, Why now? What makes you think now is not like that time? That you have to blame opposition on everything. The fall of a shilling, the fall of a shilling is because of poor policies. Instability of a shilling is poor policies. There is nothing about opposition. If anything, maandamano ilifanywa kitambo sana last. Why not now? Why is it falling now when there's no maandamano? My friend, we are not idiots. We can add 1 to 1 to get 2. Okay. Yeah. Look at you're talking about housing. The houses that Ruto started are not yet complete. Those projects you are talking about, they were started during Kenyatta's time. And if I may pick a contradiction in your own statements here, you said Ruto was in partnership with Uhuru when they were doing the projects. Yeah? When you here have always told us that it was a handshake government. Where are you? If you are on if you take it as handshake, take it as handshake. If you take it as Ruto in partnership with Uhuru, let it be Ruto in partnership with Uhuru, and let him also accept his failures. Yeah, they're not ways about that. Let us be patriotic, one. Let us be patriotic. Love your nation, not one person. Don't focus on one person and forget that the nation has 55,000 people. Let me remind you of the people. I understand Jeff is a pastor. Let me remind you of the people of Israel when they were getting into Canaan. The Bible says Joshua ensured that all people have settled before he allocated himself land. That is a leader. What is Ruto doing? Everything, he's living lavishly, going everywhere, going for every meeting, carrying everybody. They were crying that, we did not get anything in the coffers. Yet the next day, they transported over 40 people to UK for a funeral.
Your 4 minutes are over. Let's go to Stella. Then I'll come back to you. Stella?
Yes, I'm here. So
yeah,
for
go
my
ahead.
conclusion is about
not conclusion. We are still continuing with the debate. I'm just giving people 4 minutes, 4 minutes, just to be fair, like that.
So I need to respond to Mzalendo about why the investors are fleeing the country. Number one, we have poor governance, or especially on tax regimes. So people like Delarue, like EPZ, like GlaxoSmithKline, these people left the country because, for one, if the tax regime was very harsh, obviously some people would have been some people are laid off to work. Remember, 70,000 people being laid off to work. How much is that tax to the Kenyan should be contributed? It's over $1 billion, because remember, when someone who's paid above the 23,000 shillings upmark, they are eligible to pay statutory deduction. So who is at a loss here? Is it the mwananchi or is it the government? It goes both ways. But now, if Mzalanda is trying to say that, is he the president or what? If they sit down, they will give you their facts showing that we cannot afford to import things because the taxes are so high. We are having tax regimes issue because we are meant to pay corporate tax over 200,000 to maybe 60 million. And yet this corporate tax which we are being paid, we are not finding roads, we are not having electricity, there's a blackouts every time, there is no water, there is no sufficient transport because fuel is expensive. So Mzalendo, we are talking on an economic issue where we are coming as a poor government structures. That's why investors are going to countries like Congo, countries like Ethiopia and Tanzania and Uganda, because the tax regimes are there, they are favorable. We are also talking about the dollar rate there. Their dollar rate there is much favorable than ours. And I came back and I asked you, why is fuel cheaper in Uganda and in Tanzania, less 57 shillings from Kenya, and yet they import mafuta hapa Kenya? That question, you have never responded back to Mzalendo. Mzalendo, back to you. When we started this forum, you said about the housing fund. You criticized me. Now you have seen the ruling. Let's wait for the appeal. We see who is the David and the Goliath to this thing. We said that housing fund was not a bad idea. I told you the first thing was the housing fund. They never gave proper legal structure. I gave you an example. My example, I tried to explain to you, but you still relented. And I told you the only time the government can come with a housing issue, they could have come on a social housing. Whereas Kenya, we could have not refused to be taxed. But the problem, affordable housing, you're forcing me to buy a house which I don't want. So, Mzalendo, in essence, the Ruto government, the Ruto regime, they should own up to their mistakes. They should not relent back on Uhuru and Kibaki. Kibaki left his regime, it was transitioned. Uhuru left the government, now it is transitioning. They should not look back and look for the mistakes, for their own mistakes they are doing here. They need to stand up and account accountability, their mistakes, what they have done. And it is the high time, Ruto, before it is too late, he needs to go back and apologize to Kenyans. And if I was Ruto, I will have to fire everyone who is under my government. That's my submission.
Thank you, Stella. But I wanted you, just maybe this, because we'll come back to you. I want you to get the figures. What is the price of fuel per liter in Kenya? How much is it costing in Tanzania, because you made that statement? And how much is in Uganda? When I come back to you, we compare those figures, we exchange, we do the Kenyan rates, then we see the difference, then we're gonna say if the statement you have made is factual or not. Let's go to my good friend here, Mr. Wachira. Yes, Wachira, go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, you can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just want to disabuse this notion. I mean, Mzalendo, stop this. This notion of telling us that, oh yeah, the dollar to the shilling conversion rate went, the depreciation rate of the Kenya shilling went down because of, I don't know, why do you guys pick this stuff from? Because of the Ukraine war, I don't know where you pick this stuff from. People are not stupid. Everywhere else in the world, every single person knows that you're attributing so many things. I actually don't think you guys know what you're doing. In as much as you're trying to protect your so-called regime, because I call it a regime, it's not a government. That's number one. An excuse that holds no water at all. Number two, like my sister said here, fix your rubbish. That's what I call it. The minute you elect people who do not know what they are doing, the courts are actually, now you're actually trying to buy in the courts and the judiciary, because you've actually emancipated now. The parliament is done. It's out. So you only have how many arms of government? Judiciary, which is also getting emancipated. And you're trying to do it. Mother Kome has done a wonderful job of trying to now postulate to the executive. So my submission is, we literally might not even have a country, going by what this autocrat is trying to do. And I say that with a lot of humility, because that is what Ruto is trying to do. And if we are not careful as Kenyans, we are going, Kenyans and people of good faith, we are going to be in so much trouble. This is Moi 2.0, a student of Moism, and he is not kidding. If anybody thinks we are, no, he is kidding. You're gonna go get some Kool-Aid somewhere. That's my submission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Washira. And Mr. Muzarendo, you are here, you are back. You have heard these people, they have said, you haven't substantiated your argument. They are saying that there are so many companies that have left because of the Ruto's regime. I don't know what is your take on that. And also you have heard the argument with Washira about the performance of the government of William Ruto that is performing poorly, and he is saying actually it's not a government, it is a regime. Maybe you tell us. I have heard many people saying that I don't recognize the government of William Samoei Ruto. I don't recognize him as the president. Maybe you tell us what is the impact or the effect or the relevance of people not acknowledging the government. Mr. Mzarendo, you have 4 minutes.
I want to tell you that these are people who don't respect the rule of law. These are people who don't respect IBC. These are people who are still disillusioned. These are people who are like Donald Trump supporters who think that Donald Trump won the elections. And they still believe that Donald Trump, who actually won the election and the election was rigged. These are people who believe that Ruto could fix things in 1 month or 2 months, because after 3 months of Ruto being in power, they expected changes. Today, these are the same people who even the Asla nation was not even in their platform. It was not a campaign agenda for them. Today, they are doing the work that they ought to do, being in the opposition and checking the government. That is recommendable for them, but they should not assume that there's no government. They should work. They should play the opposition role as they are doing right now. Putting the government in check, and that is what is needed by Azimio supporters or those who are not affiliated to any other faction and feel that the government is not doing the right thing. I tend to think that yes, Ruto has done his mistake. He did his mistake on the fuel, on the issue of purchasing fuel using the Kenyan shilling. That was ill advised, but by economists, they thought that it would work. At one time, they thought that probably the dollar would stabilize, but again, that weakened the shillings further and further. So they have owned up. They have really owned up that they are not going to go on with that purchase. That is the kind of honesty that we want in government. When they do a mistake, there is some honesty. Somebody came here saying that, the SGR, we can see SGR for Uhuru. The SGR, remember, even the Azimio leader, Raila Odinga, said that it was tripled. The cost of building that SGR in Kenya was triple the cost of the initial price. And when he immediately came into government with Uhuru, he forgot all that. Then Uhuru became the darling of the day. So these are people who are after power, and they are after power, and pretending that they know the plight of the common man. these people like Dominic here, who was here, who has been here, saying that you should see the kind of suffering of the common man. People like Stella, I need them to spend a night in Mukuru Kwayaba or Madare and take a shower with those locals and know whether they live in a comfortable environment or not. They need to spend a night there. These people who are talking against the housing. And Muru, I told Jex sometimes earlier that they should play the clip by the PS, an interview that I did by the PS for housing. It was something that I edited for the PS of housing, because these are the issues that would have emerged each and every time. And when we get a national platform like this, in fact, Africa is global, we need to talk the truth. Let's not talk like people in Jacaranda. This is not an Ikunuru Okanga platform. This is a platform where we try to educate people with the right facts. When Ruto is not doing well, we'll say he's not doing well. When the economy is doing well, we are saying the economy is doing well as per the projection by the economists. Central Bank is saying it, the World Bank is saying it, IMF is saying it, Treasury is saying it, and ISPAC is also saying it. He's also saying it when they pick a section of saying that the inflation declined by, I don't know, 1 point something figures. Those figures we are talking about were affected because of maandamano. How did demonstration affect the economy, for instance? Did it affect the economy or not? It affected. Have you heard any of these panelists addressing how demonstrations affected the economy of Kenya? None of them mentioned that. None of them mentioned that. Instead, they are criticizing the rule of law. They are criticizing the same constitution
Number 1 to 1370.
that Uhuru swore to. Anyway, I would have loved
What do you want us to see? What do you want us to see? There is this video you have sent here.
I go to
what do you want us to know about?
I can tell you, many people I don't know that live there.
Play that video from the beginning. They will understand the issue of housing and the cost and the duration it takes.
Something I want to ask.
Otherwise, they will not understand. They will always be. These are the guys who are the policy makers in government.
With this guy, arguing Zalendo is a waste of time.
Listen to me, everybody. I am giving each person time. When person is talking, please let us just give that person time. I'll just Zarendo.
But you cannot lie in our presence and then
you get time. You get time when you tell him how he has lied. I'll be fair to everyone.
Just play that clip for the PS and tell us where he's lying. Then we will interrogate that.
To me, Mzalendo, you can put that post for Hinga, but I'm giving you the economic way of getting that housing fund.
Thank you.
No. Let's listen. There is nothing we're gonna lose by hearing him.
It's a 10-minute thing, Mzalendo, and this thing it is going to me. I want to go sleep.
Mzalendo, wait a minute. It's not even praying.
Okay, Mboro.
So can you talk about it without praying?
That everybody is talking about this housing that people,
I want to ask Mzalendo one question.
Wait a minute. We cannot pray the whole of it, Mzalendo.
We want to look at what
is it possible
for housing is saying. So facts are sometimes very, very stubborn.
Yes, Mboro.
Is it possible you talk about it without praying the clip? We have it there. Explain what you want to say. Just within a minute.
I want to ask Mzalendo. He never answered my last question the time when we were left in this forum.
Which one? Which last question? I'll answer it now.
Kiza Mzalendo, tuliongea juu ya hizo nyumba za housing fund. Then I told you there were 3 categories of that housing fund. Now, remember when Jakes played that clip of guys being in Mukuru?
Ile Mukuru that made you shut up again. I remind you, ilikuwa ni uongo, and you kept quiet. Yes.
You a question. I know you kept quiet because you never answered my mathematics.
No, no. I'll ask the question. Ask the question, I'll answer you.
Wait, Mzalendo. I asked you this question about how a hustler is qualified to get that house. You never answered my question, and I asked you, Mzalendo, where
Stella,
my problem is coming.
they cannot answer.
Well, you
Stella,
see,
they cannot
I
answer
wanted the
the PS
PS to answer you because you will not believe in what I was saying. He has answered the Mama Moga getting the house in that clip, but you don't want to listen to the clip.
Can
You
we
are
hear
saying
that
you want
clip
to sleep.
just for a minute?
It's not a
Can we hear
BS.
that clip a little bit? We want to know about it.
The PS
I'm going
answered,
to
the
shout.
PS who is
No,
in charge
it
of those
doesn't make
houses
sense. It's a lie.
answered how they are going to get the houses. So what are you saying?
Instead of a lot of arguments, can you put that clip there?
Do the math.
Mzalendo, about how
Stella.
We want to know the facts.
Stella.
Why
Don't
can't you
waste
just
your
take your
breath.
time and listen?
The maths don't add up. They don't
Can
add
you
up.
put the clip we hear what he has to say there? Put it there. Let's hear.
You know, when you want the real facts, go to the real truth. One of the journalists.
Then we skip the unnecessary parts.
Go to Hinga. Go to Hinga. Yes, Hinga.
There is a system, and the system rules are very clear. You need to have your profile to be 100%. Okay? Then you need to have paid 12.5%. The minute you pay your 12.5%, there is a timestamp that you get. And anybody, number 1 to 1370, that were on the timestamp 100% and they had paid, they got an offer letter. They got an offer letter. If I go to Park Road, I can tell you, there are many people I don't know that live there. All right? So we had certain ring-fenced classes. For example, 60% of all those units went to civil servants. Why? That is their land. It is their land. So initially it was 50%, but the interest in civil servants was very high. Out of the 60% from civil servants, 40% went to the police. We have military living in there. I have CBK watchmen and security guards living in there. My friend, don't tell me that these houses were allocated based on Kimenyano. And you know why that was important is because when you think about why was there a lot of resistance initially, one of the reasons why there is a resistance is trust. And I understand why. You know, you come in here, oh, you hear this, money has been lost. Oh, there was this one, money got lost. Oh, there was this, whatever that was supposed to be built, money got lost. Everything, every day, you just hear is money getting lost. We made a deliberate decision that we're going to disempower ourselves. Okay? There was no law that says, Hinga, you cannot allocate. No. I disempowered myself. My own mother was saying, hey, now, son of my mother of a PS. I said, Mama, what are the rules? Do your profile. Okay, here is your SSD. Pay your deposit. Ukitaka kuja kwangu, anaweza kusaidia ulipe deposit. And she didn't even get a home. Okay, she paid some money, but she was not one of the 1,370. Why? Because we disempowered ourselves. Why? Because we wanted to bring trust. Trust with you as a member of the public. Now, there's another layer of trust that we created, and maybe we don't even talk about it. Your money, how are we going to protect it? Because we hear about all these funds, you hear pension funds, NHIF, you hear there's so many scandals. Well, some real, I don't know whether some, so I am not here to say they are real. But you just hear many stories. So what did we do? We determined that money we're not even going to keep it here. We're not going to keep it here. So who did we appoint? We appointed 3 service providers. Who are they? An administrator, independent, Zamara. That is an actuarial firm. What do? They're actually the one who interact with you. They send you statements. They send you a reconciliation. They tell you you've paid these and all that. It was not government officials because sometimes even to send you a statement, karatasi hatuja print, siju kuna procurement, kuna nini. No, we said, why shall we give professionals to do that? Then when your money came in, it didn't even come to a government account. It went into a custodial bank, which was KCB. Now, KCB I cannot even tell them what to do with that money, because they are guided by custodial rules. Because that money, it is custodial for you, not for me. So the houses are built, they are completed. The administrator then will issue a notice, pay developer so and so. They are 5 billion. We pay developer so and so 5 billion. We start allocating based on a fair, transparent process on a first come, first serve basis. All right? And then, because this is a lot of money, 9 billion, and I'm not paying certificates every month and so on and so forth, we needed to invest it. Because now if I take your money, because I'm telling you, in 7 years, if you don't get it, come and withdraw it, plus a return. So how do I guarantee you a return? We hired Britam through a competitive process to be our fund managers. So that money we're going to invest, whether in bonds and invest in whatever, but it was going to be invested. It's not just sitting in an account. So it was going to be earning more money. That's how I was going to guarantee you. But in 7 years, your 1,000 cumulatively, I'll pay you back plus a return. So there's a lot of stuff that is about misinformation and so on and so forth. Now, if you ask me, I don't want to call it a regret. It's just one of those things that are very difficult to control. Was the people that bought those houses, okay? Because there's a form there, you feel first we prioritize first-time homeowners. Okay, that was one of the rules. First-time homeowners, we prioritize people living with disability. In fact, all the ground floor units, we had said, let's check how many people are living with disability. We're going to prioritize them on the ground floor units, and so on and so forth. The only regret is that majority of the people decided to rent them out. Now, why did they rent them out? Okay, why did they rent them out? They rented them out because in Park Road, it's probably one of the best addresses for a working family. Okay? Now, I hear the rentals that are being earned are crazy. That room, you said 40 square meter, 2-bedroom, some of it is going for 40,000 shilling. But this fellow is only paying 15,000. So him, anasema haya, I am a homeowner now. Okay, it's not a crime. But they decide they're going to rent somewhere else. Sasa nimekuwa investor. So I wish there is a way in which we can try and contain people so that but then we'll either have to come biometric. So we're going to invest more money that we need to invest in housing. But ultimately, I believe that this only gets solved when you leverage large economies. Right now it just looks like a big deal, but when everybody has housing everywhere in an address that they like, okay, then those rentals were actually going to come down. But right now is a supply and demand rule. It is it's highly demanded place. Okay, so those who hiyo karumu unasema hivyo, someone is willing to pay 45,000, some are willing to pay 75 CG for the 3-bedroom. It's crazy. Public housing was targeting majority of the working people, especially in the urban areas. Okay, now when you think of where are they coming from, the modalities of even the typologies were all driven by the costing. Okay, it's all about the costing. Today, if the people who walk from Mukuru to industrial area or from Kibera to industrial area, they live in a 3x4 shack, has flying toilets, no electricity, water is, in fact, that's what they call the penalty of poverty. They pay more for water than you and I. Okay, they pay more for water. And that's why this president, and let me tell you, let me just say, and I digress a little bit. This country, you will remember President Uhuru Kenyatta. A few years from now, you'll remember him with a lot of nostalgia. Let me tell you, he's a patriot. What, for example, he has done in the informal settlements here, taking away the water cartels and made sure that those people don't have to buy water. That doesn't make for good headlines, putting roads. And by just doing the roads, people have started building better houses for themselves. Okay? Let's get back to the typology. So you're coming from 4x3. You're married. You have kids. Now, let me give you my own experience. That is what I came up from there. I was born in an informal settlement. I was born in Bondeni, Nakuru. I grew up in Kaptembwa and Kwaronda. That is where I grew up. I grew up in a place where I had 3 sisters at the time, and we had 1-roomed house. And our parents had like a small pazia, and they're the only ones who had a bed. I didn't know what it is to sleep in a bed until many years later. That is majority of our people. Okay? So you go and talk about this house in Park Road, 40 square, has a bedroom that is enough for you to put a double-decker bed, has master and suite that your father and your mother, their dignity is protected, okay? And there is enough space, yeah, for you to stay and to play. I give you, let's take Park Road for example. There is a basketball court. There is a small garden there. There is a running track. That's a quality of life that you associate with people living in Runda. So you can talk about the typology, but surely the quality of life is not the same. It is not the same as from where we are taking you from. But more importantly, is that I'm saying that you don't have to rob a bank for you to be able to live decently. A country that does not know how to take care of its vulnerable people is a problem.
All right, go ahead, Mboro.
Mr. Mzalendo, are you still there?
Yeah, I am there.
Maybe you can say something a little bit just for 1 minute when we go to Stella. Then Stella, when I'm coming to you, I would like you to have the figures of the differences you said that 1 liter of gasoline in Uganda is 57 lower than in Kenya. We are coming to you back.
Check.
Mzalendo.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for playing that clip, and I hope Kinastella and the rest of Kenyans who don't really know about this affordable housing and how it is managed and where the funds are going were able now to see from the PS. And before that, he had mentioned how Amamamboga can afford that house in Ngara. So those facts were there. So I hope you saw them. The PS has answered for me what I would have told you and you would not have believed. Now you can believe from the PS mouth. You had said that the money would be stolen at some point. Yeah?
Just a question.
Yes.
I think the PS was talking, is that PS talking about the Uhuru regime or the Ruto regime? Because I heard him mention...
You know the reason why I brought that story of the PS, because the story is just the same. The only thing that has changed is the levy that they have increased. And the only thing that they are doing differently now, because this was Uhuru Ruto regime, it was not a Uhuru. That's why I brought that point that when Uhuru is doing so well, Ruto is not part of the picture. You understand, but yet they sought for the presidency, the two of them. But when there is corruption in Uhuru's government, then Ruto is the corrupt guy. But when there is some development, like this is what they did in the Agenda 4. This is whatever Ruto is doing is part of the Agenda 4 that Uhuru was doing. The only thing is that he has increased the capacity. And Uhuru's projects were targeting majorly the civil servants. But Ruto's project has doubled whatever they wanted to produce as a government. Now he's even...
just another question.
Yes.
Because we don't have, maybe I'll still come back to you. People are saying that all these housing projects that we see They were started by Uhuru, and Ruto has not done. He has done nothing. He has not completed any project and such kind of things. What do you have to say about that?
That is lies. That is all lies. That is all. Uru only did Ngara, and he did the one for Park Road, and now an extension of Stare. What you are seeing, the projects in Homa Bay. Uru was not in Homa Bay to launch those projects. That is Ruto launching them. What you saw in Meru being launched, the Uru was not there. It is Ruto launching new projects. The houses in Homa Bay are halfway done. That was not that was Uru's project. But again, I go back and tell them, these guys, when they were asking for votes, they had got four agendas to tackle, and housing was one of them. In their four agendas, housing was, I think, number 2.
We will come back. Yeah, we will come back to you, Mr.
And healthcare.
Yes.
So what Ruto is following up is the agenda that they had with the president.
We will come back. We will come back to you. You tell us the 4 agenda of the Kenya Kwanza regime. I want to go to Stella. Stella, tell us first of all about the gas price differences in Uganda and Tanzania. I told you to get the figures so that we can make sure what we tell the public is the correct information, because the information I have is totally different from what you said. You said that fuel in Kenya is higher with, I don't know, 50 something shillings. Now, can you defend your point?
Okay. In the Finance Act, fuel, there was no difference. There was only a minimal difference because the tax for the fuel was 8%. So when the Finance Act came, the fuel came double the amount of what we are meant to buy from the foreign markets and the exchange rate. But since the exchange rate is not favorable, we are paying for more fuel than our neighbors. Remember, our neighbors, Tanzania and Uganda and Rwanda, they import their fuel here, then it is piped to them. So if you check their dollar rate, what they are buying, it is cheaper than us. There are people in Busia, there are people in Marsabit, they cross over the border to save at least 50 shillings to 57 shillings because of the difference. And that report is in the EPRA report, if you check.
I want you to check right now. That's why I told you to check.
Again is where
Before you proceed, fuel parita, and I want you to check. I want you to Google there. You check fuel parita in Uganda, that is gasoline or petroleum. In Uganda, it's 5,561. Is my figures correct? No, I want you to.
But I'm telling you, check.
You see, we need to go to the pump prices. Then we compare to the pump prices in Kenya. So the amount in Uganda currently, if you go to buy, what I see here when I research is 5,561. If you divide that by 23, which is the exchange rate per Kenya shilling, you get fuel in Uganda is actually higher than because in Kenya is 214.07. In Uganda, that goes to almost 240.
Mboro, you're calculating with the taxes. You have to remove the taxes because Uganda and Tanzania and Rwanda, they don't pay excise duty. In Kenya, we pay excise duty. Just check. Remove
how
the
much,
8%.
How much is gas? And I also want our viewers to tell us on the comment side, how much is fuel in Kenya? How much, if right now I am to go to the pump station or the gas station, how much will I pay to get 1 liter of petroleum?
Diesel is
197.
197. Diesel is 197. Then petrol is 201.
And now, that's what I was telling you. when you compare to what Ugandans are paying, they are paying more the pump price than Kenya. And I want you to do that research very well. In Uganda, in Uganda right now, if you are to pay with Kenya money, Uganda, if you do the exchange rate, it is coming to almost 240 Kenya shillings. That is 1 liter of gas. In Tanzania is 205. In Kenya, I checked, it is around 200, between 200 and 214.
Let's go to the dollar. Let's go to the dollars. In Uganda, per liter is $1.44 per liter. Are we correct? So minus 8% for that. Then you come to Uganda, to Tanzania, it's 126 per liter in dollars, minus 8%. Then you come to Kenya, it's 138.
Anyway, those figures. I don't want to go beyond that, but I just wanted you to know that the fuel in Uganda is more expensive than in Kenya. In whichever form, even if you are to exchange with the dollar, the exchange rate will show you the differences. That Uganda, the fuel is still higher than in Kenya. I had to check that, and even if you want us to change with the dollar, you see it is high. Anyway, I see that, I see there are still many people watching the show. And Stella, I would like you to make your final submissions, and then we'll be in a position to end the show. But before Stella, I wanted to just put something that was said by Eri, and maybe you're going to respond on his behalf, about 250,000 Kenyans going to work in Germany. And this is what I want to tell the people of Kenya, that there is no mistake and it's not a problem for people to move from one country to work to another country. Kenya receives a lot of money from the citizens who are outside the country, because we go to work. Right now, we work here in America and we send money back to our country. And right now, Kenya is getting a lot of money from the people in the diaspora. And if you get such an opportunity as a Kenyan or any other person out there, and you get an opportunity where you can earn more than you can earn from home, I would encourage you take that opportunity. It is not an offense because the world is becoming a global world. We have many Tanzanians coming to work in Kenya. We have many Nigerians coming to work in Kenya. We also have many Kenyans going to Nigeria. Others are even going to get married there. Our women are running away from us. I don't know what is happening with Nigeria. And that is what the world has become. So, and I also wanted to clarify when he said that the president is lying. The problem is that sometimes we have our own feelings, we have our own thinking, and we want to dispute everything that is said as lies, which is, to me, is not fair. I normally tell people you should not only be fair, but be seen to be fair, and always deal with facts, because this is not President Ruto who came up with the idea of 250 Kenyans going to Germany. This was the Chancellor of German, Olaf, who said that there is a shortage of domestic workers in Germany, and said that they need Kenyans to go and work there because their birth rate has gone down and they are seeking for domestic workers. And that those are the words from the Chancellor of Germany. So the president only echoed what the Chancellor said, that they are looking. There is a possibility they open for a way for Kenyans to go to Germany. In the same way, right now, even if you want to go to Canada, there is opening for you to go and work in Canada. Why should you stay at home and say, oh, I'm waiting for the government to create a job for me, whereas there is a job ready somewhere waiting for you? Let us go work out there as we wait for our economy to keep on growing to the point that it can sustain all of us. I can tell you, when I was in Kenya, I was a manager. But can I tell you, the jobs I do here, they're nowhere near any managerial positions. But what I get is way better than what I was getting as a manager. So it's okay. You can come here, do anything. You can do taxi, do Uber, but you get good money than what you were earning. So it is because of the level of our economy. So for me, I encourage people, if you get a chance, go work out there. Don't just stay at home. Anyway, that's how I feel and that's how I see things. I can't stay there and say I'm so loyal to my country. I will stay here waiting for the government to create jobs for me. Just go out there and work. When the economy will be better, and when we better our economy by sending money back home, maybe one day you'll be in a position to go be hired in Kenya and do businesses in Kenya. Stella, go ahead.
Okay. Mboro, as you said about the issue of Kenyans getting work abroad, remember, Mboro, as much we need labor power here, I think our president is supporting something called a brain drain. So we are going to be losing a lot of teachers who are going to China or Japan or in the Arab countries to go and teach English. We are going also to lose doctors. There are doctors who are going to India. It doesn't mean that there will be aestheticians, there will be physiotherapy and what. So what happens in our country? In our country, we won't have as professionalism because we'll have maybe shortage of doctors. But now the problem is, as you're saying, that we cannot say that our president is not being honest. He's lying. Mboro, what is that truthful thing which the president said and it went through? Now, look at the situation of teachers right now, Mboro. Mboro, there are schools, but the teachers cannot get employed. Why? Because it seems that the government does not have money to employ teachers or deploy teachers to school because there is money they are mismanaging, and yet they are expecting students to go to school. That's why you see some teachers, they would rather stay home, they go and do farming, because once they go there and they go and teach the students, they mark the exam, they are not being paid. Who can afford to have that stress? I don't want to have a mental breakdown. I'm being employed by the government, but I've not been paid for 6 months. So you see, also the government is trying to manipulate even civil servants. Almost like 3 months ago, civil servants have not gotten their salaries. They cannot pay their house rent. They cannot even pay their statutory deduction. Like I remember, it was a sad story where there was a teacher who was sick, cannot be admitted in the hospital because his rebate for NHIF was not paid because they were not paid salaries. They are in also, even they have taken loans in advance so that they can able to eat and also pay the school fees for kids. And yet the government cannot explain why they cannot pay teachers. So if you see a regime where there is wanton waste of money, of where we are being overtaxed, and yet we cannot see where these taxes are going. We don't have roads. Those roads were stalled during Nandi Kenyatta's time. It has not been continued. We are seeing also there are structures which were meant to be completed by the time when the IMF and AFDB, they had given funds for completion of projects like Dogokundu, projects at Turmoil, projects like Ketrako. It is not being completed because the government is siphoning money. But we can see by the report, even Margaret Nyakango, who was in before the Parliamentary Accounts Committee, where he said there is wanton waste where 70 million which is being misquandered every day in each government parastatal or each government offices. Mboro, hesabu hiyo pesa times the 26 days where you're working, that money can also be enough to put dawa kwa mahospitali, pay teachers. We have good roads. We stop paying some excessive toll fees. which Nani Murkomen is saying from starting next 2 months, next month, that we'll start paying for toll fees for using roads. That's unfair. Why are we paying toll fee and we are being charged fuel levy, and yet they are also charging also us the toll fee which we pay? You see, there is not satisfaction in this government. They want to eat. Mboro, our president, is lying.
Did you say
Why
teachers are
lying,
not paid in
one.
Kenya, Stella? I wanted us to go slowly. I wanted to hear. Did you say that the government has paid the teachers, or what did you say on that point?
I've said the last 3 months the government has not paid the civil servants.
The last 3 months
have not been paid. The last 3 months. Remember, Mboro, when you're being paid your salary, your statutory deduction has to be done. Now the government is owing also the government. If you don't pay payee, you don't pay payee, you do not rebate NHIF, NSSF. What happens to if a teacher gets sick and he wants to go to hospital in Kenyatta and he has his NHIF card, then he's told that his NHIF card does not have money. How would that be fair to the teacher? Not even the teacher, any civil servant. That's unfair, Nanimboro. And no one is giving an explanation why this money is not being paid. Yet every month, in 9th of every month, each private institution government, they pay on.
Yes, I'm yet to understand because I don't have information on that. The question I'm asking, do you mean the government of Kenya has not paid teachers or all the civil servants for the last 3 months? That is starting from we are in the month of January. That is starting from November, December. Actually, it's supposed to be from October. Is that what you mean?
So right now they are getting their salaries for November. Now we are in January. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So in Christmas, teachers didn't go with teachers and civil servants didn't go with their salaries. And it's a sad situation, Nanimboro. I'm telling you, I have friends who work in government, and they work also in parastatal as legal affairs. They've not been paid. Most of them even
I know Mzalendo is doing research for us on that. Mzalendo, I want you to do research on that.
On what?
On civil servants not being paid in Kenya because, yes.
I'm not saying civil servants not being paid in Kenya.
Yes.
Their salaries were not paid from last month. And remember, Mboro, 9th of every month, each parastatal, private, and what, you need to remit your payments. NHIF, NSSF, pay as you want, and housing fund. You understand? Then there are other payments to be done. If you do not pay NHIF by 9th, you are penalized. If you do not pay NSSF in time, you're penalized. You don't pay on time, you're penalized. So now, right now, the teachers have not been paid, or even the civil servants have not been paid. If a such situation, a teacher gets sick and goes to hospital and has an NHIF card, then it is swapped, or if they are being told that your NHIF, it's backward, or it has arrears. Mboro, whose mistake is that?
So before we go to whose mistake is that?
Why the delay of money?
Yeah, just a minute, Stella, because we need to inform the. Yeah, yes, I hear you, Stella. Can you hear me?
The government is not explaining where the money has been, why it is not being paid on time. Margaret Nyakano and the late they have shown how the wanton waste of money which the government is misusing every day. Mboro.
We hear you,
now,
Stella.
You have to understand.
Stella, give me a minute. Give me a minute. I wanted to ask you a question. Who pays the teachers?
TSC.
TSC. Have you confirmed whether the delay is coming from the government? Maybe the government has not dispersed the money to the TSC, or is it the delay coming from TSC? TSC.
The government, they've not paid TSC.
Okay. Proceed.
Then there's
Proceed
the
with
civil
your.
servant.
Yes. Proceed with your submission.
Are you getting? Even the civil servants, they are also affected. Now, the government is not explaining why this delay is there. But yet, the collection is done 9th of every month and 13th of every month. But try and explain to me, or you tell me, because you want to go by whatever. Why are teachers not being paid? And yet we, as taxpayers, we are paying our money in time. That means there's someone somewhere who is diverting that money, or someone who's refusing to pay the teachers or to pay the civil servant because of their selfish need. Because if you do not have teachers teaching, what happens to the students? Luckily, even at times you see even the county, they'll have to use their own money to pay doctors. Because the thing is, if the doctors they strike, or nurses they strike, or any orderly in the hospital they strike, that means the county will be left it will be paralyzed. That's why you see even counties, they are taking loans in banks so that they pay doctors who are first priority, but not the teachers. Are you seeing where the English is going? Now, like the one for the sad situation is the one for Nairobi County, where Sakaja had delayed salaries for the guys at the county. Most of them, they were downing their tools, saying that we cannot work like this, because when Sonko was there, we used to get our salary by 27th of every month. But now for Sakaja, they delay their salaries. They are paid on 13, on 14. Who has the patience of waiting for that money to be paid, and then yet you go back, you backdate your finances? You see, even when you pay me Neni mshahara late, my finances are messed up, and also the finances of that institution is messed up, because if they know they have delayed statutory deduction and they are going to be charged a penalty. Now, see, that is another cost of delayment. So now,
yes,
the issue of this issue for Ruto, this issue, he's lying, because Mboro, there is no way you would go, and that time when you're running your campaign, you tell people what you're going to promise them. Ruto stood by his ground and said, I'll make sure that electricity goes down. I'll make sure that people do not unga ikudi 100. I'll make sure that farmers are going to benefit. I'll make sure that students who are in university, at least they get a tertiary education, or maybe they are given skills other than reading in class. They are expanded their skills. But now what happened?
Yes,
Alituuka.
I want to give you.
Hata mtoto mdogo anajua. Finance Act ilikuja, Mboro, everything changed in Ruto's regime. When he introduced the Finance Act, that's how we knew that this person is a liar. Till today, even last week, he lied to people when he was in Meru. Now, even now, what is more, even more
Yes,
entertaining is
Stella,
when I'm
because
seeing
you have mentioned. I want to ask you a question, Stella. Some few hours ago, you told the people the president was heckled. Was that statement correct?
Yes, it was.
In Meru, the president was heckled in Meru.
Yeah.
Last year he went to Mombasa. He was heckled. He came to Dagoretti Corner. Him and Ishungwa, they were heckled. He was told that he's lying. The time when he went there in Mombasa, he was told, mwenzangu acha kuongea mengi, mafuta watudanganya. Then he went to Meru. Then he was heckled because he was lying to people. Now, what is the livelihood of Meru people? It is nuts and mirror. Why would Ruto go and concentrate with the housing, yet he knows that place is a harvest of green gold, of agriculture, and there was support? Meru people were not ready for those houses. They wanted to see their Mera is being exported the way it was before. They wanted for him.
Stella, do you know that Mira is illegal?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mira is a cat. It's a stimulus. Use it. That's why. Mzalendo, wacha kuni confuse hapa. Wacha kuni confuse.
Stella, I want to give you a little break. I want to give Mzalendo a few minutes. Then I come back to you. Thank you so much for your good submission and the passion. You have great passion. But Stella, before I give to Mzalendo, I wanted you to make just one clarification. Is the scenario you are talking about the one where the president was with the governor and some people were heckling in Meru?
In Nakuru, yes.
No, I'm asking Meru.
Yes, it was in Nakuru, then it was Meru.
No, I'm asking specifically Meru.
Because
I didn't watch the others.
You see,
so you still stand.
Stella.
Okay, I'll come back to that.
No, I can get that.
Yeah, get the clip.
I really like the Mio supporters because each and every time they come here, we'll put. Okay. Stella is not an Azimio supporter. He's a neutral.
I am one.
But we want Stella. I want you on my side.
Stella. Let's give Mzalendo a minute. Then I'll come back to you. Okay. Thank you.
Somebody said that we are a perfect match with Stella. I agree.
Yes.
I mean, that house can be fire if we live in one house. But it would be enjoyable to live in one house with Stella. But anyway.
No, where is my mathematics? Anyhow.
What? Where's your?
Where is my mathematics? Where is my homework? Nilikupatia mathematics ya housing fund. You tell me how Mama Mboga can afford a house.
You know lawyers. That's why it's so hard to deal with the lawyers because they talk with two sides of their mouth. One is saying the truth and one is saying lies. So are you trying to convince us that Mama Mbogas are not getting the affordable housing? Even after playing for you the clip for the PS, you're still bringing the question back to me.
Let me ask you, Mzalendo, umeleta hiyo clip ya Hinga vizuri sana. Even today he was not sweating. He mentioned about that story of Neni. You see what I'm not understanding with Nani Hinga, number one. You, the last time na wewe hapa, ukaanza kusema, kuna portal inaitwa boma yangu. Why? The thing is why he's not explaining what is the ratio of your deposit to get that house. And I told you, Mzalendo, there's a big difference between affordable housing and social housing. I told you, as Kenyans, we have no problem with social housing. But affordable housing, you're forcing me to pay a house which I do not want. You're forcing me to pay a house. You're deducting me for a house which I'm not going to see, which I'm not going to be guaranteed. Then you come and tell me that if I need to have a house, I need to have a small amount which I have to pay. For example, I get 1 million for that studio house, then I go pay. Then what are you going to tell me? No. Hii kitu inacheza nini? Inacheza karata, wacha tuone faster every basis. Then he said 60% is for civil servant. 40% ni ya polisi na askari jela. Mama Mboga kwa wapi na mtu wa bodaboda? Hakuna. Mzalendo na nikakwambia vizuri sana. If Mama Mboga per day, she makes 1,000 shillings from her sales. Let's remove 1,000. Let's remove 200 shillings anunue chakula ama anunue mafuta ya taa ya koroboi yake. Haya, then ukuja akona pesa yake ya chama atoe 200. Then abaki na 600. She has to maybe a contribution for her house rent. Then you come and tell me he can afford to pay 1,200 to qualify for a 5 million house. Mzalendo, hesabu hiyo 1,000 a qualify 5 million ni pesa ngapi? Other than na ule mtu kama mimi ninunue nyumba, then I go get a mortgage, then it is secured by insurance where I'm not going to lose that house in case I get sick. It is able to secure me that house. Then I asked you, if that 1 million, that 1,000 enye nalipa kwa boma yangu for every month, Mzalendo, for 5 million, hiyo pesa itakuwa pesa ngapi? Na ata qualify kupata at least hata hiyo profile yake. Now, remember when you're getting a loan, There's something which called what is called a bank.
Stella, you need unajua unasema mambo mingi ile mzuri, but I need you to talk na unasimama, una pause.
Number one, no, background profile of affordable housing. Haya, let me get mtu wa boda. Haya, mtu wa boda, let's see that 1,000 shillings what he makes, out of that 1,000 shillings, he has to save around 600 shillings. Sawa? No, let's say 400 shillings, okay, per day. Hesabu 400 shillings per day times 26 days. Umehesabu? 400 shillings per day times 26 days.
400 shillings per day times 26 days.
Hiyo ni ngapi? Juu unajua lazima aende kanisa.
Hizo ni hesabu gani unanipatia?
400 shillings
get to your point.
times 26 days.
That is 10,400.
10,400. Very good. 10,400 mzalendo. Mse wa boda atoe 2,500 for a 1-bedroom house per month.
Minus 200.
Minus 2,500.
Umesema per month.
2,500 goes to the boma yangu.
You have said it's how much? 2,500.
It goes to boma yangu for affordable housing.
He remains with 7,900.
That's his money because you know he's a human being. He has a family, he has school fees, he has everything and everything. So 2,500, that is what he can remit to boma yangu.
And how much do you expect the boda person to pay for rent per month?
500 times 12 months.
That's what I'm saying. How much do you expect under normal circumstance? Like now, for instance, forget about the affordable housing. How much can a boda person afford to pay for his family per month? Una expect yaishi nyumba ya pesa gapi kwa mwezi?
Okay, akienda kukaa mahali kama Kachwekera, a one roomed house. Inaitangwa hii plot 10. You know what I mean, plot 10 singles. Then there's a place where there's a toilet and a bathroom. So nyumba za mabati, let's assume analipa kama 3,000. Remember akona token. Token kitambo, unajua kitambo alikuwa anatumia token ya 200, lakini siku hizi token imepanda. The token anaweza tumia ni ya 500 or more depending.
Umesema analipa 3,000.
3,000 alafu utoe pesa ya stima.
Na sasa nikuulize Stella. Hii nyumba analipa rent 3,000 si yake na haitawahi kuwa yake. Na hapa president hapa anasema lipa 2,500 hiyo nyumba ikuwe yako. Which one would you prefer?
You see, ni naweza chukua hapo, lakini boro hiyo nyumba iko ama nailipia off plan. That is the thing which I'm trying to fight here with Mzalendo.
Sasa wewe unaona nyumba zinajengwa na unaona hizi ndizo nyumba na zinajengwa. Na mnaambiwa hizi nyumba tunazojenga, hii ndio pesa utakayolipa nyumba ikuwe yako. Kuliko ile pesa utaishi lipa miaka yote unapatia landlord, lakini nyumba haitawahi kuwa yako.
Boro, listen to me, please listen to me.
Yes.
The house which Mba is saying, you need to save through boma yangu. Ndio ninakwambia boma yangu eka 2,500 times 12 because you want to qualify for a 5 million house, a 2-bedroom house. 2,500.
That's an investment, Stella.
No, Mboro, please come with me. I'm trying to explain to you.
Mboro, can you hear me? Mboro, can you hear me, please? Just hear me out a bit.
Oh, let me speak. 2,500.
Stella, finish, then I give Mzalendo.
My thought process is even gone.
The problem is when I'm sitting down here, and I'm trying to put logics, and you people, you're trying to argue, and I've not even finished.
No,
my
we are trying to
logic.
follow you by the way. Mimi nataka kuelewa kabisa. Kwa sababu hata mimi ningetaka kanyumba mahali.
Goja kidogo. Zaland nani Mboro umehesabu 2005. Okay, leave the 7,000. That one is for the boda because he has a livelihood end of the day. Maybe he has 2 kids, 1 wife na anajenga nyumbani na ako na black tax.
Sasa amebaki na 7,900. Okay.
Wacha na hiyo pesa usishike. We go to the 2,500, isn't it? He was getting 10,000.
Yeah, he was getting 10,400
in a month. Sindio?
in a month. Yes.
He's qualifying for a 5 million house.
5
million, you have to hesabu 2,500 times 12. Ni pesa ngapi?
Haya, wacha tufanye hapa saa hii. 2,500 times 12. That is 30,000 per year.
30,000 per year.
Yes.
30,000 per year. This person saves for 2 years.
That is 60,000.
Put it 3 years. Let's put it 90,000.
Yes.
Imagine Mboro hajafikisha threshold ya 5 million.
What is the threshold?
It's supposed to be 2% of 2.5% of the 5 million. Ndio ikuwe at least like some.
You have said 2 point what?
2.5 million. I mean, nyumba ni 5 million. Ya 2
okay.
bedroom. So 2.5
qualification
million
is to pay 2 point what?
For the 5 million.
Did you say 2.5?
From the 5 million.
Okay.
2.5%.
For us that one. Okay. Let's see.
750.
Is it 750,000?
Thank you very much. Mboro mtu amefikisha hiyo do? Bado. Now, this is the thing what I'm trying to tell Mzalendo. If Ruto had come with something called a social housing. Remember, social housing tukikatwa, hiyo hata kama kila civil servant or any person who works in the private sector, even individual, tukatwa hata kama mtu anakatwa 200, at least the government will try and support people like Mama Mboga or people who are not employed, like the way in the UK. That one we have no problem because social housing kwenye unakaa ni kama zenye ziko huko nini kuna majengo Mariakani and what. The time you get a job, you're told to leave.
Sorry,
the
it
house.
Is 125. Sorry, it is 2.5 of 5 million is 125,000.
Okay, amefikisha hiyo pesa bado.
Amebakisha kidogo.
Sasa atapatiwa hiyo qualification threshold ya kuingia haezi. Unaelewa Mboro where I'm coming from? The only time that person he can qualify for a studio apartment. Is it true Mzalendo? So ebu niambie ati bed uko na watoto watatu bibi na watoto. It is not fair. Mzalendo. That's why if you see that court ruling, it was having an issue because of the mathematics and the legal framework. And I told you, the matrix of housing fund, which he was trying to explain to you, and he changed his post saying that 60% it was for civil servants. Mzalendo, Mama Mboga ni wengi kuliko watu wa civil servants wenye wako kwa ofisi. Boda ni wengi kuliko watu wa civil servants wenye wako kwa ofisi. Nini mafundi and artisans na watu wa jua kali ni wengi sana kuliko watu wa maofisi. Dani Mzalendo, it's a ratio for 4 to 9. What I'm trying to tell you Mzalendo, this housing affordable housing, it means that you need to buy a house by force. It's not like social housing. And I told you social housing is only one.
Can I say something?
Let me give Mzalendo now a minute. Mzalendo, just a minute. Stella,
for us to have a good conversation is that you say
I want
something.
to give Mzalendo a minute. Stella, now.
No,
a minute.
Stella.
Mzalendo, let me hear your sentiments on what Stella is saying.
Stella is talking about social housing. Social housing is a program that you are there temporarily as the government plans for you to get an affordable house. That is called as it is not a permanent solution. It is a temporary solution. Get that right. So it is somebody who is probably homeless or somebody who is from homeless being put in a project that is subsidized by the government. A government talking to a landlord to pay flat yako will pay you a certain rate so that we can accommodate these homeless people. That is what is called social housing. So get that right. Affordable housing, according to Ruto's government, it is so simple. For you to afford that house, get this simple facts. The Mamamboga can borrow money through chamas that they have. You only need a deposit of 400 to 300,000, depending on the kind of house that you need to get. So if you need to get a 4-bedroom house, you need to deposit 400,000. And how much will you be paying per month? You'll be paying 4,000 per month. Tell me where in Kenya you can get a rental house for 4,000 per month for a 3-bedroom house. Nowhere. Nowhere in the Republic of Kenya. So we need to tell people what is happening as a reality. If I was to buy if she was to buy land, because Mama Mboga is also ambitious, she wants to develop herself. She wants to buy a kashake somewhere. How much can she save to buy a shamba? Shamba ni pesa ngapi? Shamba ni pesa ngapi? Ile anaweza 60 by 30, ile anaweza afford, tuseme Nairobi. Shamba ya 60 by 30 in Nairobi is about 1.5 million, is 4 million. In fact, ni kitu kama 3 to 4 million, depending on the area you want to buy that piece of land. So these are the small little facts that we need to be telling people like Stella who come here on air to give us their side of the story. So that is the reality that is on the ground. I can see she took off because of the facts. I said facts are stubborn. Ukweli lazima isemwe, Mr. Mburu, because this housing project is something that is going to benefit so many families.
She's coming back. Stella cannot run away.
Stella
He's
took
not
off.
afraid of him.
He's so much afraid of facts. She's a lawyer. I almost became a lawyer, but she's so much afraid of facts. That's why she took off.
Mr. Mzalendo, what
Yes.
I'm not understanding, and I really wanted, and instead I want you to come back. Just basing on the figures that she gave us here, that the government here is telling people, the boda people, though she is underestimating boda people. Watu wa boda wakati mwingine wanatengeneza pesa nyingi sana hata kuliko the civil servants. People in the jua kali sector. Mimi nimelelewa na wazazi wakifanya mambo ya hiyo mnasema mama boga. They make money. People hawa wenye mnadharau mama boga wanapata pesa nyingi kuliko wale watu ambao wanafanya the white collar jobs wakati mwingine. Maana utakuta mtu ameajiriwa analipwa between 10 to 20,000 na ako kwa ofisi. Na hiyo ndio pesa atapata mwisho wa mwezi na hawezi pata zaidi ya hiyo. Wewe mtu wa boda ukifanya hesabu yako vizuri, utakuta ya kwamba you get more than this money per month. Tofauti ni kwamba wewe pesa yako inakujaga kila siku. Jaribu kuchukua kalamu na karatasi, kila siku unaandika pesa yenye unapata na expenditure yako. Ukiweza kuhesabu pesa yako vizuri, utakuta mtu wa bodaboda, mtu wa boga, mtu wa mambo ya rejareja anapata more than 500 per day. In most cases, mimi nimelelewa na mama akiwa pale kwa soko. Sometimes tu unaenda na pesa ya kununua boga pale, unaenda unaweka pande ile ingine. At the end of the day, hawa mama wanajua kutengeneza pesa. Ataenda nyumbani na pesa yake. So, nikisikia mtu akidharau ati mama boga hawezi pata 2,500 ili to own a house, to be yours. Whereas, wanalipa between 3,000 to 5,000 every month to the landlords, and yet they will never own those houses. Hii ni nyumba ambayo hata kama itakuwa yako na haujamaliza kulipa ufike mahali utasikia unauza hiyo nyumba pesa nyingi. And that is what happens in America. Unakuta ya kwamba mtu amechukua mortgage ya nyumba, inafika mahali, you decide to sell that house. Bado unapata pesa yako at the current rate. So I don't see any problem in why people feel that these projects are not important. Sijui tunaforciwa. Nobody can be forced, apart maybe from the people in the civil service who will be deducted directly. Kama wewe ni mtu wa bodaboda, hautaki kulipa hii nyumba, hakuna mtu atawahi kuja kukuforce kulipa. But I would like to advise the people wenye wako na uwezo kuona bali, if within 4 years utakuwa unapewa funguo ya nyumba yako uendelee kulipa vyenye utaweza, na utakuwa umelipa 125,000. Hii ni statistic ya Stera, mimi sijui ametoa wapi, I'm just using that. That means 4 years you can afford to be paying 2,500 every month. In 4 years ukuwe na funguo ya nyumba, utaingia uendelee kulipa 2,500, na hiyo nyumba at the end of the day ikuwe yako. I think that's a beautiful thing. That's why you hear people in America, they own houses, but when they tell you the much they pay, it's very little. Ni pesa kidogo, kwa sababu wanalipa at the end of the month. Ni kama tu unalipa rent, lakini nyumba ni yako, unalipia mortgage. Hiyo nyumba at the end of the day inakuwa ni yako. I don't know the strategy and the plan in Kenya, but kitu yoyote hapa watu wameleta pesa kwa wigi ikiwa pamoja inajegwa, inakuwa ni rahisi kujega kuliko wakati unangangana kujega kanyumba yako ukiwa peke yako. That's how I see it. In whichever way, kama unaweza pata nyumba kama hiyo, hata mimi nyumba kama hiyo ninahitaji, mzalendo. So I encourage people, I encourage the young people, usisikize noise, kwa sababu there is a lot of noise. Serikali inapigiwa makelele. Kuna watu wanaona hii serikali itakuwa so popular, maana nyumba kama ni kama hizo nimeona hapa kwa runinga. Kama nyumba ni kama hizo in Kenya, in every county, everywhere. Kenya is going to be a beautiful country. Kenya is going to be in another level, maana rent itaenda chini. Wacha niwaambie, hata wewe mwenye hautakuwa umeoni nyumba, landlord hawatakuwa na watu wengi wa kukodisha manyumba, lazima washukishe bei. And I think Kenyans are not able to see that because of the law of demand and supply. So I want people to be objective where necessary, see what the government is telling you. Uhuru Kenyatta started this project. It's a brilliant idea. William Ruto has said, this is a good idea, I will continue with it, but he wants to accelerate. Nyumba zijengwe kwa wiki in every county. My question and my big question is, wewe bona wewe ukiwa hapa unadhani that's a bad thing? Why do you have to feel like lazima ukuwe na uoga nyingi ati pesa yako itapotea? Na nyumba bado munaona houses are already being constructed in your own counties. Sometimes I wonder, nini inakuwaga shida gani na sisi? Mimi sitaki kuongea sana, na nisema mwaka huu nitapunguza siasa.
Siasa, ukishakuwa mwanasiasa,
ukweli wangu mimi I love telling people the truth. And the truth is, those houses are very important for the nation of Kenya at the point of information. Proceed, Mr. Mzalendo.
I told you that these people, most of them, they don't have the facts. And when they come here, they talk like they know the reality about what is happening in the country. If you listen to them carefully, you will hear a lot of loopholes. Like where I met Stella when they were talking about a month ago, when they were talking about the Mukuru, and they were busy showing the video clips of a man who had gone random to select a few areas in Mukuru where there are no developments and people are living in some kind of carton houses. And behind the cameraman who was capturing that, there was Ruto's project of housing. So we went on air for almost 2 hours saying that there are no houses in Mukuru. But when I came in, I told them, okay, fine, there are no houses, but where is this? Where is this? This is a video clip. This is not even a Photoshop or what. You can see the president launching the project in Mukuru Payaba. They kept quiet about it. They had nothing to say when they saw that particular clip. So People who continue criticizing the government, we need to continue informing them what the government is doing. I think that is the only positive thing that we can do. We cannot change their mindset to support the government of the day, but what the President of Ruto is doing is part of their Agenda 4 that they had promised Kenyans with Uhuru Kenyatta. So continuing with that, there's no problem with it. Although
yeah,
there
on
are
the
many
comment side, just a minute, Mr. Mzarendo, on the comment side, so thank you so much, those that are making those contributions. We really appreciate. But I also want to know something that was, there was a statement which was made by Stella, the civil servants, because I know some of you are working in the civil service. I want to know if you have not been paid for the last 3 months, because if that is the case, we need to echo your voice and talk to the government about it, because the media is very, very strong. We want to talk about it here, but I want to see it from your comment side. I want also to verify that the government has not paid the civil servants for the last 3 months. I want to know if that statement is correct. The other thing I have seen from the comment side is that you people disputed what Stella said, that when President Ruto went to Meru, he was heckled. And the factual statement, the statement of fact is that they were not, those hecklers were not heckling the president, they were heckling Governor Kawera, and not all the people. It was a small group of young men who were holding placards and they were shouting down the governor not to make his contribution. So that was the true position, and the president had to intervene and silenced those people who were shouting down the governor, and that was the case. So somebody here has talked about it. This is a good year. And also, we also have Geoffrey Ruto. I see your statement. This is what Ruto said. Ruto said that Ruto was not heckled. It was the Meru governor. And he is requesting that we play the video. That is the true statement. Ruto also said that the crowd was quiet until when the president was gave the mic to the governor. That is also true. And also here we have Good Ear is saying no, the president, or he wasn't. That is to say, the president was not heckled. We have also Dominic. Dominic Lisa is saying deposit, Stella deposit is 300,000. Maybe Mr.
that's
Mzalendo
what I said.
About that. I don't know at what point is someone supposed to deposit that money. Our viewers, you just drop down your comment and I'll be in a position to put it on air and you see it here. Talk about this deposit, Mr. Mzarendo. Am I supposed to deposit a bunch of 300,000?
Yes, you see, what the government is saying is that if you can deposit 300,000, you'll walk out of that office with an offer letter.
What about those who cannot? That is
those who cannot afford that 300,000 Kenyan shillings are told to pay now the 2,000 that the government is saying, that pay it until a certain period of time, and then you qualify after paying a deposit of after it reaches 300,000, then you now qualify. But what would make you wait until you reach 300,000 with a small deposit? You'd rather borrow money from a credit union, or you'd rather borrow money from a circle or from a friend to deposit that money and avoid paying rent. To deposit that money so that you can get that house in first come, first serve basis. So that is what the government is emphasizing. If I had an opportunity of buying land at 400 100,000 Kenyan shillings, and that comes with a house. I would do every effort. If I was doing boda maybe at daytime only, I'll do it 24 hours so that I can try. And if I was resting over the weekend, I will double my effort so that I can raise this kind of money. So these are the things that we need to talk about each and every day, because housing, as much as the opposition is really emphasizing that this is something that they need to run with as a political tool to fight the government of the day, our people need those housing. Our people need those housing. I can tell you, even 90% of people in the comment section or the people watching us may are from home and all. They don't have their own home houses, but the parliamentarians have a mortgage that we pay for. I've said that they have a mortgage that we pay for. They have a mortgage that our taxes pay for. When you see a parliamentarian or a senator coming on the mic and saying we don't need those houses, you should ask him, and how come you have got a free mortgage that you're getting from parliament when immediately you get into power? You can buy a house in Runda, you can buy a house in Lavington, you can buy a house in Kileleshu, and you can buy a house anywhere that you want. And that is money is coming from us. So when
I myself need somebody to connect me to see how I can start planning to buy one house.
I am telling Kenyans,
if
wherever
I get
you
that
are,
chance,
don't.
I'll go
And
for it.
then you see the sad part about it. When investigations will be done about this housing, you will find that in each and every county, it is the MP that have got the biggest share of these particular houses. In each and in the county that I come from, I understand that a whole unit has been taken by the government and its people of these particular houses. Yeah, yet when they come to the microphone, they tell you, oh, you don't need these houses. But behind the scenes, they're the ones calling Inga bwana tuangalie vile tunaweza pata hizi nyumba. So don't be deceived. You need these houses ASAP. And even if you are not going to stay in them, that is an asset that you live for generations. You live for your families.
This is what Good Ear has always been following us. This is what I have to say about this person. I don't know whether Good Ear is a woman or a man, but one thing I know.
I've always asked that question, whether she decided to be he
This
or she.
person has been a staunch follower of our shows.
We need to ask him, Mburu,
for a very long time.
Whether we need to address him as a he or a
should we address you as a he or a she? Who are you?
or she's LGBT.
You know. Moses walked with God, and he used to hear the voice of God, and he used to see the miracles. And he told God, I've been walking with you for all this time. I have heard about you. I have heard your voice. I have seen your signs and miracles. But now I want to see you. Now, this is a man out. I'm not sure. This is a person. Let me put it that way. This is a person I would like to know. He has really been following Afrique 24.
I want to guess she's a lady. I want to put a guess out there. She's a lady.
I think this is a man.
I think her comments are very feminine.
So the housing project was I think this is somebody who has a great love for politics. So this must be a man. I think I'm right.
Oh,
so
see,
can we know who you are?
What he said is, I don't mind. I'm a child of God.
So please, this person
we are not trying to be offensive.
I don't mind. I am a child of God. Man, you are confusing us. So anyway, we would like to
remain anonymous.
We would like to know you, Afrique 24. We will propose to the management of Afrique 24 that we have a staunch follower who deserves a credit for being together with us for so many hours every day. I have noticed you. You are a star and a staunch follower of Afrique 24. We really appreciate all those that follow us and give us their time. It feels good to have people watching at us. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Mzalendo, we have discussed so many things. And sometimes when we are a big group, it becomes very hard for people to understand what you are saying. Now you have all the time. Tell us about what you think about the economy of Kenya, and versus our relevant others who are our neighbors. Some people are saying Uganda is doing better than Kenya. Others are saying Tanzania is doing better than Kenya. And what I can say, having stayed in Uganda for 6 years, is that Kenya is far much better and ahead economically. Uganda will need like 50 years to be where Kenya is currently. I have been to Tanzania. Tanzania still need to do a lot to be where Kenya is currently, because I've been there. I've been to Dar es Salaam. I've been to Mwanza. I have gone up to Lilongwe. Okay, Uganda. I have been to Kampala. I have been to Bare. I have been to this first Busia, Uganda, and I also have been to Tororo, and I have stayed in Uganda for 6 years. So those people who have not visited our neighbors, they might be deceived by people who are talking on the media and saying, hey, they are doing better, the economy is better, the economy is doing well. Let me tell you, Kenya is a beautiful country. Our cities are beautiful. Our houses, our infrastructure, those countries that you are comparing with Kenya, they will need a lot of time and many years before they can be where we are. As much as we criticize our government, which is okay, it's also good to appreciate that the leaders in Kenya, they have held Kenya higher than other countries that are neighboring us. I've been also to Malawi, and I can tell you, I have tried to visit most countries of Africa, but I can tell you Kenya is still the best. So as much as our leaders are corrupt, I don't dispute that, but we have to agree they have done something that other leaders from other countries have not been in a position to do. So we also have to keep on encouraging them that you people, you have tried, you can do better. We should try to tame corruption, but we don't have to say they have done totally nothing. Visit other countries, travel wide, and you know what I am trying to say. Mzalendo, it's your time.
Yeah, thank you, Mburu. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sometimes the mic is not so good. Now, I want to say that I agree with you 100%, and so many people who have come here and contributed about the situation of the country. Some of the facts are misguided. Others are saying the truth. Others are saying half-truths. They don't go to the in-depth, like when you are talking about the GDP of the country, the economy. When you try to give them the figures and even try to simplify it with your child and examination, then they bring other factors which are not as important as the economists are saying. You see, the poverty level in the country has been very, very high. One, because of COVID between the years 2019, worldwide the global economy was shrinking, and Kenya was affected. And what are really affected us most is we depend on tourism. No tourists were coming into the country. So there's no dollar in circulation when there's no tourism. And immediately Ruto took over power. There's been a lot of political instability, meaning that the opposition went on, a full attack on the government. Full attack on the government does not mean that every day you are demonstrating, but every day you are in the press giving statements to show that the government is not working. That is not good for the country. For the first time, we need to appreciate one fact that when we lose elections, we need to go back home and see why we lost that particular election and go to the drawing board and say, this is what we need to do better, but leave the government to do its job for the people of Kenya. Don't look for other avenues to destabilize the same government. Today, as we are speaking, each and every political party, including the president himself, is now being seen like he's in a campaign mode. Yeah, campaigning for his agenda so that people can really appreciate his agenda. We here are trying to educate the people on what they should know that the government is doing. So by and large, both the government and the opposition have been on a campaign trail. Yeah, you saw Raila in Busia the other day recruiting and trying to recruit heavily. This weekend is in Mombasa trying and organizing all those rallies. And all those rallies are not to say the government is doing good, but it is to say that the government is unstable. Nothing is working. From agriculture, from the sector, from the education, they're saying there is nothing literally that is working in the country according to the opposition leader and the opposition people who support the opposition agenda. One thing they don't talk about the health there.
Just a minute, Mr. Mzalendo. Is this Dominic Laisa the same Domi we had here?
Where is he? I don't know. Where is he?
On the comment side, I see Dominic Laisa who is saying, Jeff Borough, I am trying to imagine how MPs are hustlers. He has made so many comments. I just wanted to know if he's the same panelist that we had.
No, yeah, if it's the same, I believe he's listening. If it's the same.
Domi, we want you in the show. We want you in the show.
I wish you could come back. You would come back here, but I think he resigned.
Come back and defend your position.
There are people who resigned to their fate that they can't face the reality. And it is the hot seat. Now
you said you are going to sleep, but still you can't sleep. You can't imagine we have the floor. You left us here to talk about the goodness and the things that the government has done. And Mr. Mzalendo, we have a very nice and very fair comment here, which is saying, thanks, guys. You and your panelists are the best. And may you all be blessed. Amen. We receive that. You are always fair and give everyone a chance to air their views. Yes, nobody should ever feel afraid to join and come and say what they have in mind, regardless of the party that you support. Here, you are free to talk about the nation of Kenya. It is your country. You have the freedom of speech. Say what you think, and that is permissible, and that is right. So we don't feel offended when you come here and criticize the government. And someone like me, when I come here and also oppose what you are saying and say that is not correct, you should also not be offended, because these are our politicians. We should talk about them freely and never be like you are worshiping anybody. I can't worship President William Ruto. When he is wrong, I'll say he is wrong. When he is right, I'll say he is right. And that's how we are supposed to be. Let nobody feel like anytime you mention a leader, you feel like you are doing wrong. No. Yes. Thank you so much, good ear. God bless you because of that statement. And also, one day come be with us in the show. We want to know who you are. And today, Mr. Mzalendo, Afrique management must said something to good ear. That's a proposal I'm making. So if you approve that, the management approve that, you tell them we have a staunch supporter who need to be supported.
At least that's a good gesture, because anybody who is supporting the conversation of the day. And the beauty about Goodyear and Geoffrey Ruto is a very good debater.
And by the way, this is the same Goodyear. When we were doing the debate, the Bible study, he answered most of the. I remember, and you man, you never came in the inbox. I have your money. This man, I have a lot of money for you. You never reminded me. You never came inbox. because you deserve something good because of
Yes. Yeah, you know, some of the guys in the comment section, they have a pat on the back. Geoffrey Ruto, so many people. I saw Black the other day here. He's also a very, very good debater. We need people to come. Dominic is also very, very good, although he gets emotional because he's of his Zimio affiliation. You don't get Dom. You don't
But
get
Mr.
emotional.
Mzalendo, you used to be a staunch supporter of ODM. You have been I knew you as a staunch supporter of ODM. How come now you are supporting the government projects and development? How
Let me
come?
tell
Did
you.
you see the right at the end of the day?
No, can I mean, that's a very, very good question that I think many people are need to know all the answers as much as they look at my name and where I come from and where most of my people are. So they're wondering, okay, what really happened to this guy? First, me, I've been in politics for the longest time. I've been in ODM. There is nothing that I don't know about that particular party, and so many other political movements like NAC. We have been there. We've been part of the struggle to make Kenya a better place for everybody. But again, it reaches a point when you realize that politicians are after power. They're not really after the development of the common mwananchi. They are after grabbing power. You know, when you're given power, what you do with it is the most important thing. So when Ruto got into power, one, I think Azimio supporters really drove me into supporting William Ruto because they were full of trying to destabilize the country, trying to go after. They were even agitating for violence and even death at some point. They were even looking at Ruto's picture and saying that this guy is going to die at this, he will not last. Being people who respect the law and people who abide by the book, meaning the word of God, that leaders are appointed by God and authorities are also anointed by the word. So you need to be submissive to all this. You cannot say that you don't acknowledge Ruto's presidency, and at the same time say that the judiciary is doing a good job. So when a president is elected, he swears by the Bible. And that is what is in the Constitution. It means that you don't respect the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Once a leader is, whichever way, is appointed by the authority, which is the Constitution, and the people of Kenya, we need to respect that. And the Constitution is very, very clear. All leaders are given 5 years to perform their duty. After 5 years, they show us their report card. This is what we have done. Yes, Mr. William Ruto will be asking you those questions after 5 years that you promised the Asla nation that you will be giving them the Hustler Fund. Did you ever achieve that? No. You promised Kenyans that you'll give them affordable health care. Did you achieve that? No. You promised Kenyans that you'll improve on the infrastructure. Did you achieve that? No. That is when you will be able to say, you know what, Mburu, we have been supporting the wrong guy for the job because in the 5 years that he has been given his mandate, he didn't execute his mandate properly. So that is what the constitutions require you to do, is to go for the elections. But the people in Azimio are political. They are very, very political. Once after every election, we are taken to this political circle, and people don't work. People, Azimio youths, don't work. They are in.
Is that why you left Azimio?
The reason why I left Azimio is because they are not Azimio first. Azimio was not there when I left. All right. We had a party called Orange Democratic Movement, which I was part and parcel of. and we've got those scars of the struggle of democracy in the country. I give a testimony each and every day as a youth. My first check that I got was from Raila Odinga, 150,000 from a job that we did for Jaramogi Foundation. And Raila is a very honest man. I can assure you he's an honest man. Raila is somebody who is so intelligent. When you sit one-on-one with him, you'll realize that this guy has got a lot of knowledge in each and every sector of this country. He has got information. Even if you want to talk about marriage, anything that you will come across that you want to talk about with Raila, he will have something to say about it. So he's well read. In fact, his stay in prison helped him a lot. He has got a lot of acquired knowledge from his experience. But the reason why sometimes I don't agree with his policies is because what he says in the microphone is not what he is. When you meet Raila one-on-one, he believes in democracy. But when he talks about to his people, he tells them to be very undemocratic. It tends to be very, very undemocratic. When his people get on the mic and tell you, if you are a Luo, you must support ODM. You must be affiliated to this particular party. That tells you that there is no democracy. When he's selecting leaders for his political party in his region, that this is the man that I've chosen, and not giving the will of the people to take place in those particular areas. That is what led to voter apathy in most of Nyanza region, where Raila would have won with the majority. And listen, Mburu, if you are a captain and or a soldier going to war, and the thing is, you have got your fallen soldiers like Mzalendo and the rest, you don't go to that victory alone. You make sure that you pick your fallen soldiers and you take them to a place where they can recover, from the injuries that they got from the war. But Raila is a captain who leaves his soldiers behind. He leaves his best soldiers behind. He left Watangula behind. He left everybody that would have fought with him.
Mention them.
War.
He left Ruto. He left Aisha Jumwa. He left Sonko.
He has left so many people behind, people who would have been so influential.
He would be the president today. He would, I can tell you for sure.
So, and it's not him, it is his advisors. It's the people that he has been surrounding him for the longest time, the Orengos and all that. They believe that this is what we need to do. Like right now is where they're already telling him that he has to be on the ballot. Yeah, he has to be on the ballot for 2027. Now, will he move with Kalonzo? I don't think Kalonzo will be on that particular ballot.
And last time, Mr. Mzalendo, remember, last time we had that debate here when he praised Kalonzo at the birthday of the brother. And you people said Raila Odinga is likely to pick Kalonzo as the one to carry his mantle. And I said, no, that will not work. You people, you said he is going to do it, and I told you, no, he can't.
I've never said that. I have always said that and maintained that Raila Odinga will not leave the political scene so long as his foot soldiers are still in politics, meaning the MPs, the senators, and all that. So long as they can still get seats in most of his strongholds, he will not leave the politics very, very soon. And remember this, parties like ODM, the foundation is Raila Odinga. So with the moment he exists, the political scene, then these houses were built on quicksand. They will simply collapse. So he cannot afford. And the money being paid to political parties, unafikiria hiyo atawachia nani? Pesa ile nalipo to political parties, the 300 million that is being paid to political parties, hiyo itapatiwa nani? And ODM is one of the biggest party in Kenya today after UDA, I think. Yeah, it was one of the strongest political party in East and Central Africa. So ODM will still be there so long as Raila Odinga is still alive. The moment he will exit the scene, then that will be the end of politics for ODM. Because ODM is Raila Odinga. They don't have any particular structures, but other than what Baba is
And
saying.
my argument was because this ODM gets a lot of money. You know, our constitution, I don't know why we had to put that way, that the people of Kenya pay a lot of money to political parties. Who can leave a party which he has built and this party is receiving over 1 billion shillings? Who can leave such a party?
And
so
nobody.
I don't know. Nobody. That's why you see even Uhuru was struggling and still struggling to believe that he can exit from Jubilee because
you see, Uhuru knows that the money that comes with political parties, that is why he's still on the scene. He doesn't want to exit the scene. People think that he really wants to quit politics. He's being told he's too young to go anywhere. So he looks for people who can sell his agenda.
Some of the laws we have allowed the political leaders to make and to put them in the constitution, they're not supposed to be there because I don't see the reason why. After the party members have done their contributions to the party, on top of that, we add more money to those parties. I don't see the reason. I don't see why we should do that. And even if we are to do, it should not be that much because a lot of money is going to the political parties. Therefore, those leaders will never exit politics because they want to be in control of what they get from those political positions. And if anything, and I'm just being honest, and sometimes people feel like I'm not a good guy because I tell people the truth. If anything, Raila Odinga would like to leave such a party with a lot of money to his family members, to one of his own, to one from the Jaramogi family. And you believe you will prove me wrong after some few years from now. It is either the daughter or somebody from the Jaramogi Odinga family, because you can't leave billions of money in the hands of people outside your family when you have a chance to control such a party. And that's what I think. That is one of the reasons. The other thing is political influence. Raila Odinga has built himself for over 50 years to be who he is. He's not just a nobody, just a name. Raila Odinga is an icon in the politics of Kenya, and he has gone beyond Kenya. So such kind of influence, he can't just take the mantle and give Kalonzo Musyoka, whose influence is only in the Ukabani region, and say this is the guy I have picked to be my man to handle my politics. He can't. So being honest, and the fact is, Raila Odinga will leave the mantle either to Winnie Odinga or one of the family members in the Jaramogi Oginga family. That's what I think. That's what I think.
That's obvious because he has worked very hard for the political party to be where it is. The political party is all about him and his beliefs and his ideology. So most likely, it is if he was to exit the scene, then he would probably leave it for the daughter or the wife. So I don't rule out any of them coming into politics. Winnie is already in politics, followed the father's footsteps. So that is what.
And I think she has what it takes to become a good leader. I don't know. What do you think? I see her as a strong woman. She also has the charisma like the father. She is free with the people. And I think if well mentored, she can handle the mantle very well. But Raila Odinga has to prepare her from now, openly, without hiding her, because
I feel she missed the best opportunity to be recognized nationally as somebody who is kind. I've not seen a lot of activities that he's doing with the millions his father is earning to help the needy in society, unlike Ruto's daughter. there is, unlike Ruto's daughters, you know, they need to, Raila's children need to come out and be part of the world, you know, part of
You
the
see,
family.
the battle line in politics in Kenya is being drawn, and politics very soon will change, and we'll be having two strong women facing each other in the politics of. That is what I see in future. I know it's very.
We have seen very strong women coming politically. There were Machombas from Kiambu. That lady, I like what she stands by the truth, what she believes in, and by our people. Those are the kind of leaders that we want in society. People who are
But
not
sometimes I don't support her. Sometimes I don't.
I know you. Let me tell you one thing that you need to know and believe in. You need to be to be democratic. You need to be democratic, meaning
I am
that you need
totally democratic, but I don't support her.
you need to be democratic and independent in your thought. So and agree that other people have got also a different opinion. That is why they are leaders. So leaders can have their different opinion that you not necessarily support. They can be the wrong opinion, but that is what they believe in. So leaders have got a choice or a stand to make that on this particular issue, I want to be on this other side. Look at where you are. There are leaders who are pro-abortion. There are leaders who are anti-abortion, depending on where you stand. So, you know, do you support anything that the Democratic Party is standing for?
Can I tell you something that I disagree with her? Just one thing. Hata nisiende kwa mambo mengi, sababu many things have happened. Okay, number one, I think she was in Citizen TV. Now, she was talking about the affordable housing and how the government is not telling Kenyans the truth and how that project will fail and so many other things. But now the alternative she was giving to me is ridiculous. It is nikakosa kuamini because she was saying ukienda mahali kama Turkana unastahili sasa government iangalie the kind of houses they have, the affordable houses they have, and the government help them to build such houses that they can afford. Atukute watu wamejenga nyumba za nyasi sasa na hiyo serikali ikuje. I mean, seriously? No. Did you listen to that? Did you hear that? Akasema ya kwamba serikali inastahili kuenda huko kwenye watu wanaishi mashinani, waangalie zile nyumba watu wana afford, wawasaidie kujenga nyumba zenye wanaweza afford. Wale wanaweza kujenga nyumba za nyasi, serikali itengeneze nyumba mzuri za nyasi. Watu waende Mombasa wachukue hii miti ya kule Mombasa because that is what they can afford. Such kind of an argument coming from a leader as an alternative of what the government is doing, to me, it sounded backward. And I'm not afraid to say that.
I wanted to tell you the one thing about Wamuchomba. Wamuchomba came very late into Azimio, into Jubilee, into UDA. You remember? I don't think you know that.
Wale wanaweza tengeneza nyumba za matope tuwasaidie kuwajengea nyumba za matope because that is what they can afford.
Nakuuliza Mburu, Kiambu is your constituency. Wamachomba alikuja very late to UDA party.
I know she's a staunch supporter of Uhuru.
Yeah,
and I was
she's a staunch supporter.
Even now she's not a UDA member, but she's very wise. Maana alikuja akatumia Ruto akapata kiti alafu akarudi kwa Uhuru akamwambia unaona nilikuambia unikubalie niende sasa mimi ni mtu wako kwa
serikali. She's playing loyalty to Uhuru Kenyatta than So for Wamuchomba, maybe Uhuru was sponsoring her with money, so she has to play loyalty to Uhuru.
I have no problem. I have no problem with her disputing and disagreeing with the government. But before she gives the alternative proposals, she needs to sit down and think more of what is she saying. Maana nilimsikiza in the national television akisema ati ya kwamba serikali inastahili kuacha nyumba zenye inajenga iende ijengee watu kulingana na standard zao. wengine wajengewe za nyasi, wengine the bobo those hiyo miti ya huko Mombasa, sijui venye tunaita kwa Kiswahili. I mean, what is, I don't know, maybe me sijaelewa vizuri, but tell me such kind of a proposal coming from an MP. Is that the alternative that we have? So before you criticize the government, go deeper. And don't just, especially for the leaders. Mi naweza kuja hapa niongee tu kwa sababu I don't get the documents from the government. I don't have any responsibility. I'm not a leader wa Kenya government or anywhere in that society. But for an MP who is responsible and who should have information, should always talk facts and tell people the situation. Lakini kuja kutuambia watu wajengewe nyumba zenye wanaweza afford kama za nyasi na za matope na sijui za bao, I mean, to me it sounded so funny. Kasema huyu mwanamke ako na shida.
My director is telling me on this other side we give a commercial break to one of the new products that Africa has brought on board, the new baby for Africa, and people need to know and tune on. So we'll give it a small 20 seconds break and then we come back.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance. Presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Oweru, Bed of Roses. Promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Africa 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. That's a beautiful show coming up there. So, Mr. Mzalendo, there is something happening. I wanted us to discuss that. Nakuru, there is this dispute between
sisi tutakuja kuomba kura hapa, tuseme tunaomba kura za UDA. Tutaomba kura hapa. If that is the behavior we are doing, people who voted for us, tumechukua kila kitu yote mpaka hapa njia ya kuingia showground wamechukua 58, wamechukua Egerton, wamechukua eka 1,500 Ateni Park. Ukiangalia kwa hiyo document, park inatakiwa eka 100 and nobody, hakuna mtu wa kupinga hiyo, lakini eka 1,500 mnagawana na vitu yote ni siri, mnafanya usiku ma document na kila kitu yote. I think we are in a problem. Na mimi naomba Kenyans, we have now to see what we can do, and I'm asking the people, we must take law in our hands now. Kama sheria iweze kufanya kazi, then we must take law in our hands. We better die protecting hospital. Afadhali tukufe. Wale tunapenda wanatolewa kwa hospitali, wanakufa. Sisi tunatazama, tunaangalia. Ni nini hii tunaangalia? Na mimi nauliza minister wa health, niliona huko Bungoma akikimbia ati mtu mmoja alitaka kupiga nasi. Where are you feeling ashamed as a minister of health? Manasi wakifukuzwa hapa na kupigwa, wagonjwa wakitolewa kwa hospitali. Where are you, minister? Double standard. Ama mmepewa warning, msifanye hiyo, usizungumuze. We have not Nakuru. Wanakufa. Mocha ni watu wanatupa ovyo ovyo. Unatolewa bila hata watu wenye kupewa, wanataka kupeleka hospitali gani? Unaenda kutupwa pale, utaenda kutupwa. The Minister of Health, where are you? Ama sababu ni mama kama wewe, you cannot talk. No. I want to say enough is enough. Watu ya Nakuru hatutadhulumiwa vile tunaendelea kudhulumiwa. We are urging the president, please intervene. Please intervene on this issue. It will bring problem. Now I'm saying very well, I don't think there is somebody who vote for UDA hapa. Na watu wakuja hapa kusema mambo ya UDA watachomwa. If that is the behavior UDA doing, si UDA ni ya Susan na bwana yake. They are the owners of the party. They are the people who are doing this in Kenyans. And mtu museme sasa, unless you don't have common sense to think, na uone we are in problem, na kuko shida. Na baka mimi naona sasa hapa nataka kupiganisha pia. We were there 207. Ile mambo ilifanyika hatungependa tena. Hiyo njia anapita ya kujaribu kupiganisha kabila na kabila hapa. Ajue we are not going to stop talking. Na tutaongea. Na mimi nauliza, mko na wajumbe 11. Where are they? Where are these MPs mnachagua? You people also, you vote people knowing they will not help you. Where are these MPs? Where are they talking? When I was there, I used to whip them. Tunakuja pamoja, tunatated. Wamewekwa baridi wote. Usingoje sasa. Nothing. Nilisikia Tabitha akisema ati impeachment. Impeachment Tabitha, are you dreaming? Nani atapia fanywa nini? Nani atakuwa impeached? Susan, ile pesa anabeba na magunia huko nyuma. Ya kuambia watu wapange line ya tutatu. That is not the way Tabitha ya kufikiria. If you want the seat or anybody want the seat, prepare yourself defending people of Nakuru County. I want nothing myself. But I was born in Nakuru and I will die in Nakuru. And I will be buried in my home here in Nakuru. Yeye yako tayari ikimalizika hii, apande ndege aende Amerika pahali alikuwa anakaa. That's what they are planning to do. Wale wengine wataenda sehemu zingine. Maskini atakuwa wapi? Memori unaingilia, hii hospitali nyingine iko dawa. Hakuna dawa. Saa hii surveyor wako huko wakigawa hiyo shamba. What a shame. What a shame. I have no words. God help people of Nakuru County. Pesa zao ndio inaibiwa, anapangwa laini ya 300. We are in problem. We are in big problem. And I urge the president, please, intervene on this.
The mic is mute, Mburu. Unmute your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Yeah, the man there who is in fire is Kimani Ngojiri. What do you have to say about him? He sounds very bitter and very annoyed.
Did he lose the election?
Yes, he lost. And
yeah,
Susan, that's how Susan worked very hard. So, you know, Susan said, I can't be a governor when Kimani is the MP and he makes a lot of noise. So she said he must go as others are going. So I don't know. Anyway, what do you think about Kimani Ngojiri?
Kimani was Jubilee, yeah?
Yeah, and he supported Ruto. He was new UDA.
And who's the MP right now?
Let's see here.
No, but anyway, let's just get to the point. What he's trying to say is what is happening in many counties in Kenya, and one of these fine days, Muru, we need to come with a show and see whether these counties are doing a service to the people or to the elected leaders. So we need to really scrutinize how our tax money is being wasted in county government. And right now, we don't even have counties that are doing so well. I mean, they can't quantify. Apart from Narok, that I saw the statistics the other day, most counties are doing so poorly, very, very poorly. They have stolen billions and billions of taxpayers' money in the name of, acquiring wealth. And I don't know, hii urogi ya shamba tulitoa wapi? Kila mtu anataka kunyakua. When is enough? When is enough? Yeah? enough of grabbing, enough of corruption. When do you really get satisfied with the money that you're grabbing? Yeah, for the incident that happened in Nakuru was so unfortunate. That should have been condemned. In fact, the minister.
I have heard what Kimani is saying. Is it true that there is land grabbing in Nakuru, or is he just bitter because of the laws he incurred?
Because they are not in good terms with the governor. But I've also heard a lot about the issues in Nakuru, especially surrounding the current governor. You know, the former governor left very high standards for Keika to come in.
Yes.
Lee was somebody who was coming in with a lot of plan for the residents of Nakuru. And when he lost elections, people of Nakuru felt the vacuum that was left by Lee Kinyanjui. Lee Kinyanjui is somebody who has worked under Moi's regime. And when he came in, he wanted to prove a point that he can do a good job. And he really did a good job in his term as governor for Nakuru. When Keika came in, the standards were too high for the lady. So unfortunately, that is politics. So I am sure Lee will be the next governor for Nakuru if he decides to contest on a UDA ticket. He can easily beat the lady on the UDA ticket, because people of Nakuru are really suffering under this lady. So that is what has been happening in Nakuru, and it's happening in most counties. So it is high time we review the works of being done in the counties, and whether it is economically viable for us to continue pumping a lot of money in county governments. So those are some of the things that I feel that should be checked properly.
Don't you think, after listening to Kimani, don't you think it is the bitterness of losing an election and the governor was the one who was really campaigning him? And not only that, we have seen the women governors in Kenya having a lot of troubles from men. Don't you also think it could the problem of male chauvinism, whereby Kimani is wondering how this woman became my governor? And
I think for Kimani, there is the aspect that there were political rivalry between Jubilee and UDA, and the person who emerged as a winner is a Jubilee candidate. So he's bitter because Jubilee, first of all, campaigned for UDA campaigned for the Jubilee candidate rather than the UDA candidate, which was him. So the way the campaigns are organized at county level is that UDA governor has a team of people that she wants to work with in that particular county.
The reason I'm saying here is because of statements he has made ati tunajua ya kwamba anataka akimaliza aende Ulaya. The other one is that he has said that the public land was stolen and it was allocated into a park. Now I ask myself, is a park not a public park? Or what does that mean? Maana kama tungesikia shamba imeibiwa na imeandikwa Susan ama imeandikwa mtu mwingine through the governor, we would have said then he is saying something. Lakini nimesikia akisema ya kwamba imefanyiwa park. Unless I don't understand what is a park.
No, I think, sometimes I hate commenting about political speeches because some of them are just populist statements to ignite emotions of the people, and they are not factual. Like what we are hearing now, we don't have the facts of the matter. I wish we had the facts of the matters that we could deliberate on that issue. Now we are looking at one side of the story. So the one side of the story is political. Maybe we stick with that. And when we stick with that, we have exhausted it, that this is somebody who is very, very bitter. The other factual part of it is that we don't know where this parcel of land, whether it was illegally acquired or legally acquired. So we need to have those facts so that we can have an informed debate on that particular matter. So I think we just put it to rest and say that the people of Nakuru who are listening cannot come up with the facts. We get the facts, and maybe in the next show we'll have the facts about this particular land.
Yeah, I have sent some clip there of Kiabu. If you can put that clip for us, we will discuss about it. So most of these statements that come from leaders, some of them are out of selfish interest, but some of them are true, because we cannot deny everything and say that everything is good in Nakuru. But we as Kenyans must also be very, very careful to check whether what leaders are saying is true or not. We have to weigh. We would like to hear from the Nakuru people. Is the governor performing poorly, or is it that the leaders in that region are just fighting her because she is a woman and because they were defeated, or because they want political positions? So it is good to hear, because I also heard the senator is also having a problem with her. And this is now the former MP. Is it that it is out of envy, jealous, and competition, or is it that there is a problem in Nakuru? We should also compare the performance of Susan Kihika within this 1 year and the former governor. Was it Lee Kinyanjui? Yes. Yeah, we should also try to see the performance. But remember, she has just been there for 1 year. So we want to hear from the people of that region, Nakuru County. How is the performance of your governor? Do we have drugs? Do we have medicine in your hospitals? We want to hear from that. Let me know when you put for us, Mr. Mzalendo, that clip from Kiambu. We see also the politics of Kiambu and what is happening. We have been hearing so many things in our counties, and Kiambu is one of the counties that the leaders are really complaining about the governors. We want to know whether the governor is performing, and maybe the leaders are uncomfortable because of not being involved, or what is going on there. What is going on there in Kiambu? Because we have seen everybody, the MPs, the MCAs, the women rep, everybody, and the senator, they are all complaining about the leadership style of Kimani Wamatangi. This is somebody we really campaigned for. So we want to know what is really happening with the leadership style. And there is a clip here we are going to put now. The only person who had not spoken against the governor was his deputy. And finally, it seems now even the deputy, that we thought they are working together very well. I just saw the clip that suggests otherwise, that the governor is not in a position to work with any leader in that county of Kiambu. We want to know what is happening, Kiambu people. Is the governor a team player, or he's just doing what we call the one-man show? He knows all and he does everything by himself. We want to hear from you before we get that clip. Are you in a position to put for us that clip, Mr. Mzalendo?
Of the governor of Kiambu.
I have sent it on your phone. On your phone.
Oh, you sent it on my. I'm wondering why you sent it.
Yes, it's on your phone. It's on your phone. I'm not able to put it on my side, because if I put on the system here, the system might I might lose some controls. So you can put it from that side. Yeah, I thought that the governor is working very well with the deputy governor, because I never had her say anything, even when all these skirmishes, the conflicts have been happening with other leaders, the MPs, the MCAs have been complaining about the governor. But when this woman, who is known to be a quiet person, an intelligent woman, when she spoke, I said, there must be a problem. There must be a problem. Because it can't be that all the leaders in the county have a problem with you. Then we say, you are the best person. There must be a problem. Wamushoba was the first one to come out and criticize the leadership style. And she has done it several times, and I have been saying, no, she must be very wrong. Then I heard it from even Ishongwa, the same problem. All the MPs, and now the MCAs also came out. They almost impeached him. We want to hear from the Kiambu people. What is happening? What is happening? Is he doing development, or what is going on? Or he is trying to put all other leaders away from him? And is that the best leadership style? Mr. Mzalendo, have you seen that clip? Yeah, we will discuss that. We want to hear what is happening. The leaders in Kiambu are saying that the governor does everything alone. He does not involve any other person. And that is why he has been having so many troubles working with other leaders. Mr. Mzalendo, I don't know what you can say about that kind of leadership style, whereby you cannot entrust even your deputy to even attend meetings. You cannot entrust even the MCAs to do some jobs. He takes bursaries by himself. Ukienda kupeana miti, lazima yeye mwenyewe aende apatie kila mtu mti by himself. And I have never seen that kind of leadership style. I've been trying to, I have a lot of interest with Kiambu because I come from Kiambu, and I want to hear what the Kiambu people have to say so that we are fair. Is that the kind of leadership the people of Kiambu want, whereby somebody is working totally alone, disregarding all other elected leaders? Can we see that clip now? I can put it.
Hold on a second.
Okay. Yeah. So this deputy has never said anything against the governor. She has always been supportive, and she has been defending the governor and saying people should give chance to the governor to work. And she has been so supportive. And right now, when she came out and spoke, I read some dissatisfaction from her side also. And I said, wow, there must be a big problem, because this is somebody who has been so supportive to the governor of Kiambu. What is going on?
It's loading. Just hold on a second.
So that's my big question. What is happening in Kiambu? Is it that Governor Kimani Wamatangi is working very well and other leaders are jealous of him? Or is it that he has decided never to involve anybody else in matters development of the county or decision making? Is that the best?
Tutulie kiasi. Mgeni wetu wa heshima wa siku ya leo ambaye ni Cabinet Secretary Honorable Simon Chelugui, PS, County Commissioner, Commissioner of Cooperatives, MPs present, MCAs, Chairman KPCU, Chairman Karo, na wakulima wetu wakazi wa Kiambu, hamjambo? Hamjambo tafadhali. Asanteni sana. Pole. Ningetaka kuanza na kusema niko hapa kuwakilisha gavana wetu na tuko hapa na waziri wa ukulima. Haya, kwa niaba yangu niko mbele yetu. Niko mbele yenu na kuna wale wamesema wajai kuniona. Ndiye huyo mimi Rosemary Kireka. Ni sawa, nimesikia hayo. Na tuko na waziri wa agriculture Bwana Mwenda, tafadhali simama. Yeye anaitwa Mwenda, ndiye CC Agriculture Kiambu County. Na pia tuko na County Secretary wetu Bwana Ndegwa. Ni vizuri mmewaona. na wakulima wetu, malalamishi yenu yote tumeyasikia, na officers wa county yetu wamekuwa wakichukua minutes, na hayo malalamishi yenu yote tutafikishia gavana wenu. Tumesikia mkitaja mambo ya madeni, tumesikia mkisema mambo ya licensing, na CS wetu county secretary ndiye anashughulikia hayo mambo licensing, na pia fertilizer. CC agriculture bwana Mwenda ndiye anashughulikia hayo mambo, na ndiye huwa anapanga venye itafanyika. Lakini sitaki kuwapatia nafasi wakati huu ati ndio wawaelezee venye wataendelea kufanya. Venye tutafanya, mmesikia vile hao wakulima wetu wanasema. Kusema ukweli, hao wakulima hawajafurahishwa na ile kazi tunafanya pale county kuwahusu. Na kwa hivyo nitaenda na nitaelezea gavana wenu ya kwamba mnahitaji mkutano na gavana wenu ndio awaelezee vile mambo ya hii county kuhusu ukulima wa kahawa utakuwa. Lakini wacheni mimi nijitetee kidogo. Juu mmesema hamjawahi kuniona. Kuna wale wako hapa hata kama ni wawili wamewahi kuniona. Tafadhali mnionyeshe kwa mkono. At least nimeona wawili watatu. Si wengi, lakini nitajitetea hivi. Mjue ya kwamba position yangu ni ya deputy governor. Na deputy governor huenda mahali ametumwa. Na kama hujatumwa, hata katiba haijakuruhusu kwenda. Kweli ama si kweli? Deputy governor huenda mahali ametumwa. Tuelewane hivyo. Wacheni niwaulize swali moja. Hapa kuna wakulima wa maziwa. Na kuna wakulima wa maziwa wa Githunguri. Wakati president alikuja kule kwenu Githunguri mwezi wa 5, kuna wale walikuwa huko? Kama mlikuwa huko, labda hamkuniona. Lakini nilikuwa. Ni kwa nini viongozi wenu hawakutaja ya kwamba naibu gavana alikuwa huko? Ma-MCAs wote walisimamishwa na wakasalimia watu. Ma-MPs wote walisimamishwa na wakasalimia watu na hata wakahutubu. Senator alisimama na akaongea akiwa juu yenu. Ni kwa nini hawakusema naibu gavana alikuwa kwa huo mkutano na ainuke awasalimie ama aseme jambo? Nataka kidogo muelewe ni kwa nini saa zingine mnaweza kulalamika na mseme hamjawahi kuniona. Ni kwa sababu wakati mwingine niko na hakuna mtu anataka kusema niko. Lakini mimi najua ya kwamba the best way to resolve a problem is to confront it. Huwezi potea kama watu wako na malalamishi. Na ndio sababu nilisema hata kama wakati huu mimi sikualikwa, chairman wa KPCU, nilisikia huu mkutano ni wewe ulikuwa unapanga, si ndio? Wako watu wa KPCU ni wao walikuwa wanapanga. Ni kwa sababu gani hamkunialika? Na mimi nikasema hata kama sijaalikwa nitakuja na nitakaa na wakulima wetu. Na ndio sababu mimi niko hapa. Gathoni huyu wenu wa Mushoba ni rafiki yangu. Ni rafiki yangu na ninampenda kwa sababu yeye huwa haogopi. Na nataka kuambia wakulima wetu, uongozi wa kina mama si mbaya. Kwa sababu hawa mama huwa hawaogopi. Mimi nilijua mko na malalamishi na nikajua kutakuwa very hot. Lakini nikasema wacha nikaribie wakulima wetu ili kwanza wanione na wajue mimi sina ubaya na wakulima. Na mimi nawaheshimu wakulima na ninapenda kufanya kazi na wakulima. Lakini saa zingine kama sijapewa hiyo nafasi nitajileta namna gani? Hebu mniambie, kama huu mkutano ungekuwa bali tuseme ulikuwa Nairobi ama Murang'a mahali pengine, kama sijaalikwa nitawezaje kwenda huko? Nitaweza? Sitaweza. Kwa hivyo nataka niulize viongozi wetu wa national government, wakati mko na mipango ya wakulima, kuhusu wakulima wetu wa maziwa, wa kahawa ama aina nyingine yoyote, mkiwa mnapanga mikutano kama hiyo, tafadhali muwe mkikumbuka Kiambu kuna mama anawakilisha wa mama, na huyo mama ni naibu gavana. Muwe mkiandika hiyo invitation direct to naibu gavana. Tafadhali, tumeelewa hivyo? Si mtaniunga mikono. Sasa kwa umuhimu wa ukulima. Mama yangu alikuwa mkulima wa majani. Babu yangu alikuwa mkulima wa kahawa. Na mimi najua bwana CS utakubaliana na mimi. Katika nchi hii yetu ya Kenya, watu ambao wanaonekana ni kama wamefaulu, matajiri wale wa zamani, ni aidha walikuwa wakulima wa kahawa au walisomeshwa na pesa ya kahawa. Kweli ama si kweli? Ni kweli. Kwa hivyo mimi najua umuhimu wa ukulima wa kahawa. Lakini wakati sekta hii ya kahawa ilianza kuzorota, watu wetu walianza kuwa maskini. Na hiyo hali ya umaskini imeathiri pakubwa sana mambo mengi katika familia zetu, mambo mengi katika maisha ya watu wetu. Na ndio maana unaona watu wetu siku hizi hata huwa hawawezi kulipa karo za shule, hawawezi kusomesha watoto wao vizuri. Na ndio maana unaona hata vijana wengi sana na watu wengi sana wamepotelea kwa pombe haramu na wamepotelea kwa madawa ya kulevya. Kwa hivyo tuseme wakulima wetu, siku ya leo ni siku ya furaha. Tunafurahia na tunashukuru serikali yetu kuu ikishirikiana na serikali zote za counties kwa nia yao nzuri ya kufufua na kuboresha ukulima wa kahawa. Sasa bwana CS, wakati niligundua ya kwamba gavana wetu,
so wacha tufikishe hapo. Bwana Mzalendo, umesikia uko Kiambu, hivyo ndivyo maneno ilivyo. And you are muted, unmute your mic.
Kiambu kumewaka moto. Sasa ya Kiambu ni kali sana. Hivyo ndio Kabogo alienda na hivyo ndio Wamatangi anaenda.
Because she was the only one, yeye tu ndiye kiongozi mwenye alikuwa amebaki akiwa upande wa governor. Na even in public she was supporting the governor 100%. Lakini hapo kuna statement mbili nimesikia. Anasema ya kwamba yeye hatumwi hata kwa mikutano. Number 2, amesema ya kwamba ili yeye aende mahali popote lazima akuwe na zile baraka ama kutumwa na governor. Lakini hatumwi. Jambo hingine nimenote hapo, amesema next time mkituma kama invitation, kama mnakuja kama serikali kuu, send it direct to the governor's office. Send the invitation direct to the governor's office. Hizo statements zinaashiria mambo mengi sana 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 sana. Na katika nchi ya Kenya, the governors, most of them, not all of them, have the habit of trying to cover their deputies, either for political reasons or for whatever reason. Yani unakuta ya kwamba mtu mumechaguliwa na hii ndio tabia yenye ilifanya mimi nilikuwa supporter wa Uhuru, by the way. Some of the passwords zangu ni Uhuru because of how much I was supporting this guy. But the moment he started fighting his deputy, I started to disagree with him, because you don't have to bring somebody down so that you can appear good or so that you can rise or to lift so that you can lift another person. And this is the same feeling that I see with this deputy governor. Ya kwamba governor anajaribu asijulikane na asionekane, akae huko chini in such a way that hata mikutano ikifanywa, mikutano ya rais, watu wote watatambulishwa, viongozi wote, lakini deputy akae hivyo kama hajulikani. I feel it is very unfair. I feel I feel the sentiments of that woman, and I think it's very wrong. I don't know what you can say about that.
Personally, I feel for her, and it's unfortunate that this position. First, I would want to talk like a Kenyan citizen and as somebody who has scrutinized the position of the deputy governors. This position is very unnecessary in the first place. It is so unnecessary because one, they don't have any particular role to play. They are like messengers to the governor. They are simply sent. If they are not sent, they sit in the office, read the newspaper, and go back home with a lot of money in their account. So this position should be scrutinized. That's why we need to review the constitution and see whether we really need the deputy governors. And if we need them, then they need to have a role to play in the counties. So far, they don't seem to be having any particular role. For her to come out is that she's been sitting in the office for a long time without having any specific duty to do. That is why she felt offended that she's being neglected by the governor. So she took upon her to assign herself some duty, which is again unconstitutional. According to the Kenyan constitution, the governor is the one who assigns duty for the deputy. So until then, there'll be a lot of confrontation between the governor and our deputy. Just like in Siaya, you have seen Orengo with the deputy. So Kiambu is a problem, and I don't care. Wamatangi is not in control of Kiambu County. And remember, this is one of the richest. It's the richest county. One is the second richest county in Kenya. Is it the third? Yeah, third or third?
The second.
It's the second richest county in the Republic of Kenya. So there needs to be a lot of interest from the national government in what is happening in Kiambu. Their revenue collection is a lot, and they need to do a lot. The last time I was in Kiambu, the roads were very, very pathetic. The roads in Githunguri, the roads in where is it? The ones after Limuru coming into Kiambu town. That road is very narrow. It needs to be expanded a bit. The road joining Nakuru Nairobi Highway, that road should be expanded to ease the traffic on the highway. And those ones who wants to join from Numbiri, it's called Numburi or Numbiri. Numbiri. There's a place called Numburi or
Duberi.
Numberi, yeah, Numberi or Numbiri. So you would wonder how I know so much about Kiambu. There's a production I did in Kiambu for a guy who owned an organization called PODEP. PODEP. This man came up with a cooperative society to help the farmers in Kiambu, and he's not educated at all. He had a bank. He had a very good bank in Kiambu town, and he was having all these farmers doing for them a lot of work in Kiambu. So the owner of PODEP gets to do a lot of work to show what they're doing in Kiambu for the women in dairy farming. I hope he's still alive doing the same good work that he was doing. I can't remember his name. It's so many years back. So Kiambu, there's a problem. Our constitution has also a problem.
There is something very important you have said, that the governors have not, the deputy governors have not been allocated or assigned specific roles. So when you as a governor decides, I am not going to allocate any duty to my governor, to my deputy governor, then it becomes very hard for that person. And that is what is happening in most counties of Kenya. And it's very unfortunate because these people are elected on a joint ticket. Joint ticket, that is to say, the governor and the deputy, they are elected together, they campaign together. And sometimes even the deputy governors, they are people of great influence, and that is why they are chosen to be the running mates. So you can imagine after you have put all your efforts, you have put all, even the campaign money and everything, then somebody just makes you to stay in the office and you don't have duties to perform. Because this person is afraid of you, he's afraid that you might become popular and maybe you become a contestant in the next general election. So, as you have said, I think the government is supposed to relook upon this position of the deputy governors, either to think on abolishing the position or to give the deputy governors specific roles. Today, if the governor now decides, I don't want this person, they don't have the power to fire that person. They don't have the power. There is nothing they can do. So they have to wait for 5 years. So we will have people earning money in the office, yet they don't have duties to perform. And not only that, the deputies, these deputies, if they are not given a chance, they just become problematic to the whole leadership. Because what will happen, I'm not just talking of Kiabu, I'm talking even to other counties. Because if you don't give me duties to perform, what I'll be doing, I'll be trying to sabotage what you are doing. Because just to show you, you can't do when you are alone. But the big problem, Mr. Mzarendo, I'm having with the leadership of Kiabu is that this is the only person who was not opposing the governor. And now she has come out and she has said, hey, even if I've been quiet, it's because I was not even having the platform to say what was in my heart. Could it be that everybody in the county is right, is wrong, and the governor is right?
Let me tell you one thing. In what I've witnessed, and if you look deeply into the deputy governor's position, most of the governors who are elected, they elect deputies who are smarter than them. So
yes,
most governors in almost each and every county, they have a deputy governor who is smarter than the governor himself or herself. So you will find that the deputies are given a chance to be the governors. They would perform better than the current governor. In most scenarios that I've seen, that you'll find a deputy, a governor who is so hopeless, who doesn't know what they're doing, and a deputy who is so committed to the people. So that is what is happening across most counties. And when a governor decides that you're not going to get any duties in the county, then you can as well just sit back at home and take a cup of tea and wait for the day that they're going to give you an assignment. But most likely is that in Kiambu, the deputy governor will be running with somebody else, probably as a deputy or as a governor herself. So you watch this space. The people of Kiambu, there is Kabogo also, very, very vibrant in his politics, but look at his arrogance. It's what made him be kicked out of Kiambu. Wamatangi, a very, very polished man, but what is happening is Kiambu is ungovernable. Kiambu is a very tricky county. I can't even predict how their politics can go. Kiambu can even elect a madman to be the governor, and they don't really care. So I wouldn't be able to predict a county that elected Waititu as the governor, and
don't underestimate that guy.
And replaced him with, they removed Kabogo and replaced him with Waititu. Yeah,
somebody said ati ni kama kutoa shati unavaa matambara. ati unatoa shati yako kwa sababu ilikuwa chafu, ati unafaa matambara. I don't know how you, but anyway, we cannot underestimate Baba Yao. Baba Yao is a man of the people, a man
think
with a very
you see, his political career is gone. It's gone completely.
Yeah, it is gone.
It's
But
gone.
but it is gone because he was being fought by the former regime. And do you know why Baba Yao was brought down by Uhuru Kenyatta? It is not because of corruption, because all the governors in Kenya, they had corruption cases. It is because he was the first governor to oppose the idea of Uhuru Kenyatta having a handshake with Raila Odinga. He came out because he's a very courageous guy, and he said, no, 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 we can't accept this. And from there, Uhuru declared war against him, just like he was declaring war against all the governors that we are showing the signs of joining William Ruto. That is the kind of the country that we have. That if you don't support me and I have the power, Muzarendo, I'll bring you down. Now that is how the career of Baba Yao was brought down by Uhuru Kenyatta because he had power. But that does not mean that he was not corrupt. He was corrupt just like all other governors, just like all other governors. But any governor who was in the right side of the government, they were not touched. Even those that had those corruption cases, the files were just closed. That is the kind of the nation that we have. Sonko also showed the signs of supporting William Ruto when it was very early. So those two governors, they were hit very hard by the power of the president. And I wish and I pray that that kind of leadership will never be repeated again. That if you are not supporting me, I'll use everything, every power that I have, every strategy to bring you down because I am in a position to do that. I think it's unfortunate because I don't think they deserved that. If it was about corruption, we should see all the governors being investigated and following the same fate. But you can't just finish someone because you differ politically. Mzalendo.
Yeah, I think you are right, and most interestingly, we need to now look at how the political games are going to play in Kiambu. Especially, I want to see Wamuchomba running in against a UDA candidate in the nominations, because that is likely to be a scenario. And it is politics. A day in politics, so much will change. Some of these players that you are seeing.
I think Wamuchomba wants to become the governor. I think that's the ground she is laying. That's what I think. She might be eyeing the position of the governor in the next January.
I think she's a one-term MP who is coming. This is her first term as MP.
Mm-hmm.
So she would probably be running as a second term and laying the foundation. But there are many capable rich men in Kiambu.
But remember, she was still an MP. She was a women rep. I think she was a women rep.
Oh, she was a women rep. Oh, I didn't know that she was a women rep. I didn't know about that. So, but anyway, I mean, why not? This is our democratic right. It's within our limits. She can contest any particular seat in the country. Hata ukitaka kurudi akuwa MCA, anaweza kuwa MCA. So, hiyo ni haki yake ya katiba.
It's like ama Uhuru akuwe MP wa Gatodo.
Hiyo ni haki yake ya kika.
I think we have made over 8 good years in not years but 8 good hours in the show.
Yeah.
We have been here in this show. We have enjoyed listening to each other, discussing the politics of Kenya, our counties, our leaders, and everything around the nation of Kenya. Thank you so much, our viewers. We appreciate your support and listening to us. If there is any topic you'd like us to be discussing, always put it down. Let us have it so that we can discuss that topic. This is Africa 24. We don't discriminate and we don't try to hinder people from airing their views, regardless of the political party that you support with me. I have Mzalendo, and Mzalendo will give his final remarks as we close the show. Kilicho na mwanzo kina mwisho. Mr. Mzalendo, your final remarks.
Well, I want to say on behalf of Afrique and everybody else who has been part of the panel before and even now, those who are staying up to watch Goodyear, thank you for the commitment that you've done to this station. Geoffrey Ruto, we appreciate you a lot. We need you to come up on the stage. Pen Nyagaka, our elder, who has kept us company throughout, giving us the wisdom that we need and guidance. Pen, thank you so much. We don't take your time for granted because without you, we would not be having the kind of knowledge and wisdom that you give freely on this particular platform. Ashley, thank you so much for being part of the team. We also want you more and more to come so that you give us the legal angle of some of the decisions being made by our leaders. So we appreciate every other person who was here in the show, everybody who was watching at home and couldn't get back into the show. We urge you to subscribe to Afrique 24. Go to our YouTube page. You will find the two logos. Please try and subscribe to both of them. In case that YouTube locks Afrique out, we can always resort to the other one. So please do subscribe if you are at home. And if you are a panelist like Goodyear, make sure you bring your friends. Let us know your friends. Let them come with a name. Dominic, thank you for being there, giving us the company that we need, the opposition that we need. Thank you, Santi Sana Dominic. Your views are respected here in Africa, and we welcome you back to Africa again to give us your point of view and how you see things in our country. Viewers, we love our country so much. We love Kenya. That is the reason why we ban the midnight oil. Trying to talk about the issues that affect each and everybody. So we don't take your opinion for granted, but we also want you to be locked in this particular channel. And the reason why we ban the midnight oil is because of you, to give you this free information, free knowledge through Afrique. This is a free-to-air channel. You can come in, air your views. We will accommodate you. And please subscribe, because that is what gives us the motivation to stay up late in the night and organize this particular show. On tomorrow, I think there is my director is saying that there is the unlocking the land dilemma in Kenya. Maybe I'll play for you the montage a bit so that you see what we have in store for you in Africa.